Nilda Carlson stared at the money in her hand. This was a week's pay, her last week's pay. I will never, ever be able to save enough money to buy a ticket to America. Ah, Nilda, her Moor, Gunnlaug, said softly. Never is a long time. Somehow we will find a way. Nilda stared out the window at the snow drifting down, the flakes float dancing since the wind had given up. Would spring ever come? Each year, winter seemed to take up residence for longer spells. She knew she was being unreasonable. She'd been admonished for that before. Spring always comes. Our Lord ordained it so, and he has heard your cries. He promised he would always listen and answer. How many times had she heard that? But hearing and deep down believing were two entirely different things, as were hearing and answering. Did she believe God heard? Yeah, she had to answer yeah. But she had already learned that sometimes the answer was yes, sometimes no, and sometimes the hardest to deal with, wait. I know how hard you worked. But more, Nilda insisted. The shop is closed. True, Mrs. Roth is too sick and feeble now to keep the store open, and that is a shame. But still, I have no more work. She thought a moment. Perhaps the Negors are hiring. I'm sure I would dislike working for them. No one likes working for them. But the money. Two of her older brothers had stuck it out until something better came along, and now it seemed to be her turn. Yeah, I know. Gunnlaug threw the shuttle on the loom where she was weaving another rug. When finished with one, she always restrung for the next. Slamming the batten vigorously, she forced each strand tightly into place to make the rugs last longer. This one is for you, you know. You will have that done long before I can buy a ticket, that is for certain. Then you will have the first layer in the bottom of the trunk Far and Johan are making for you. Nilda tightened her fists in the folds of her wool skirt, fabric her Moor had woven in years past. Moor eyed her. I have learned that weaving is a good way to work off despair. Throwing the shuttle and slamming the batten in place are good for one's soul, and letting loose your feelings. As is kneading bread. It's nearly time for that. A smile tickled the corners of Nilda's lips, but she clamped her teeth against it. Moor, you make it hard to stay angry. Talk, I guess. Eyebrows arched, she looked at her daughter with a nod. And the bread is much lighter for the extra kneading, like a rug is tighter for the extra slamming. My one day at home and I'm wasting it fussing like this. Why don't you write Uncle Einar a letter and see if he is interested in bringing over another family member to help him? That's a good idea. I will do that as soon as I knead the bread back down. When you're a shopkeeper, your work just disappears out the door. At least with baking bread, you have something to show for it when you're finished. For a while, at least. She shook her head at the thought and returned to the kitchen, the slam of the shuttle accompanying her. The fragrance of yeast raising the bread dough permeated the room. Both of these everyday tasks would be needed in America, too. After setting the bowl of dough on the stove's warming shelf, she added more wood and fetched paper and pencil. They were out of ink, and she didn't want to spend time making more. By the time she finished the letter, the dough was crowning the bowl again, ready to form into loaves. Shall we have some of this fried for dinner? She asked her Moor. Yeah, that would be a nice treat. Make enough for Ivar for when he comes home from school. He can mail the letter for you in the morning. I'll take it in myself after the bread is finished. Do you need anything from the store? Need or want? Nilda nodded. How true. Every winter they ran up a bill at the store and paid it off as soon as spring work brought in more cash. Winters were always sparse. A couple days later, Ivar burst through the kitchen door just as dusk was bluing the snowbanks. More! Letters from America! In here, Gunnlaug called from her loom. Sweep off your boots. I did. Is Nilda home yet? Nay, but soon. She smiled at her youngest as he, minus his coat, stopped beside her at the loom. You'll want some wood in that stove. It's cold in here. She took the letters. "Tak, one is from Uncle Einar." Ivar grinned. "I saw that. Wouldn't it be funny if he's asking for more helpers, and Nilda just mailed him a letter? If Nilda goes to America, I will really miss her." "Yeah, I will too." Gunnlaug blew out a deep sigh. "I'll take you there someday more. I will, at least for a visit." "Tak, my son, but I will take far, too, if you'll go." She patted his hand. "You keep dreaming that." Nodding and almost smiling, she threw the shuttle again and slammed the batten with extra force. "I better hurry and finish this so I can make one for Rune's new house. If Nilda goes, it would be good to send another loom along with her, and a feather bed for Rune and Signe. At least they are no longer sleeping on pallets on the floor." He paused and turned his head slightly to the side so he was not looking directly at his moor. "Uncle Einar is not a very nice man, is he?" He was not asking a question. "I'm afraid not. But he has not struck anyone, at least as far as we know." Gunnlaug stared out the frost-painted window. The frond patterns near the top were winter's curtains. The intricate design feathered on the glass always made her wish she could weave such a pattern into her rugs. Ivar asked, "Did Nilda get the job at the Nygårds?" "Yeah, I think so. She went there this morning and promised to return if she didn't get work. We were thinking to clean the kitchen." Darkness fell, bringing all the family home but for Nilda. Gunnlaug set the table and stirred the beans and smoked mutton she'd baked all day. Guilt at wasting wood moved her to use the oven when the cook stove was helping to heat the house. The round stove in the other room was only lit on the coldest days, or when she was at the loom, which was most of the time. Even so, she wore gloves with no fingers, a sweater, and a shawl. The letters in the center of the table were pleading to be read, propped up against the sugar bowl. "You could go ahead and read to us," Tor said with a slight raising of his eyebrows. "She might have had to spend the night for some reason." "Nilda would find a way to let us know." Ivar propped his elbows on the table. "Wouldn't she, Moore?" The knock of skis sliding into the rack outside made him jump to his feet and run to throw open the door. "Hurry up! We have letters from America, and Moore won't read them until you're here." Coming through the door, Nilda scowled at no one in particular, and everything in general. She unwrapped her scarf. "Your supper is in the warming oven." Gunnlaug could tell something was bothering Nilda, but she wisely kept her own counsel. "As soon as you are seated and eating, I will read." Nilda had been known to eat standing up by the fire when in a hurry. Gunnlaug began. "Dear Tor and Gunnlaug, I hope all is well with you in Norway. As we get busier here, Gerd and I agree that we need more help, especially since Rune and Signe will be moving into their own house this summer. They told me that your daughter Nilda would like to emigrate to America, so if she still desires to come—" Nilda screeched so loudly they must have heard her clear to Valdres and threw her hands in the air. "I get to go to America! I really do!" Gunnlaug rolled her eyes at her husband and returned to the letter. "If we could have a chance to hear, I will continue." She paused, looking over the top of the paper at Nilda, who bounced once more in her chair and nodded. "Now, where was I? Oh, here. I will purchase a ticket for her with the agreement that she will help us here on the farm to reimburse me for the ticket. If you have any other family members who would appreciate starting a new life in America, have them write to me, and we will see what we can work out." "What about Ivar? You said you wanted to go." Nilda flashed her younger brother a face-splitting grin. He nodded solemnly. "But I do not want to be beholden to Einar. From what Rune and Signe have said, he is a tyrant. I want to be able to leave him and go work for a real logging company. Not that I would, but still." "Surely he can't be that bad," Nilda said, staring at her brother, who had always been the careful one. "Well, we really do not want Nilda traveling alone. So many horror stories I have heard. Tor stared at his daughter. Something to think about. Nilda huffed out a sigh, her head slightly wagging. May I continue? Gunlaug glanced from her daughter to her husband. The last thing she wanted was anger at the dinner table. Yeah, go ahead. Tor still looked upset. The winter has been especially hard this year, but we continue to fell trees as much as the weather allows. You think Rune exaggerated the size of the trees? Ivar asked. Rune is not one to exaggerate. Never had Gunlaug had so many interruptions reading a letter. I think they have not been telling us how bad it has been for them there. She found her place again. Spring will be here one of these days, and travel by ship will be much easier then. If you can plan to leave in mid-May, that would work well. I look forward to hearing from you. Einar and Gerd Strand. Gunlaug laid the letter down to be reread later. I could use another cup of coffee. Tor raised his cup. Nilda leaped to her feet. After pouring coffee for all who wanted some, she paused. Do we have anything to celebrate with? Fresh bread with butter and jam. I thought about making a custard, but was too busy weaving. Gunlaug looked around at her nodding family. Perhaps tomorrow we can make snow candy. We have syrup. Nilda fixed everyone a slice of bread and jam. Are the hens still laying? Not much. Another reason not to make custard. Mid-May. Nilda set the half-slices of bread on a plate to serve. We need to start lists of what can go with us. She paused and stared at Ivar. I have some money saved that we could put toward a ticket for you. Do you have anything saved? I do. Johan volunteered. You can have that. More, can you ask Tante Greta? Gunlaug nodded. I will write a letter to them tomorrow. Somehow we will collect enough for Ivar's ticket. I know we will. But what if we can't in time? Nilda sighed again. I have a dream. Uncle Einar offers to pay for my dream. Now I must wait until Ivar can come too. Wait. I will never be able to get to America. Chapter 2. Keeping the house warm was near to impossible, cold as it was outside. You boys make sure you wrap that horse blanket around you while you are riding, and then blanket the horse. Signe watched her two younger sons, Knute and Leif, nod like they had heard her say those words every day for years. She handed them a gunny sack with their dinner pails in it. Good thing Mr. Milhouse, the school custodian, always had the schoolrooms warm before the children arrived. Of course, with school only half-days on Saturdays, it hardly seemed worth the effort. They waved as they went out the door. 3-month-old Kirsten shifted in the sling around Signe's shoulder, in which she had spent most of her life. While Signe and Gerd had always taken turns wearing the sling, Kirsten was getting too big for the older and much weaker woman to carry, especially while making breakfast. You sit in that chair and nurse her, and I will fix us something to eat. Tante Gerd brought the chair closer to the stove. You would think she already knows when any mealtime for us comes. Signe patted the baby through the sling. I think she forgets she has already been fed once. While the baby slept through the night now, she was ready to eat long before dawn cracked the horizon. Signe pulled the coffee pot to the hot part of the stove again and settled into the chair. The gray-furred Graw wrapped herself around Signe's legs. Sorry, cat, you will have to wait until the baby is done. Any time there is a lap, she thinks she should curl up in it. Gerd paused to take a deep breath, and then another. Setting the baby to nursing, Signe threw the shawl over her shoulder and the baby. My goodness, but you're a noisy one this morning. She watched Gerd for any other signs of recurring weakness. Did you not sleep well last night? Gerd stirred the oatmeal before slicing some bread to toast on the stovetop. No worse than usual. Einar's snoring must keep all of you awake. Nay, We don't hear him upstairs." Signe refused to refer to the second story as the attic. After all, her whole family slept up there. At least now they all had beds, a very real improvement over sleeping on pallets on the floor. If she allowed herself to dream, she pictured the house they would build on their own land come summer. She and Rune had to fight with Uncle Einar to force him to follow up on his agreement with them, but it would be worth it. If she furthered the dream, someone from home in Norway would come to live with them, or with Tante Gerd and Uncle Einar. She knew for a fact that Einar had written to Rune's mother about bringing Nilda over. He had asked Rune about Nilda's work habits. There was certainly enough work around here for another person. Of course, Einar would be overjoyed to have another logger helping him fell the big trees. Not that one would ever be able to tell if Einar was pleased with anything. Glancing down, Signe realized her daughter had already slipped back to sleep. While she was awake more now, as she should be, she found comfort with a full tummy, snuggled against her Moor or Tante Gerd. When she was sitting down, Gerd could still wear the sling. "You ready?" At Signe's nod, Gerd spooned oatmeal into their bowls and pulled a plate of the toast she'd been making from the warming oven. Hands on her hips, she studied the table. "Anything else?" "Sometimes I feel guilty seeing you work while I'm sitting here." Gerd looked at her like she was losing her mind. "After all you did for me?" She heaved a sigh. "I wouldn't be standing here, working in my kitchen, enjoying that baby if it weren't for all your persistent hard work. I will never be able to thank you enough." Signe stared at Gerd, making sure her chin was not touching her chest. Could this be the same woman who had screamed at her every moment she needed something, who refused to even try to do things on her own, who slept all the time? She sniffed back tears of relief. Or was it joy? Or gratitude? After all, only God could work miracles like this. Last night she had read in the Bible about being thankful, the hard part, for everything. She would never have said thank you for that, Gerd, and now she couldn't say it often enough. More than one miracle had occurred here, that was certain. She sniffed again. "Tak. Tusen tak many times over." Signe resettled the baby and turned to her bowl. Nothing tasted as good on a cold morning as steaming oatmeal. "Today is Saturday." Gerd turned to look at the calendar on the wall. "Yeah? Why?" "That means tomorrow is Sunday, and I really want to go to church. The weather is not so bad." "Will you take the baby?" "I planned to." She paused. Might it be better to leave Kirsten here? Gerd could feed her with a bottle. "I have a better idea. Why don't you come with us?" She was as surprised as Gerd at the spoken thought. This would be their first Sunday at the church, but why did there always have to be a but? She ate a couple bites of toast and took a sip of coffee. Still no answer from the woman across the table, who was staring down at her bowl. "We would really be grateful if you came too." Was that pain in Gerd's eyes? Gerd shook her head. "I think not. There's too much bitterness for me to go." As she spoke, her head kept moving from side to side. "But this is church." "A church made up of people who have come to despise us. You go and see what it is like, and we shall see." "You know Mrs. Benson and Mrs. Sulum? They were friendly and helpful." Signe returned to her oatmeal. "When we have Kirsten baptized, I really want you there. I know Einar won't come, but I have learned that Einar will do what Einar will do. You have been so good to this baby. You saved her life and mine. I will be in your debt forever. And one day we will really be a family, even when we live in the new house," she thought. Gerd shook her head and brushed Signe off with a flutter of her hand. "We'll just say we are even, then, and go on from here. Remember, if you decide to leave her with me, mostly because it is so dreadfully cold outside, I will be grateful." Grateful. Such a marvelous word. "And now you need your coffee heated. Can I get you anything else?" Signe raised her eyebrows. She dropped her voice and leaned forward. Are there any cookies left? Gerd almost smiled. At least that was what Signe thought the fleeting commas that edged her mouth were. Gerd pushed back her chair and fetched the cookie tin. I'll have to bake again this afternoon. Perhaps Leif will help me. He likes to. As soon as they return from school, they're going down to the barn. He said he was going to let the cows out for a while and sweep up hayseed for the chickens, but maybe afterward he'll help. Signe lifted her newly warmed coffee cup. Tack. She dunked her cookie in the coffee. Cookies are such a treat. When I was little, my father would let me dunk cookies in his coffee like this, she said with a drawn-out sigh. Which reminds me, I need to write a letter to Rune's family. Good thing they passed the letters around. She paused and gestured with what was left of her cookie. These are so good. Sugar was often at a premium in Norway. Yeah, life is better here in America. Gerd carried their dishes to the pan on the stove. I'll start churning next. Why don't I do the churning and you start the cookie dough? I'll put her in the cradle first. The baby cradle they kept near the stove was one of the first things Rune had made after the beds for the boys. Signe and Gerd were both adept at keeping the cradle moving with one foot while their hands were busy with something else. Late in the afternoon, Leif came slamming in with a grin that delighted his more. The cookie dough was ready to roll out, and the butter was set in their winter food keeper, a niche installed in the pantry window. That room was so cold even the cats ate fast and ran to curl up by the stove to wash. The chickens really liked the hayseed. You should have seen them scratching and clucking. While he talked, he hung up his outer things and made sure there was no snow on his boots. Cookies! Can I help roll them? Yeah, I waited for you. Gerd pushed more wood into the firebox. She glanced at the clock. You hungry? He grinned at her. I'm always hungry. Can we cut the cookies first? Gerd almost smiled again. Signe couldn't stop smiling. She patted the baby nestled on her shoulder and swayed her instinctively from side to side. Thank you, Lord. I cannot say thank you enough. Signe tucked Kirsten into the cradle so her hands would be freer to help with the cookies and dinner. Thank you, Lord, for such a contented baby. What if she was a fusser? Another gift to be grateful for. Can I go out to the woods to drag branches after we eat? I'll come back early for chores. I don't see why not. Fill the wood box first and take some cookies with you for the men. That night, after all the others had gone to bed, Signe sat down in the kitchen, where it was the warmest, to read her Bible, hopefully without falling asleep with her cheek on the table like she had the night before. Rune had found her that way when he came down to see why she hadn't come to bed. Perhaps she should get up earlier and read in the morning. In her last letter, Moore had asked if she was reading her Bible. Signe knew she felt better when she did. But like last night, her body overruled her mind. Oofta. This time Kirsten woke her, probably when Signe's foot stopped rocking the cradle. She nursed the baby, changed her, and dragged herself and the baby upstairs to bed. Rune drew her close to warm her up. What would church be like in the morning? We're on our way. Signe felt like singing the words. It had been a rush, getting the children ready and the baby tended to, but they made it. Now that they were out on the snowy track, Rosie pulling the sledge, she felt almost like a new woman. They were going to church like regular people, like they had in Norway. Thank you, Lord, for this breath of normality, she thought. Rune patted her knee through the robe that covered her and baby Kirsten. I'm sorry it has taken so long. We could ski faster than the horse and sledge. She looked at Rune. Have you thought of making skis? He shook his head. No. I'm surprised Björn hasn't suggested it. Björn, their oldest son, popped his head up from the mound of quilts and horse blankets in the wagon bed. Hasn't suggested what? Us making skis. Knute joined him. For all of us? Kirsten is a bit small to learn to ski, Leif added. More could put her in a backpack. Knut had either thought of this before or was thinking fast now. What kind of wood do we need? Signe nearly laughed out loud. Have you ever made skis? Rune smiled at her. Nay, but then I've learned to do any number of new things since we came to America. The jingling of the horse harness rang out across the glitter-frosted snow. Laughter, delighted laughter, came from their boys. How long since she had heard that? Back home there used to be laughter. Had they lost it on their journey? Left laughter behind in the horrible hold of that ship? Signe held her baby closer. Lord, is it that house? Or is it Uncle Einar and Tante Gerd? There will be laughter in our house, she promised herself, from the time we lay the foundation. She let the thought keep going. Anger and meanness could permeate a house like it did a human soul. What would it take to open the door and let laughter clean out Einar's house? Gerd had almost smiled a couple times yesterday. You're being mighty quiet, Rune said. Just thinking. I guess the icy air is clearing my brain. I need to be outside more. Can you make skis out of pine, or do you need a hardwood? We could use deer hide for bootstraps. Björn was obviously already planning on making skis. Rune nodded. Ash would be best, but I haven't seen any ash around here. I'll ask Einar. A horse and sleigh caught up with them, and the occupants waved as they passed. Just that bit of kindness made Signe feel calmer. How would they be received at church? No, Mrs. Benson would make them welcome, and the boys already knew other children because of school. The breath she huffed out bloomed in front of her. Rosie probably already had ice crystals about her nose. When they turned right onto the road to Black Duck, they passed the school, and Rune turned the horse onto the church's property. Several houses fronted the road beyond that. Signe realized that on her trips to Benson's general store, she'd never taken the time to look at the rest of Benson's corner. Not that there was much to it. The railroad ran along the east side of the town, if one could call it that. Rune pointed ahead to the tracks and a station of sorts. That's where we'll bring the logs to ship. Einar said we would load them on the sledge before the snow and ground thaw out. He stopped the horse next to another team tied to the railing. Björn, Knute, blanket the horse and tie on the feed bag. Behind the school was the shed where the horses spent the school days, sheltered from the weather. Rune came around the sledge to help Signe down, the baby in her sling. Careful now. Another team joined the lineup, the couple nodding and smiling a welcome. Rune shepherded his family to the front of the church, where 3 steps led up to the carved double doors. He held the door for Signe, then followed her in. Mrs. Carlson, you came! Welcome to our Savior's Lutheran Church. With hands outstretched and a smile that warmed Signe from the inside out, Mrs. Benson shook hands with both of them. And your boys? Taking care of the horse. Rune pulled off his ear-flapped hat and clutched it to his chest. I hope we're not late. Right on time. Come inside where it's warmer. Mrs. Benson beamed. I am so happy to see you here. She leaned closer and peeked inside the sling. Oh, my. She's growing so fast. Look at her, still sound asleep. What a beautiful little daughter you have. I know some of the others are anxious to meet you. Mrs. Benson led the way through the swinging doors to the sanctuary, where the sun shone through the stained-glass window to jewel the white-painted altar. A man at the organ filled the room with music, calling people to worship. Those already seated in the pews kept their eyes forward, as was proper. I think we should sit in the back, in case Kirsten gets fussy, Signe whispered. Of course. Mrs. Benson ushered them into a pew and smiled at the boys who joined them. Now, as soon as the service is over, I'll introduce you to our pastor, his wife, and some of the others. Signe inhaled the fragrance of worship and exhaled the fear of meeting the church people, who might hold a grudge against her family because of Uncle Einar. The organ music swept over her and carried her home to their church in Norway. "Thank you, Lord God," she breathed. She could feel Rune studying her, so she nodded, a simple message he would understand. He took the hymnal from the rack on the back of the pew in front of them and found the right place. When the pastor stood before them and opened the service in Norwegian before switching to English, she felt the tears burn her throat. Had she always been this way back in Norway? Or was it because it was so long since they had been to church, with a whole lifetime lived in between? When the pastor read the gospel passage for the day from Matthew, the words of "Blessed are they who" poured over her. When he reached, "Blessed are the peacemakers," she felt herself flinch inside. Wasn't that the way she'd been feeling? Living in a house with so much anger. But how to be a peacemaker when others did not want peace? Kirsten stirred in her arms, so Signe swayed gently, hoping the movement would calm her infant daughter, but at the same time, knowing that if this baby was hungry, she would want to be fed, now. But the motion settled her down again, and Signe glanced down at Leif by her side. He and Knute were quietly entertaining themselves. Björn leaned against the corner of the pew, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Or was he daydreaming? How long since he had been forced to sit this still and be silent? She knew he would rather be out in the woods, but Sundays in church were more important for the rest of his life than felling one more tree. The singing just before the sermon woke Kirsten again, and this time swaying did not help. Before Signe could gather herself to rise and leave the sanctuary, the woman in front of them turned enough to give her a nasty look. She nudged the man beside her, and he glanced back too with a slight shake of his head. "Sorry," Signe murmured as she pushed her way past Rune and Björn. "You need help?" Rune whispered. Signe shook her head. Surely there was a room where she could sit to nurse her baby. As the congregation sat back down, Kirsten moved from fussy to wailing. In the momentary quiet, as the Reverend waited for calm, everyone knew there was a baby in the back. Signe slipped through the door to the vestibule where one of the ushers rose from his chair. "Yeah? Can I help you?" "Is there some place I can feed and change her?" Signe motioned to the squirming bundle in her sling. "Yeah, this way." He led her to some narrow stairs to the basement. "There are chairs down there." "Tuck." She clutched the rail attached to the wall with one hand and the sling tighter with the other. She knew everyone could still hear them and felt her face blazing hot as she took the final steps. She thought of home and how her Moor or one of the other ladies would have leaped to come help her. Tears burned her throat and made her sniff. Babies didn't seem to be overly welcome here. Pushing her way through a set of swinging doors, she breathed a sigh. At least the room was warm. She lifted the shawl from around her neck and laid her squirming bundle on a table while she unbuttoned her dress. A bottle might be easier, but then she would need to heat it up. Finally, the squalling stopped when Kirsten latched on. The front of Signe's camisole was soaked with milk that had begun leaking when her baby started fussing. With the shawl tossed over her shoulder to shield any other eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Nursing a baby would be far easier in warmer weather. She put herself back together, changed Kirsten's diaper, and started toward the stairs. But her sweet baby decided to talk. Shushing an infant didn't work, and baby chatter would surely offend those folks sitting in front of them. So she spent the remainder of the service in the basement. When Mrs. Benson and another woman came down to set out the coffee Signe had been smelling and wishing for in her banishment, gratitude made her own smile wider. "You remember Mrs. Olafsson?" Mrs. Benson leaned over to hold out her finger for the baby. Signe remembered her all right. This was the woman who had been rude in the Benson store. She made sure she smiled and nodded. Mrs. Olafsson did not. "May I hold her?" Mrs. Benson asked. "Of course." Signe tucked the blanket around the baby's kicking legs and handed her off. Mrs. Benson rocked Kirsten in her arms, talking sweet nothings and grinning from ear to ear. "Oh, she is so precious. I must come out and visit one day soon. I'm so glad you were finally able to come to church today. I've been hoping. I'll start setting things out. Mrs. Olofsson turned away without another word. Signe watched her go. A sigh escaped her before she could trap it. Mrs. Benson leaned closer and dropped her voice. Don't pay any attention to her. She'll come around in time. But what did I do? It wasn't you. It was Einar. It had nothing to do with you, but some people do manage to carry a grudge. She tickled Kirsten's cheek and received a wide smile for her effort. She is so happy. She wasn't there for a bit. When she's hungry, she lets the whole world know. But look at her now. I know. Leif thinks she's the best thing that ever happened. His brothers tease him about not being the baby anymore. How is Mrs. Strand? Gerd? She's getting stronger all the time, but still tires easily. She plans to get more yarn to knit sweaters for the boys. The chords of a new hymn drifted downstairs. Oh, I better go help. That's the final hymn. Will you be able to stay for coffee? As far as I know, who were the people right in front of us? Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Erickson. I'll introduce you when they come down for coffee. Signe had a feeling those people were among the families Uncle Einar had caused to dislike him so intensely. Why did people have to take sides, even in church? But she just nodded and thanked Mrs. Benson. Knute came down the stairs. More, Far wants you to come back up so we can all meet Reverend Skarstead at the door. Signe nodded and bundled Kirsten back in her shawl. Hurry! Other folks were standing at the top of the stairs, waiting to come down. Signe nodded when she reached them and followed Knute. Rune still stood in their pew, talking with a man. Signe waited, swaying slightly to keep her baby content. Rune smiled at her and motioned to the man. My wife, Mrs. Carlson, this is Mr. Garborg. He has a farm west of ours. They passed us on the way to church. Mr. Garborg nodded to her. I'm glad to meet you. Welcome to our Savior's Lutheran Church. Thank you. Many of us speak Norwegian here, so tak is good. He had switched to Norwegian, too. Signe knew her smile was wider now. Trying to keep up with the English, her baby, and checking on her boys made her weary. Did you emigrate, too? Nay, my parents did. They live in Blackduck. I took over the family farm. He beckoned to a woman talking with a couple of others. This is my wife. Come meet Mrs. Carlson. We are near neighbors. Do you live near that lake Uncle, I heard about? Rune asked, nodding toward Knute. My son wants to go fishing. Knute nodded. We are ice fishing now. If you come over, I will take you out to our camp. Really? Knute's eyes widened and a grin took over his face. Yeah, of course. Mr. Garborg loves to fish nearly as much as he loves to farm. His wife smiled at Knute, too. Perhaps you have met our sons, Thomas and Søren, at school? They are older, like my brother Björn. Today is a good day if you want to come over after church and go fishing, Mr. Garborg said. Knute looked at Rune. Could I? But his grin disappeared. I don't have hooks or anything. Oh, we have plenty. Mr. Garborg turned as the robed pastor approached them. Reverend, have you met these people yet? Nay, but I am glad to see you here. He held out his hand to Rune. Reverend Nels Skarstead. Mr. Garborg completed the introduction, and Rune included his 3 boys, laying a hand on each shoulder as he said, Leif, our youngest, Knute, middle, and Björn is our oldest. He nodded to Signe. And this is my wife, Signe, with our baby, Kirsten. Welcome to you all. I hope you will join us in the basement for coffee before you bundle up to head home. I believe Mrs. Benson said you came to Minnesota to help your relatives. Yeah, in June. I have heard glowing reports on how much help you have been for both of them. Now, can you come to the basement for coffee so you can meet more of our people? Rune looked to Signe and then shook his head. I think we must decline this time, but we will plan on that next week, if all is well at home. Signe made sure the surprise of him saying home did not show on her face. Had they really come to think of that house and farm as home? Had she ever used that term? Home meant so much more to her than the house they were living in. She nodded and half smiled. What more would she need to do to make that house feel like a real home? Once they were all bundled up and heading back to the farm, she thought on her question. They had good food to eat. The house was clean again. The boys were in school. The men had plenty of work in the woods, while the two younger boys pretty much handled the farm chores. Gerd had gotten much stronger and was able to help with the cooking and keeping the diapers washed and folded. Signe needed to remember to thank Gerd more often for taking charge of the diapers and baby things. First she had sewed the diapers and knitted soakers, and since Kirsten was growing fast and the box of baby things Mrs. Benson had brought was dwindling, Gerd had sewed more gowns and blankets, too. So what was missing? What made a home? Chapter 3. Although there were no mountains at all in this area, or even any sharp rises or vales, the countryside was very pretty, especially in morning sun like this. The shadows and light beams set the snow to sparkling. Rune grabbed the seat as their sledge bumped across a rut. Uncle Einar, you ever made skis? Waste of time. Did you learn to ski at home? Yeah, didn't we all? He stared over the top of the scarf he wore around his lower face. If you were to make skis here, what wood would you use? Waste of time. But think about it. Rune realized he'd not pushed an idea like this before. He usually just agreed and let it go. If I make skis for the boys, they won't have to ride Rosie. I know there's a shed at the school, but the barn here is much warmer. Besides, then Signe can use the horse if she wants, he thought. He shook his head. With no sleigh. He started to ask another question, but let it drop. Birch should do well. Too hard and brittle. Einar shook his head. Makes good firewood. Would the lumber yard in Blackduck carry seasoned birch? Perhaps they could recommend something better. Maybe they even carried ash. Einar drew the horses to a halt and climbed down onto the crusted snow. Time to move the logs to the railroad at Benson's Corner. How? Thinking Björn could skid them with the team. Never had so many to move before. Not on the sledge? Einar shook his head. Can't load 'em. If Knute didn't go to school, he could skid them or keep limbing. Gonna slow me down. Rune didn't even bother to shake his head. They were not about to change their minds on the boys going to school. Björn took care of the horses as usual, though he couldn't take them to drink at the creek since it was frozen solid. Near dinner time, he started a fire so they could have hot coffee. After we eat, you go chop a hole in the ice so the horses can drink, Einar said. What about bringing out the wash tub and setting it beside the fire, melting them water? Björn asked. Won't work, Einar snapped. Rune nodded to his son, but trust Uncle Einar to throw ice water on any idea he didn't come up with. Today, Signe had sent soup in a kettle, which they set into the coals to heat. Hot food and drink, even though they ate standing, was a welcome respite. Rune reminded himself to thank her. Björn wolfed his soup hungrily. Far, you really think we can make skis? I don't see why not, if we can find some suitable wood. We could try pine, but it's pretty soft and would warp easily. Waste of time, Einar said more forcefully this time, including his traditional glare. He tossed his coffee dregs in the direction of the fire. Björn, start a new pile closer to where we are. We sure could use another hand. Rune ignored him and headed back to the last tree they had felled to start cutting off the branches. He started working from the bottom, and Björn started halfway up. Einar returned to the tree he'd started. If they hurried, they'd get another tree down today. The next time they went to Black Duck, he would check with the lumber company. Perhaps Sunday he could ask Mr. Benson if he had wax or could order some. A blizzard day would give him more time in the woodshop. Much as he liked farming, he liked building things in the woodshop far more. Felling trees would never be a pleasure. So far, he had built a table and benches for their new house and was working on a chest, a surprise for Signe. Rune focused on his work, and the rest of the day passed quickly. "A letter from Norway," Leif announced before supper. "Uncle Einar got one too." Tante Gerd turned from the stove. "Bring the cream up when you come so we can churn tomorrow." She set the lid back on the pan and reached toward the line they had strung across the kitchen to unpin diapers. Some were still hanging, frozen stiff, out on the porch. "I'll bring in the others," Signe said when she had laid her fussing daughter back in the cradle. Shh, you sleep, and then we'll all have supper." Gerd snorted. "Funny how quickly babies learn to demand what they want." "And with no patience to wait." Signe shrugged into her coat, even though she would only be outside for a few minutes. At almost 4 months old, Kirsten had been fussy lately. It had been so long since Signe had a baby that she often wished she could ask her more or Aunt Greta what they thought might be wrong. She was shivering by the time she brought the stiff squares back in the house to rehang. With most of the moisture frozen out of them, drying would be quick. She pegged them up in the kitchen and sat down to fold those already dry. The sourdough starter filled the room with thoughts of bread baking tomorrow. She would use the last loaf they had for breakfast and dinner. While Einar never mentioned his letter, she read the one addressed to Rune out loud, since it was from Nilda. "Dear Minnesota family, Ivar and I are so excited to be coming to America to join you." Signe stopped. "Ivar is coming too?" She looked to Einar, who was going out the door. Was that news to him too? Why did he have to be so... She shook her head. "Keep reading more." Leif propped his elbows on the table and leaned forward. She nodded. "We are grateful that Uncle Einar will pay for one ticket, but since Far does not want me traveling alone, we are all trying to get the rest of the money to pay for the other." Gerd nodded. "I will see about that." Things had really changed around here now that Gerd felt so much stronger. Signe continued reading. "If there is something you would like us to bring, please write back with your list. We so look forward to letters from America. I tried to convince Moore to come with us, but she is not willing to leave Far. He has fallen a couple of times, and while he says they are all accidents, we are beginning to wonder if something is wrong to cause these." Moore's big news? She finally received a letter from Tante Ingeborg. "I had no idea you lived so far apart. America is such a big country compared to Norway. We sent her your address, so perhaps you will receive a letter too. Please write soon so we can be prepared. Uncle Einar said the ticket will be in the mail soon. Where do you buy tickets back there?" Signe looked to Gerd. "Never fear. Buying tickets just means Einar will have to make a trip to Black Duck." Signe nodded. "We pray you are all healthy. I know that baby Kirsten must be growing like dandelions in the spring. Just the thought makes me yearn for spring greens. With love from all of us, your sister Nilda. P.S. Have you met any handsome loggers yet who might want a wife?" Signe folded the letter carefully and looked at Rune, who nodded and smiled. Rune stood up. "We better get to the woodshop before the night is over." "Such good news. Thank you for your supper, Tante Gerd. What a pleasure to see you up and about." Gerd looked up from playing with Kirsten, surprise widening her eyes. "Why, you're welcome." Signe and I, we did it together. Signe grinned at her husband. I'll make pudding, so it's warm when you all return. Knute, Leif, do you have homework? Both boys nodded. I could do it after we come back, Leif offered. No, first. Björn pushed his chair back and followed his far to the coat rack. He winked at his brothers and wiggled his eyebrows. Leif grinned back, but Knute glared at his older brother. Signe knew that if they offered Knute a choice between school and work, he would definitely choose the woods and the farm over book learning. He was counting the months until he was 16 and could make the choice. While she set the milk to heat for pudding, Gerd took out her knitting, making room on her lap for an orange body to curl up, purring. Gra of the gray stripes lay sleeping on the oval braided rug by the stove. Did you ski in Norway, Gerd? Yeah, of course. She leaned over to the disgruntlement of Gul to pick up her ball of yarn. But there has never been time or a need for skiing here. I think skis for the boys to get to school would be a good idea. Leif, come here so I make sure the sleeves are long enough. Leif stroked the wool as she measured out the sweater. This will be so warm. Tak! Should have it done in the next week or so. I'm making it plenty big, so you don't grow out of it too fast. Far says I'm growing like a weed. I think corn would be better than a weed. You have to admit that weeds grow awfully fast. Signe dipped some of the milk into her mixing bowl with the eggs, which were beaten with sugar and flour so they wouldn't cook too fast in the hot milk. Then she slowly stirred that mixture into the rest of the heated milk, which she'd pulled to the cooler side of the stove. She enjoyed making pudding on a winter's night. The warm kitchen, the boys studying at the table in the lamplight, the baby gurgling and kicking in her makeshift bed, the click of knitting needles. What more could one ask for? The pleasure shattered when Einar kicked the snow off his boots and came in to hang up his coat. How could it be that his growling seemed to precede him and taint the whole house? He rubbed his hands over the heat rising from the stove in shimmery waves. You need to use so much wood? Signe rolled her eyes. Would kindness ever get through to this man? I thought pudding might taste good when you all came in. She poured the rich mixture into the bowls she had lined up on the table. Are the others right behind you? He glared at her. How should I know? She heard Gerd sigh. Kirsten's gurgles and happy noises turned to a whimper. Even she could tell the difference. Signe shoved 2 more chunks of wood into the stove and pulled the nearly hot coffee pot to the hottest place. After spooning a dab of jam into the center of each bowl, if for no other reason than to irritate Einar, she picked up the baby and rocked her in her arms. The sounds of Björn and Rune on the porch gave her a sense of comfort in spite of Einar. They both entered carrying an armload of wood and dumped them in the box. Interesting, she noticed. Einar never brings in a load of wood when he comes. Tak! She settled Kirsten on her shoulder and patted her back. Smells good in here. Rune eyed the pudding dishes. What a fine thing for a night like this. Einar grunted as he lowered himself into his chair. While he no longer favored the hand he had cut so severely, she saw him limping sometimes by the end of the day. She wasn't surprised, considering how hard he worked throughout the day. Rune had said more than once that keeping up with Einar took every ounce of willpower he could dig up. Would you like your coffee now? Signe asked, looking right at Einar. He nodded without ever meeting her eyes. She poured a cupful, set it on a saucer, and the others passed it around the table to him. Rune raised one eyebrow at his wife. While the others waited for everyone to be served, Einar was scraping the sides of his pudding bowl before the others had tasted their first spoonful. He drained his coffee, shoved back his chair, and headed for his bedroom. I'm going to Black Duck day after tomorrow. Have the lists ready. Tak, I will go with you then, Rune said. You and Björn could fell another tree. I need to go to the lumber yard. Suit yourself. As always, the door shut more firmly than it needed to. Leif let out a whoosh of air, as if he'd been holding his breath. Knute snorted a laugh, then both looked at their moor. Gerd shook her head. Well, good riddance. Signe tried to keep a straight face, but when Rune and Björn both wiggled their eyebrows, she gave up. She nearly choked on the laugh she tried to swallow so Einar wouldn't hear. The boys stared from Gerd to their moor to Rune. They too tried to laugh without making noise, which only made them stutter. Tante Gerd, is there anything special you would like from Black Duck? Rune asked. Just more yarn. Signe and I will make a list of things we can't get at Benson's. Do you ever go along to Black Duck? She shook her head. I used to, but for the last year I never left the place. Got too weak. Have you ever seen the doctor? Einar got him when he found me on the floor. He said it sounded like my heart. But thanks to you, I'm so much stronger now. He gave me some pills. I took them till they ran out. Signe stared at the woman whom she thought so much older than she really was. It still amazed her, the differences between the old Gerd and the new. Such changes, and they'd not even been here a year yet. Chapter 4. Nilda blew a strand of hair from her face and leaned back to stretch a kink from her spine. Being hired by Mrs. Nygård to cook and clean seemed a blessing, if you only considered the money. Scrubbing floors was never fun, but the work was no harder than at home, and every day was one closer to earning Ivar's ticket to America. And that still irked her. Here she finally had a sure way to America with Uncle Einar paying for the ticket, and now she had to pay for Ivar first. Shame on you, Nilda. You would begrudge your little brother his big chance? He had the same dream as Nilda. With a happy sigh, she returned to the floor as she imagined her new life. According to her letters, Signe seemed to spend most of her time on the farm, but Nilda knew there must be a handsome lumberjack or two just looking for a wife in the nearby town. Black Duck, she thought it was called. Without knowing why, Nilda was drawn out of her daydream and looked up. There, standing in the door, was Dreng Nygård. Very nice, he said, raking his gaze along her kneeling form. Pardon? Nilda didn't know Dreng well. He had gone to school with her older brothers, but rarely interacted with them. Something about the way he was looking at her made the hair stand up on her arms. Suddenly, Nilda remembered her friend Addie warning her not to take the position with the Nygårds. Addie had worked for Mrs. Nygård for a short time and had pulled Nilda aside as soon as she learned of Nilda's new job. It's not a good place, Nilda, Addie had warned at the time, but Nilda hadn't wanted to hear her vague warnings. Now she wondered if she should have asked more questions. I said it looks very nice down there, Dreng commented. Fairly certain he didn't mean the floor, Nilda sat up and dropped her brush in the bucket. Rising to her feet, she ignored his comment and asked, Is there anything I can get you? She realized her mistake immediately as he took 3 steps toward her. Oh, yes, there is something you can get me. Nilda backed up until she felt the doorframe hit her shoulder, and still he was only a step away. He wouldn't really touch her, would he? Surely that wasn't what Addie had warned her about. Frantically, Nilda searched the room for help. Should she call out? Dreng! Mrs. Nygård's voice rang through the house. Nilda's sigh of relief turned to alarm when she recognized what it would look like if Mrs. Nygård entered the room and found them in such a compromising position. There was no question whom she would believe. Realizing she still held the scrub bucket between them, Nilda gave it a quick flip and allowed the water to slosh out and over his pants and boots. Getting her own skirt wet was worth the look of shock in his eyes and the way he scrambled back from her. Dreng! Mrs. Nigor called again as she entered the kitchen. She stopped as she noted the soapy puddles spreading on the floor. "Whatever happened?" Nilda held her breath, waiting to see what Dreng would say. "The girl is clumsy." "Nilda, dear," Mrs. Nigor chided. "You must be more careful." "Yes, ma'am," Nilda agreed. "Now go change your boots, Dreng. You agreed to take your dear Moore to the store." Nilda watched them leave the kitchen. Surely it hadn't been as bad as it had seemed at the time. It couldn't have been. Could it? When Nilda arrived for work a few days later, Mrs. Nigor waved a finger airily. "Clean that cupboard at the end of the upstairs hall. There are several bottles of Mrs. Sloy's spring tonic that I fear have spoiled. Throw them all away, and I will purchase new ones. Also, throw away the jar of face cream. There is mold on it. Of course," she added with a smirk, "if you can't afford fine face cream, you may take it home with you and skim off the rot." "Thank you, ma'am. You're very generous." Nilda tried to make it sound sincere. It was not. "I will be gone for the morning at the Mission Society meeting. They need me there. Make certain you do a decent job." Nilda fetched her bucket and rags, filled the bucket halfway with soapy water, and trudged up the stairs. She opened the closet door, and her heart sank. This closet must surely not have been cleaned out for years. On the bottom shelf were folded bed linens. That shelf would be easy. The next shelf up was filled with towels. More towels than Nilda had ever seen in one place before. It was the middle shelf that was the problem. Bottles and jars and more bottles and jars, boxes and packets, all stacked willy-nilly. There were the bottles of Mrs. Sloy's spring tonic, at least half a dozen of them. What was the elixir like? Nilda couldn't help wondering. Cautiously, she twisted the cap off one of the bottles and sniffed. What a wretched stink! How could anyone get past the odor to actually take the tonic? She would rather stay sluggish all spring than have to deal with this putrid stuff. Well, look what we have here. Nilda wheeled. Dreng stood in his bedroom doorway, leering. He came right up to her. "Good morning, Mr. Nigor." She felt a sudden wave of terror, but she tried not to let it show on her face. "Yes, it's going to be a very good morning." He took her arm. "Come with me to my room." She stiffened. "I think not." "I wouldn't hurt you," he purred. "Come." She started to turn. Suddenly she grabbed his arm and swung sideways with all her might. It caught him off balance, and he slammed into the open closet. Mrs. Sloy's spring tonic came crashing to the floor, along with other bottles and jars. Some bounced and rolled around, most broke, and the elixir's stench penetrated everything instantly. He was surely faster than she was. Would she be able to get away? She broke free of his grasp and ran down the hall toward the stairs. "Mrs. Nigor!" She stood at the head of the stairs with her hat and gloves in her hand and stared, open-mouthed. "The mess! Just look at that mess! And what is that horrid smell?" Dreng called, "Don't listen to her more! She lies!" She turned her steely gaze on Nilda. "I've a mind to fire you, you clumsy girl." "Oh, please do so." Nilda bolted past her and jogged down the stairs. She grabbed her coat off the rack by the door and ran outside. She threw her skis into the snow, but the binding on one ski was twisted, so she slipped her left foot into the other ski, snatched up her poles, and pushed away. She stood on the right ski and skated with her left, pushing furiously with her poles. Not until she got to the bottom of the village did she pause long enough to get her right ski bound on correctly. Her skirt and shoes stank of Mrs. Sloy's terrible tonic, and she had left behind her scarf and mittens. She could always knit more scarves and mittens. At least she was safe. Well, at least a little safer. Would Dreng pursue her? Probably not, but she wasn't going to take the chance. Sweating, even though her coat wasn't fastened, she skied home as fast as she could. Her lungs burned from the cold as she kicked out of her skis and clambered onto the front porch. Why were her eyes so hot and wet? The danger was past. She was fine now. She tossed her skis toward the rack and hurried into the house she knew best. "More!" Her mother looked up from her loom and instantly leaped to her feet. "Nilda? What?" She opened her arms, her wonderful, strong arms. Nilda collapsed into them and clung to her more, sobbing. Her crying embarrassed her. Surely it was not that big a thing, was it? Finally, she felt better, enough that she could stanch the sobbing and leave her Moore's hug. Moore led her to the kitchen and sat her at the table. She said simply, "Talk." "It wasn't my fault." Nilda chewed on the end of one finger. "Drang. You know Drang Nigor. He went to school with the boys. He made, advances. More, I didn't encourage him. When he tried, I was upstairs in their house, cleaning out a neglected closet, as Mrs. Nigor told me to. He came out of his room and tried to drag me back inside. I only got away because Mrs. Nigor came upstairs for something." Oh, Nye, he didn't. Nye, but not for not trying. He cornered me a few days ago as well. I couldn't say anything for fear of losing my job. It was the only way to make some money for Ivar's ticket. I didn't even like the job and Mrs. Nigor's haughty ways. I hated it. Hate is a strong word. Yeah, but it fits. And you know if his Moore found out, she would have blamed me. Of course she would. Moore's face looked so sad and pained. Nilda shuddered a sigh. When the boys worked for them, they didn't have to put up with him, or at least they never mentioned it. Nilda, I didn't know. You think he has bothered other girls? I know he has. Addie? Nilda nodded. She said she didn't want me to work there, but she didn't say exactly why, and I didn't understand what she meant. This has to stop. It has stopped. I won't go there again. And they didn't even pay me all the wages they owe me. I mean, he cannot be allowed to flirt with, attack, abuse girls who work there or anywhere else. Nilda's weepy sorrow was turning rapidly into fury. Yeah, all those things. You think his Moore knows what's going on under her very pointed nose? He is her darling baby boy who can do no wrong. Even being sarcastic felt good sometimes. I keep thinking there must be a way to get even. Revenge is the Lord's job, Moore reminded her. Surely teaching someone a lesson to make them stop what they're doing is not a bad thing. You always said we should learn from our mistakes. I'd just like to help him learn. Gunnlaug shook her head, a smile tugging at her mouth. Tuck, I never have liked having my words of wisdom given back to me. She patted Nilda's shoulder. I'm so very grateful you have told me. She heaved herself to her feet and headed for the kitchen, but paused at the doorway. Promise me, Nilda? More. Oh, all right, I promise to behave myself. But he will be taught a lesson, I can promise you that, she thought. Her Moore stood there another moment, frowning. And, Nilda, what is that terrible smell? Solveig, this chintz is absolutely beautiful. Nilda stroked the sleek, folded fabric. The print was of cheerful summer flowers on a pale blue background. It's for kitchen curtains. Solveig paused as she mopped the corners of the kitchen floor. The curtains in the rest of the house will be muslin. We cannot afford chintz for all the curtains. But I want the kitchen to be cheerful. Of course. Nilda rolled up her sleeves and carried a basin of vinegar to the window over the dry sink. Her task was to wash windows, which gave her plenty of time to think. Johan and Solveig, just married, were going to move into this little cottage half a mile from home. It was perfect for newlyweds, but filthy. Every inch had to be cleaned. No one had lived in it for over a year, ever since its former owner, Tante Sleg, had died. She was nobody's actual aunt that anyone could remember, but everyone in the whole area around Valdres loved her and called her Tante, and she had loved everyone. Would Nilda ever have a sweet little home like this was going to be? Oh, how she wished. Her husband would be an esteemed craftsman, and she would be mistress of the house. Dreams. How could she help them come true? She heard skis clicking together out on the front porch. Oh, good. Johan is back. Solveig propped her mop against the wall and cleared the table. We can rest a moment. Johan came in with a big wicker basket. Dinner! They unpacked the basket, which contained a bucket of rich soup and a braided loaf of bread. With a smile for her husband, Solveig brought the coffee to the table. There were only 2 chairs, so Johan plopped down on an overturned keg. They joined hands, and he prayed, Jesu namen går vi till bords. The familiar table prayer washed across Nilda's dreams. Her husband, too, would provide the mealtime prayers. Obviously, Moore had packed this basket. Nilda would recognize her Moore's delicious braided bread anywhere. Someday, Nilda would bake bread this fine. They ate in silence. Then, once their stomachs were full and their coffee cups refilled, Nilda asked, Solveig, how long did you work for the Nygårds? Solveig cocked her head. Somewhere between 2 and 3 months, I guess. Why? Why did you quit? Well, Johan and I were talking about getting married, and... She shrugged and shot her husband a strange look. I thought so. Nilda added another name to the tally she was keeping in her mind. That was 3 for sure. Keeping secrets that allowed a worthless young man to continue his bad habits. Why are you asking these questions? Johan leaned forward, staring hard at his sister. Nilda sorted through the thoughts that at times kept her awake at night. Somewhere she remembered overhearing her brothers and a couple of their friends discussing young Drang. He was never included in their circle. Johan, how come none of you ever were friends with Drang? Why do you ask? Just curious. Nay, I know you, and you're up to something. What has that good-for-nothing done now? Nilda felt her eyes widen. She sucked in a breath of courage. Well, have you ever noticed that several of us young women or older girls work there for a while and then get fired? One I know of had to leave home. She could feel Solveig's glare clear to the bottom of her stomach. All I can really tell you for sure is my experience, but it's not something I want to talk about either. She shifted in her chair. I'm sorry, Solveig, but this has to be stopped. Help me, please. Johan stared from her to his wife, who was fighting tears. Tell me. His voice was soft, but undergirded with iron. Promise not to blame Solveig or me or any of us. I mean it, Johan. Promise. Nilda met him, stare for stare. We need help, so keep that in mind. Tell me. You remember that Addie tried to talk me out of going to work for the Nygårds, but she wouldn't tell me why. When I insisted it was the only way I would be able to pay for Ivar's ticket to America, she made me promise to be careful. Nilda took a sip of her cooled coffee and shuddered. Solveig pushed back her chair. I'll get more coffee. She was up and at the stove before Nilda thought to stop her. Nilda blew out a breath and rocked in her chair. Come on, get this over with. I wish I'd never started this. Just get it over with, she thought. Her mind seemed to argue with itself. Drang starts by flirting with the help and persists until it is more than flirting, and goes to more than kissing unless the girl or young woman flees, or fights back, or refuses to return to the house. I didn't get all my pay. She nodded to Solveig. Did you get yours? Did he? Johan stared at his wife, who shook her head. Nay, but I was so frightened. I got sick and threw up. On him? Nilda choked out. The front of him. And his shoes. Did you really? Nilda burst out laughing. She could no more contain it than she could stop the spring break-up on the river. Solveig stuttered, then giggled behind her hand. Then she too was laughing. He was screaming at me, and his Moor came running from the kitchen, and she was horrified and then angry and said I had to clean it up and go home so they didn't get sick from my sickness. I didn't go back because I was too sick. She looked at Johan. It was not my fault, she whispered. I did nothing to encourage him. He was and is vile. Why has this been allowed to go on so long? Because I was afraid you would not want to marry me if you thought I was, well, you know. And the others? Besides Adi, who are they? Does it matter? He is the problem. Nilda leaned forward. I believe he should be taught a lesson, made to see the error of his ways. Don't you, Solveig? Yeah, but the women must not be made to suffer. True. Sadly, this must be done in secret. Shame we don't pillory people here. Johan sighed and took his wife's hand. You could have told me. No, she couldn't have, Nilda argued. You are a lot wiser now than you were then. So what are we going to do? We are going to do nothing. You started the snowball rolling down the hill, and now it will be encouraged along by someone else. He leaned over and stared Nilda back into her chair. You know nothing about this. You will not talk it over with anyone else, and you will thus be safe from any danger from that family, either physical or hearsay. Do you understand? Nilda waited before nodding. It would be better this way. Hopefully Moore wouldn't be able to blame her either. She surged to her feet. Talk for the coffee, Solveig, and I'd better get home before dark and Moore starts to worry. I'll do the windows tomorrow. After all, I am unemployed now. Her brother walked her to the door. Be careful. And I'm not talking about skiing home in the dusk either. He patted her arm. Talk. Chapter 5. I do not want you out in the woods by yourself. Rune made sure his son was looking at him. But Uncle Einar said, be that as it may, your far says nay. I will deal with Einar. But I can work in the shop? Björn made a face. I thought I could catch up on the limb stacking. I figured that. But then you would decide you could finish limbing that tree. Rune knew he had hit home when the mask fell over his son's face. Björn slumped slightly and heaved a sigh. All right. He dropped his voice. Will you get the ash for the skis? If I can. I plan to talk with the men at the lumber store. Surely they know someone who makes skis around here who might be willing to share some information with me. Did you make the ones we had at home in Norway? Nay, my father did, years ago. Like everything else, if you take care of what you have, it will last longer. Not like Einar. He did take good care of his tools for lumbering, but the junk pile in the corner of the shop gave the boys plenty of things to sand and refinish to make them functional again, like the plane they used to smooth boards. The shavings made a great fire starter up at the house. I should spend some of the time splitting wood, Björn said. Rune nodded. I'll help you put that log up on the sawbuck so you can saw more spools for firewood, too. He heard the harness jingling. Einar was ready to leave, and patience was not part of his makeup. Come on. Sinja met them at the door and handed Rune the page she and Gerd had put together. Here are our lists. Tak. Make sure you get the coffee, although Einar usually sees that we have that. Gerd swayed with Kirsten on her shoulder. Outside, Rune and Björn dragged the dried tree to the sawbucks, but when they tried to lift it, they had to let it down with a thunk. It was just too big. All right, drive a wedge under the trunk where you want to cut so the saw doesn't bind up. You wouldn't be able to drag it up by yourself anyway. Björn nodded. You better get going, or he'll leave you behind. Rune laid a hand on his son's shoulder. You better work on this first. I figured. Rune swung himself up onto the sledge seat, once again aware of how hard Björn tried not to set Einar into a rage or even a simmer. Einar set the team to a trot, getting them to the turn at Benson's corner in record time. All that time he never said a word. Rune ignored him and enjoyed studying the other farms, dreaming of his own one day. They had the land, so step one was building their house. It would have been good to dig the cellar before the ground froze, but looking back never worked. He was saving every dollar of their wages to buy lumber for their house, but buying wood for skis was important too. Finally, Rune broke the silence. You ever thought of hiring one of those traveling sawmills to saw our logs here? Yeah, but the lumber will be too green to build with this summer. Rune nodded. That made good sense. You ever thought about adding on to the shop? Einar glared at him. What we got works fine. We could close in the remainder of the machine shed and add on a shed for the machinery. Yeah, we could. Einar's forehead furrowed deeper as he glared at Rune over his shoulder. You sure are good at spending my money. His bark bit. We don't need more space in the shop. You want to build something bigger, you just go build your own shop. Rune debated arguing, but deliberately chose to let it drop. In these last months, he had learned that the best way to deal with Einar Strand was to drop an idea into his head, then let him work it around until it became his idea. Just a thought. I figured that when you run out of pine logs to sell, you could use some other ideas for bringing cash in. I'm going to farm. I told you that. The growl deepened with each word spaced to cut. I know, but from what I see, that soil isn't real good for growing things. Going to take a lot of building up. Lots of rocks to pick out, too. That's what those boys are good for. My boys will be working on our own home, at least part of the time, not yours, thought Rune. I've been wondering how to get those stumps out. A lot of stumps out there. Dynamite works. Dangerous. Not if you know how. At least Einar's voice was back to his normal growl. I was hoping to get another couple of acres ready for spring planting. Going to need more hay if we get more cows. That wife of yours going to make cheese? Rune shook his head. Her name is Sinje. And now that Gerd is stronger, once the cows are out on pasture again, she's hoping to. The snow cover gave Black Duck a crisp, clean appearance. Still, even if you flattened out Norway's hills and mountains into a level plain, this town looked totally different. In Norway, you were either in the town or not. Here, you passed a few farms, then more farms, and then a feedlot, and then the stores, which were, Rune assumed, the town proper. It was so spread out, scattered. Norway's towns were compact, the buildings all huddled together. Rune suddenly realized why. In Norway, land was precious and you used every inch. Here, there was plenty of land for everyone. Einar's generous offer of acreage was not nearly as generous as it had sounded when Rune was still in Norway. Land in Minnesota was cheap and plentiful. He pointed toward what appeared to be a mill. How about leaving me off at the lumber yard? Then I'll meet you at Bergen's general store. Einar nodded. Going to the feed store, too. If you buy any wood, we need to load that before the feed. Rune nodded. It would be easiest if Einar just waited for him at the lumber yard, but the thought of Einar getting impatient while Rune talked with someone there didn't seem like a good thing. Einar lined the team over in front of the lumberyard office. Rune barely had his boots on the ground before Einar clucked the team forward. Talk. Rune didn't expect an answer, and he didn't get one. He strode up to the building marked office and opened the door. Overhead, a bell jangled. Monroe's Lumber was one of the largest businesses in town, and praise to God, the storekeeper spoke both English and Norwegian. Ah, Mr. Carlson, I haven't seen you for a long time. How can I help you? The clerk greeted him with a smile. Good day, Mr. Hekstrom. Rune nodded. I need both wood and information. Well, hopefully I have what you need on both counts. Let's start with the information. Mr. Hextrom leaned on the counter. What are you thinking to build now? Skis for my boys to get to school easier. They know how to ski? That they do. Don't all Norwegians know how to ski? Depends on when and where they came from. You made skis before? Rune shook his head. We used the ones my far made, but couldn't bring them along. I know he used hickory, but I was thinking perhaps birch would be easier to find here. Or ash? Most folks use black ash. Hickory is so heavy, and birch warps more easily. But if you soak black ash and bend up the front, when it dries, it stays that way. Keep 'em well waxed and stored straight, and you got skis for a lifetime. You heard about the ski clubs popping up? Big group down in Red Wing. Rune shook his head, as if he went anywhere to hear any news. So who is making skis? I just thought to make 'em for us. Skiing makes good sense here. Faster than horse travel and easier on the horse. The Halversons over in Bemidji are shipping skis back to Norway. Really? Rune nodded slowly. You have any black ash here? I do. Have to keep it in stock. Have birch, too. How much you want? Rune reined his mind back to dealing with the here and now. Ash, please. Enough for 2 pairs. Start there. I heard you got some land from Old Strand. When you planning to build? How did... Rune cut off the question. Probably from the sheriff. Folks said women did the gossiping, but men told stories. Getting the best of Einar Strand seemed to be worth a tale or two. Hope to start digging the cellar soon as the ground thaws. So we're probably looking at late June to build, then? Depends on how fast my boys and I can dig it out. Hextrom snorted. I'm sure old Einar's not going to help you any. Probably not. All he thinks about is cutting trees. You thinking a log cabin? The trees are too big for that. I'll be ordering milled lumber when we get closer. I thought about using some of our trees for the lumber, but that will be too green, right? Hextrom nodded. So for now, you just need ski planks? Rune held out his hand, measuring from the floor. Knut is about this tall, and Leaf about here, but they sure are growing fast, so I suppose I should make all the skis 6 foot and let Leaf grow into them. That way we could all use them easy enough. He shook his head. I know my wife would love to ski again. You ever seen anyone carry a baby in a sling or backpack while on skis? Might make her the talk of Benson's Corner, but... He shrugged. You do what needs doing. He grinned. Rune smiled and nodded. So where can I get good ski wax? Over at Bergen's. They carry about everything. You going to build your house out of white pine? Dry as it can be. We got some of last year's under a roof. Should be good by then. Still a lot of building going on around here. Makes you wonder, if you think about the diminishing acres of white pine left. Those big companies, they just clean out an area and move on. Watched them do that all across the northern part of this country. He leaned his elbows on the counter. Rune nodded. Farming will keep expanding. Yeah, but so much of that soil is only good for growing trees. Fella I met talked about planting hardwoods. That's what nature does, replants. Pine trees take a lot of years to grow back, but they will eventually. Planting hardwoods, eh? Rune thought of all the birch already growing where the pines had either fallen or been cut down. Black ash grows here? Yup, and maple. Some make orchards of sugar maple, too, and cut the wood when it's big enough. So how did you feed your family while the trees were growing? Rune couldn't see Einar being that patient, but on his own 5 acres, he could plant trees on part of it, half pasture, half trees. His head teemed with questions and ideas. He nodded. Talk, you give me a lot to think about. Mr. Hextrom slapped his hand on the counter. So, I got some real straight black ash, 1x4 by 8 foot. You might want to get an extra board or two just in case something goes wrong. Rune counted out his carefully hoarded cash and paid, and together they walked out into the back of the long, tall building where they kept the finer woods. He picked out 6 lengths. We'll be back for them. I'll keep them right here for you. Rune looked longingly at the different kinds and cuts of wood. He had always known he liked working with wood, a desire that came down from as far and as far as far. He inhaled the deep, rich fragrance of the gathered woods. Some, like cedar, smelled stronger, even drove the bugs away. He hated to be in a hurry to leave, but he had no desire to get left behind. "Tak, tusen tak. I will see you later." He walked out to the main street and turned toward Bergen's general store. Einar was inside, waiting at the counter. He had already amassed a pile of purchases. "You got the list?" Rune pulled it out of his pocket and handed it to Einar. He smiled at the woman behind the counter. She smiled in return. Einar frowned. "This all?" Rune nodded. "Gerd and Sinja both went over the list." Still scowling, Einar slapped the list down on the counter. To the clerk, Rune said, "Mr. Hekstrom at the lumber yard said you carry ski wax." "Yeah, we do. Comes in a block." She reached behind her to some wrapped cakes that looked rather like soap packages. He thought a moment and nodded. "I would like 2, please." Einar gave a snort of disgust. Rune ignored him, something he was getting better at doing. "How long until the order will be ready?" "Give me half an hour." "Good. We need to pick up some other things." He turned. Einar was already halfway to the door. Rune turned back to the woman and smiled. "Tak." She smiled and nodded, then sent a glare in Einar's direction. Seemed like he had a bad reputation in Black Duck, too. Outside, Einar untied the team. "How much wood you got?" Rune told him. "Thought it would fit straight along the side of the bed." "We'll get feed after that. You talk to that Hekstrom fellow about that addition to the shop?" Rune stared at him. "But you said—" He cut off the rest of his surprise. "We haven't measured yet to see what we need. Besides, we can't add on until the snow is gone." Einar grunted. "We could put the floor down and continue that front wall. Build a door like the barn." "You want to talk to him?" Einar shook his head. "Tell him to put it on my tab, and we'll pick it up next Saturday if it ain't storming." As if they had time right now to build that in. "When you thinking to move the logs?" "Better do it soon, before the frost goes out. Tell him we need a pulley and tackle, too. Need that today. And hawser rope, 200 feet. Tell him what we're doing. He'll know how much." "We could use a pulley in the haymow, too, especially since you're expanding your hay fields this spring." Einar shook his head. "Just get one." Rune returned to the lumberyard feeling a bit smug and with a lighter heart. He was finally becoming able to direct Einar's thoughts toward the future, away from negative things and toward positive things. And that was something he had not thought could happen. But then, coming to this lumberyard always lightened his heart. Besides the wood aromas and stacks of milled lumber, there was Mr. Hekstrom. Together, by guess and by golly, they figured out approximately what would be needed for the extension on Einar's shed in only 10 minutes. Once the ash planks, pulley, and rope were loaded, they drove to the feed store, then returned to Bergen's. "You remember this here dynamite needs to be kept dry," the man loading the wagon cautioned. The look Einar sent him made him shrug and shake his head, but he carefully set the wooden box at the front of the bed on the floor. They tied down the load and climbed back up on the seat. "Tak," Rune smiled at the store employee who had helped them load. "Appreciate the help." Einar slapped the reins and the team settled into their collars, somehow knowing that pulling the loaded wagon would take more effort on their part. Rune's happy thoughts dissolved under Einar's black cloud. He gritted his teeth. Couldn't Einar Strand at least be a little polite? Chapter 6. So how did the trip go? Sinja could feel Rune shaking his head. They hadn't had time to talk since the two men returned from Black Duck. She had been shocked to see such a huge load come jingling down the lane. They had yet to put away all the new supplies. Rune had promised to be careful with the box of dynamite. The box made her heart drop to somewhere around her ankles. The thought of having dynamite anywhere on the farm made her skin crawl. Accidents could happen so easily. I feel sorry for him. She jerked herself back to the man beside her. For Einar? Yeah, he... Sinja waited, thinking perhaps Rune had fallen asleep. A thought tripped through her sleepy mind. What had Einar done to make Rune feel that way? Another followed. What would it take to make that man, as she'd come to call him, even look at her, let alone speak to her? How could he hang on to a grudge for so long? She could feel sleep creeping over her. He is never nice to anyone, Rune said. Sinja swallowed her snort. I wonder if he was always like this. And why did Gerd ever marry him? That question had come to her before. What were they both like when they were younger? She trapped a yawn, her eyes closing in spite of her. Rune's breathing told her he had fallen asleep, even if he desired to tell her more. She breathed her thanks. Kirsten's squirming and hungry cries brought her more out of a dream that left her wondering. Something bad had happened, but waking to her baby made her smile both inside and out. Kirsten was better than a rooster for an alarm clock. Rune groaned and managed to pull his pants over his long johns and shove his feet into his boots. They were both adept at dressing in the dark. He moved to the wooden box where the kerosene lamp and matches waited. Mornings like this remind me that spring can't come too soon. Dressed in a robe and slippers, Sinja picked up the baby and blinked against the lamplight. Rune carried the lamp down the stairs and held it up so she could see to follow him. In the kitchen, he started the stove while she changed the baby and sat down in the rocking chair to nurse her. The snapping of wood catching fire and the gurgles and throaty murmurs of the nursing baby made a fine good-morning song. I'll call the boys. I heard someone moving around up there. By the time Björn staggered into the kitchen, scrubbing his hair back with his fingers, she was adjusting the baby in the sling around her shoulder. No longer could she carry the baby in front. She and Gerd had devised a way to carry her on their backs, still leaving their hands free to cook or do whatever needed doing. As long as her Moor was moving around, Kirsten gurgled and made baby conversation until she drifted off to sleep again. What do you need from the well house? Björn asked. Milk, cream, and the full churn. She smiled at her eldest son. Tak. He shrugged into his winter things, and as he went out the door to the porch, the other two boys blinked their way into the kitchen. What's for breakfast? Leif asked. Bacon, eggs, fried cornmeal, and syrup. Can I cut a piece of bread to eat on the way to the barn? Knut could eat a full meal and want more an hour later. Sinja nodded to the bread box in the pantry. Help yourself. Cut 3. Sometime later, when all the menfolk were off to their labors and Kirsten was demanding to eat again, Gerd fixed plates for both of them and set them on the table. She and Sinja sat down at their places and heaved sighs of relief. The two cats sat side by side on the braided rag rug in front of the stove, tails curled around their front feet, eyes slitted. Sinja happened to be looking at them when Gra's eyes flew open, and in one motion, they both leaped to their feet and tore into the pantry. Good hearing, Gerd said. Hope they catch it. One more thing to be thankful for. The mouse population had nearly abandoned the house, and now that they had inside stairs down to the cellar, the cats had taken care of that part of the house, too. Do most babies start on real food at this age? Gerd asked. My Moor told me to, and it worked with the boys, but she also said that all babies don't do well with it. She looked down at her daughter's smiling face, milk drool leaking from one side of her mouth. "You don't want to waste any of that precious stuff, little one." Kirsten waved her fist and gurgled an answer. "I always dreamed of nursing a baby." Gerd swirled her cornmeal slab to mop up the last of the syrup on her plate. She nodded while putting it in her mouth. "Never did get pregnant." "I am sorry." "Perhaps it was better this way." "I couldn't for a long time after Leaf. Pretty much gave up hope." Signe stroked her daughter's cheek. "And then she came along. I think she's God's gift to us, being born in this country and all. We waited so long. Since I had lost several, we almost decided not to come when we learned I was pregnant, but we all got here just fine. And she's growing like those weeds that try to take over the garden. I thought about naming her Joy, but the boys liked the name Kirsten." "So she is Kirsten Joy Carlson." Gerd nodded and held up her cup. "More?" She motioned for Signe to stay seated. "I'll get it." As she refilled their cups, she nodded to the churn by the stove. "I'll do that while you get the bread going. Let's get that venison haunch started in the big kettle for soup." Signe nodded and set her baby on her knees, propping her up with both hands on her sides. Jiggling her knees made Kirsten giggle, then laugh out loud. Joy was such a good name for her. There had been more laughter in this house with this happy baby than there had probably ever been before. "Let's tie her in the rocker, and I can keep that going with my foot while I churn," Gerd suggested. "Yeah, fine idea." Signe drained her coffee cup and, baby on hip, set their dishes in the steaming, soapy water in the pan on the stove. She paused and smiled at Gerd. "I am so grateful since you got better." She waved a hand around the kitchen. "I never dreamed this could happen." "I didn't either. Bringing you and Rune and your family over here was the best thing Einar has ever done for me. And he thought it was all for felling more trees." She set to washing the dishes. "I even appreciate doing the dishes now." Signe nodded and sniffed. She blew her nose on the bit of flannel she kept in her apron pocket. Thankfulness made even the cats and the kitchen smile. A streak of sun gilding a window design on the floor invited both cats to curl up there. "Has Uncle Einar used dynamite to blow out stumps before?" Signe asked. Gerd nodded. "He learned to leave a longer fuse and not stand too close. House shook every time. That was before I was too weak to get out of bed, but I didn't go out there." She shook her head while taking the dishes out of the rinse pan and drying them before putting them back in the cupboard. "I think my eyes see differently now." Signe propped the baby against a pillow in the rocker and used a dish towel to tie her in place. Kirsten chortled and waved both arms, while Signe carried the rocker over by the churn. "Here you go, little one. Have a good time." Gerd dragged a chair over by the churn and sat down to begin, using one foot to set the rocker in motion. Kirsten stared at the thunk of the churn, her mouth matching the rounds of her eyes. Gerd nodded, so close to a smile that Signe held her breath. When the baby waved her arm again and garbled out some sounds, the corners of Gerd's mouth twitched, then spread. She leaned closer to the laughing baby. Kirsten stared at her as if she too were waiting for a real smile. When it came, she stared right into Gerd's eyes, gurgled, and reached for her face with one tiny finger. Gerd kissed the end of her finger, sending Kirsten into another round of chuckles. Signe watched their game, ignoring the tears running down her face. All she could think was, "Thank you, Lord God, thank you, Jesus, Holy Spirit, for being in this room with us. Surely this is one of your miracles." She sniffed and beat more flour into the rising sourdough. Once it was thick enough, she dumped it out on a floured board and set to kneading. What a glorious day this was turning into. The churn song deepened, the baby slumped into slumber, and Signe rolled her dough into a ball and laid it back in the crockery bowl. Now it would rise again, covered with a clean dish towel on the warming shelf above the stove. "Why don't you go take a nap while I put her in her cradle?" Sinja whispered, as always, noticing as soon as Gerd started to fade. "I was going to wash the butter." "I know, but churning takes a lot out of you. Now is a good time to rest." Gerd nodded and pushed herself to her feet. "Tak." How that word made Sinja's heart bloom. It had been so long, but now it was worth all the time she had ignored the screaming and meanness. Illness truly did strange things to some people. Her Moor had told her that years earlier. Never had she seen it so true as here in the North Woods of Minnesota. As Gerd made her way to bed, Sinja carefully tucked her baby into the cradle and rocked it tenderly until Kirsten settled back into her morning nap. Later, Gerd was back in the kitchen, and the sun was already on the downward plunge when the boys burst through the door, laughing and waving a letter. "From Bestemor," Knute announced. "And Mrs. Benson said to tell you that if the weather holds, she plans to come visit tomorrow. She said she had to see that baby again and to have coffee with you and Tante Gerd." Leif grinned at his Moor. "Good, huh?" "Yeah, indeed, very good." "Oh, and Tante Gerd, she sent you more yarn. She just got more in. We're to tell her in the morning if you want her to bring more when she comes." Gerd fingered the skein of yarn, nodding all the while. "I can always use more. It would be good to see her again." Sinja swallowed her shock and smiled both inside and out. How wonderful to have good memories in this house to blot out the earlier ones. "I'm hungry." Leif sniffed the yeasty smell of rising bread. "Fresh bread would be good. We'll have that for supper. There are some pancakes left you can butter and sprinkle with sugar. How was school?" "I got 100 on my spelling test." Leif brought the pancakes from the pantry to butter at the table. "Do we have buttermilk?" "Since Gerd churned the butter today, we do. Look in the pantry." "I have to write an essay." Knute shook his head as if this were a punishment rather than a simple assignment. "About?" No answer. Sinja rolled her eyes and lifted the lid to feed the fire. "You both better bring in wood before you start the chores." "Joseph from 2 farms north of here said the wolves tried to get in their sheep pen. The ewes are having their lambs. I sure wish we had some sheep." Leif rolled another pancake and ate half of it in one bite. "Maybe we could buy some sheep from them." "We don't have enough animals to take care of now." Knute shook his head at his younger brother. "Those 2 gilts mean we will have lots of baby pigs this year. And I want to work in the woods. Just think, Uncle Ivar will be here too. Means there are going to be plenty of branches to cut and haul to the piles. And we get to build our own house." Leif stuffed the last pancake in his mouth and drained his glass. "You get to milk Belle tonight. She tried to kick the bucket over last night. Wonder how come." "Maybe you pinched her teat." "I didn't pinch her." Leif took a playful swing at his brother, who sidestepped him with a grin. "Isn't the heifer due soon?" Sinja asked. Knute nodded. "She's pretty big." "Have you put her in the box stall yet?" Gerd asked. "No. Should I?" She nodded. "If she decides to have her calf during the day when they're outside, she might try to go hide somewhere." "I won't let her out tomorrow. Far will know if she's getting close." Both boys headed out the door and returned with a load of wood. "Tak. We'll bring in more later, after we put Jenna in the box stall." They laughed as they ran out the door, bounded off the porch, and chased each other to the barn. Sinja watched them go with a smile. Chapter 7. Another job. Nilda was happy that she had been able to find a place with the storekeeper, Mrs. Severson, so quickly. It was only temporary, but it was money in her pocket. She entered the store, and the bell over the door tinkled. "I am so glad you'll be filling in for Matilda until she is well enough to come back to the store." Mrs. Severson took Nilda's coat and showed her where to hang it up. I have gotten behind on unpacking and putting out the last shipment of supplies, so that is where we will start. She led the way to the back room, where crates covered half the floor. Some of this will go up on these shelves, then the rest out on the shelves in the store. She handed Nilda a crowbar to pry off the tops of the crates and left. Nilda opened the first crate and lifted out paper-wrapped bolts of fabric and packets of notions, including thread. Yarn came in another wrapped parcel, and the bottom half of the crate was canned goods. She set the fabric and yarn on a shelf and lined the cans up on a table. Setting notions in a basket, she carried them out to place on the shelves that still held enough to guide her. Dry goods. Nilda loved just being around beautiful dry goods. She smiled. This was going to be so much nicer than that Nigor job. Over the next few days, as she unpacked crate after crate, Nilda struggled to fight off the curiosity bug that kept attacking her. What did Johan mean when he told her to stay out of it, whatever it was? One morning, she pried the lid off yet another crate. The last of Mrs. Severson's dry goods order. Excellent. She filled her basket with boxes of thread and took it out front to shelve the spools. You! The customer at the counter pointed a long finger at Nilda. Mrs. Nigor. Nilda froze. Of all the people in the world, well, except Drang, Nilda wanted to avoid this woman the most. Mrs. Nigor turned to Mrs. Severson. You are employing a vixen, a hussy, a tramp. I insist you fire her immediately. Why, Mrs. Nigor, she tried to seduce my poor Drang. The boy knows nothing about the ways of the world, and she tried to pervert him. I insist. Out! Fury grabbed Nilda's heart and mind, and then that fury came flying out of her mouth. Mrs. Nigor, haven't you ever wondered why you can't keep household help for more than a month or so? Your son makes unwelcome advances, persistent advances, not just to me, all of us. That is why. And you are a liar as well. Miss Carlson is a splendid worker, Mrs. Severson barked, and she never raised her voice. Industrious, fast to catch on, scrupulously honest, and pleasant to the customers. No, I will not fire her. Then I will not come here again. That is your choice, Mrs. Nigor. Talk for coming in. Red-faced with anger, Mrs. Nigor marched out. I am so sorry. Nilda stepped toward Mrs. Severson. You lost a customer, and it was all my fault. My terrible temper. I'm so sorry. Mrs. Severson studied her, and she didn't even look upset. I've heard rumors about Drang. That woman called you a strumpet. It's no wonder you got angry. I would have as well. She smiled. In fact, I did. Please resume your duties and think nothing more of it. I will see you first thing in the morning, right? Yeah, I'll be here. Nilda's heart sang. Mrs. Severson believed her. She believed her. That boy knows nothing about the ways of the world. Ha! It was not as dark as usual when she left work that evening. The sky was still a bit light. Could spring be near? Nilda buckled into her skis and, digging her poles in, headed for home. Being outside with the cold biting her cheeks always made her want to shout for joy. Nothing felt more like freedom and flying than slipping over a hillock and up another. Except spring flowers. That was even better. At the farmhouse, she loosed the bindings on her skis and studied them a moment. Would she be able to take them to America? Rune had written that he was learning to make skis and how he wished he had spent more time with Bestafar in his woodshop. She needed to write to him and ask if he would have extra skis made by next winter. Unwinding her scarf as she entered the house, she could hear Moore in the kitchen talking with someone. That you, Nilda? Yeah. She hung up her things and followed her nose to the coffee pot on the stove. Once her cup was full, she joined her Moore and Ivar at the table. Something sure smells good. A leg of mutton. Ivar's pay for helping cut up the fir tree that blew down at the Stettlers. Good pay. Yeah, Ivar didn't plan on getting paid. So how was work? Even as she told Moore and Ivar about the confrontation with Mrs. Nigor, she wondered, would this help or hinder whatever it was that Johan had in mind? She wished he had told her more. She ended, and Mrs. Severson wants me tomorrow, too. Every day puts more in the ticket fund for Ivar. She sipped her coffee. I don't think Far would have allowed me to go without Ivar. In a way, Drang illustrates why. Moore nodded. I'm going to miss you dreadfully. And 2 of you leaving at once. Ivar laid a hand on hers. You'll get to come to America more. We will all see to that. And somehow you will see Ingeborg again. We were so close, Ingeborg and I, until that big feud that my Far enforced. All those years we couldn't even talk to each other. Moore never got over it. I don't think you did either. Not really, Nilda said. Moore heaved a sigh and stood up. That rug will never get done at this rate. How long until you're supposed to leave? May 20th, right after Sitten de Mai. I would like to take my skis along. You already have 2 trunks going and the loom, besides your clothes. I want to send Sinya a yellow rosebush start, too, and some more seeds. She has always loved our yellow roses. They'll climb up anything. Perhaps she will have a porch on her new house that needs a yellow rosebush blooming in front of it. Every time Nilda saw Johan, she wanted to ask him if anything was happening to teach Drang a lesson, but some kind of wisdom helped her keep her questions to herself. One afternoon, she nearly pointed her skis to his house rather than straight home. Disgust dug into her skin like a sliver. She should have come up with an idea by herself. At least something might have happened that way. Sometime later, Nilda was at work setting the storeroom in order when she heard the tinkling bell announcing a customer. When she didn't hear Mrs. Severson welcoming the person, she started for the front of the store. You won't believe this, Mrs. Severson. Mrs. Grossbach, one of the gossipers from church, had a voice that could carry across the valley. Nilda told herself to go back to work, but instead waited. Whatever has you in such a state? Well, I can hardly believe this myself, but... She dropped her voice. Go back to work, Nilda instructed herself. Now. Still she waited. Nilda Carlson, you do not like that woman anyway. What do you care about her tittle-tattle ways? Something kept her stuck to her spot. When she heard the name Dreng Nigor, she leaned closer to the curtain-shrouded doorway. Hearing voices was different from understanding what they were saying. He was beaten up pretty badly, and when his Far found out... Nilda fought to think of an excuse to go closer to them, but nothing came to mind. At least the men had inflicted some kind of punishment. And what? Never had Nilda's ears worked harder to decipher muttered words. What's the word? Oh, I remember. Banished! Mr. Nigor is sending his son to America to work for his uncle. When? Immediately. His Moore is going to be heartbroken. She's the one who spoiled him. You say no one knows who the girls were? Pretty hush-hush altogether. The Nigors wouldn't want this kind of information out. How did you come by it? I'll never tell. Do you have any envelopes and writing paper? I do, back here. Do you need ink for your pen, too? Why, yes, I believe I do. And do you have any fresh eggs? Our hens aren't laying yet. Nilda shook her head and returned to her cleaning. So Dreng was receiving recompense for his vile actions after all. Banished. God help the young women in America. A couple of days later, she picked up the mail at the post office. A letter for Moore and one for... Her? No one ever wrote to her. She slid a fingernail under the flap and pulled out a single sheet of paper. On it, in block letters, she read, I will get you for this. D.N. Chapter 8. "Be sure to tell Mrs. Benson that I need more yarn," Gerd said as the boys headed out the door for school the next morning. "I will," Leif called over his shoulder. As soon as they'd had breakfast, Sinja set to sweeping the kitchen while Gerd washed the dishes. When things were put to rights, Kirsten nursed, and the coffee pot on, Sinja sat down to finish a letter home for Mrs. Benson to take back with her. "We are so looking forward to Nilda and Ivar coming. Today is a beautiful day, but Einar said this morning that he thinks we're in for another blizzard soon. Gerd says he's right about the weather more often than not. Here it is March, and I am already longing for spring. Kirsten is gumming everything, so I think she may be teething soon. I gave her a piece of bacon rind to chew on before she gnawed my knuckle off. That keeps her happy for quite a while. Tante Gerd still needs occasional rests, but she's so much better it is hard to believe. We all have scarves, hats, and mittens thanks to her knitting. We have rabbit skins to make outer mittens, so we are learning to do that. Björn is a good hole puncher with an awl they finally found in Einar's shop. Rune bought wood to make skis, and they will plane those in the evening. They all like working down in the shop. Knute and Leif would be there more, but they have homework for school almost every night. Their English is getting very good, and they are teaching their more. Gerd helps me too. Tell Nilda and Ivar the most important thing they can do is learn to speak and read English before they come. Their lives here will be much easier that way. I hear a harness jingling. Mrs. Benson is coming, so I will say goodbye for now. We treasure your letters. Your daughter, Signe." She quickly folded the pages and slid them into an envelope. How she desired to see her family again. Writing should make the sadness go away, but it didn't, not really. She grabbed her coat and headed for the back door to greet their visitor. The front door was all snowed in. Come in, I will take your horse to the barn." No, with no wind, we'll blanket him and leave him here. I need to get back to the store soon, since Mr. Benson has to deliver orders later." Mrs. Benson smiled at Signe. "You see, that is what I am doing too, delivering yarn. And I'm sure there are some other things in the sleigh. Isn't this a beautiful day? I think the icicles are even dripping on the south sides of roofs." Together they settled the heavy horse blanket over the horse and retrieved a basket and packages from the back. As they mounted the porch steps, Mrs. Benson said, "You have the nicest boys. You should be very proud of them." Signe stared at her visitor while she opened the door. Talk." She wondered what they had done to have earned such a compliment. "Let me take your coat." "Good morning, Mrs. Strawn," Mrs. Benson said as she walked into the kitchen. "How are you this fine morning?" "Better. Sit down. Gerd pulled out a chair. "The coffee is nearly ready." Setting her basket on the table, Mrs. Benson looked around. "Where is that baby girl of yours? You know that's who I really came to see." "She's sleeping, but knowing her, she'll be awake soon. She already doesn't like to miss anything." Signe glanced over to the cradle Rune had made for the downstairs. He had built another for upstairs, where the whole family slept. Wrapped in her blanket, Kirsten lay on her belly, one fist against her mouth. Mrs. Benson handed Gerd a brown paper package of yarn the size of a soup kettle, maybe even bigger. "This should last you a while. For a change, I was able to buy 2-ply in a soft yellow. I thought you might like to knit a dress for the little miss, and perhaps a bonnet. But if you don't want it, I'm sure I can sell it to someone else." Gerd opened the package carefully to save the paper, and fingered the soft, fine yarn. "Oh, how lovely." She lifted a skein. "Won't this be perfect?" She held it out for Signe to see. "I have never knit anything so fine. Good thing I have my Bestamor's wide collection of knitting needles. The ones I use for socks might work for this." Signe gazed at Gerd's face in wonder, soft to match the way she sometimes looked at Kirsten. She swallowed and took a deep breath. For this, God had brought her to this house and these people. She caught the look of delight Mrs. Benson sent her way and smiled back with a slight nod. "I brought this for you." Mrs. Benson handed Signe a jar of honey. "Tusen takk, we just used up the last. We can have that on the biscuits with our coffee." Signe made a face. "I almost forgot them." The biscuits were a bit more brown than usual, but when she set the pan on the table, the fragrance invited them to pour the coffee. Signe glanced over when she heard her baby squirming and starting to wake. "She likes the smell of coffee, I think." Gerd picked up the baby, who snuggled into her shoulder. Mrs. Benson and Signe exchanged a smile. Gerd might not have been a mother, but she sure knew how to cuddle a baby. "True Norwegian. The smell of coffee wakes her up." Mrs. Benson raised her cup as Signe reached her to pour coffee. "And no, nothing in it. Black is best." She spread honey on her biscuit and passed back the jar. Signe sat down with her daughter on her lap, handed her the bacon rind, and ate with her free hand. "Your bees certainly produce good honey," she said. Mr. Benson considered no longer keeping the hives going, and there was such an outcry from our customers that he changed his mind and built 2 more hives, so when the queens decide to go looking for new quarters, they can move right in. Mrs. Benson dabbed at the honey that dripped on her plate. "That other package is baby clothes Mrs. Engelbrecht sent for Kirsten, so she has some to grow into. She has been keeping these clothes in case she had another girl, but she thought you could use them in the meantime. She said she hoped you would come join our sewing circle when the weather lets up." "I hope we both can come when spring breaks through." Signe bounced her knees gently as Kirsten fussed a bit. "I need to feed this one, so excuse me. Can you not nurse her where you are?" "Yeah, but—" "Oh, for goodness sake, as far as I could see, we're all women here. Go ahead." With Kirsten content again, Signe finished her coffee. "We are about out of jam, I'm sorry to say. Do you know anyone who has strawberry or raspberry bushes we can buy?" "Not for sale, but we share such things, all us women. If you don't mind, I'll ask when we have our next meeting." She looked to Gerd. "I hope you'll come too, Mrs. Strand." "We'll see." Signe knew a smile did not stay down where she was trying to stuff it. "We'll see" was a far cry from an adamant no. "I have a question, Mrs. Benson. We want to have Kirsten baptized. Is there a process we need to know?" "Just talk to Reverend Skarstead. I know he has been wanting to come out here." Signe glanced at Gerd, whose shoulders hinted at a shrug. "It might be best if we talk with him after church on Sunday." "Did you know that he preaches at All Saints in Blackdock every Sunday afternoon?" "No, I didn't. His Sundays are really full then, aren't they?" "Yeah, but he says some pastors have 3-point parishes. 2 is hard, so 3 would be really difficult. Of course, he says at least he doesn't have to write 2 sermons for every Sunday." She glanced up at the clock. "Oh, my, how the time flies. I need to get back to the store. Thank you so much for the visit. Can I hold that baby for just a minute?" "Of course." Signe brought Kirsten around the table and handed her to their guest. "Oh, you are just the dearest thing. Such a sweet baby." Kirsten stared at Mrs. Benson, wrinkled her forehead, and whimpered before shifting into full-blown crying. "I'm afraid she's not used to very many people." Signe took her baby back and, swaying, shushed her with a gentle voice. Mrs. Benson pushed back her chair. "I'll have to make sure she does not think me a stranger." She dropped a kiss on the baby's forehead as she made her way around the table. "Thank you, and I hope to see you again on Sunday. We're having a get-together meal after church, and I hope you could stay for that. You would be our guests, so please don't bring anything but your appetites." "We'll see." Signe tried to smile. "It would be a great way to meet more of our members." Mrs. Benson reached for her coat. After she left, Signe refilled the firebox and put the remaining biscuits in a tin to keep them fresh. "Are you hungry?" Gerd picked up her knitting, shaking her head. "Not really. Can we wait a bit?" Of course. I thought we might have fried cheese sandwiches. The last of the leftovers from the night before had gone to the woods with the men. Snow had started to fall by the time the boys rode into the lane. "Your turn to put the horse away," Knute told his brother from the porch stairs. "I know." Knute scraped off his boots and pushed open the door. "Getting colder." Gerd looked up from her knitting. "The wind does that." "Can we have something to eat before we start chores?" "Yeah, there are biscuits in the tin. Or you could have bread and butter." "With sugar?" "Fix some for Leaf, too." Sinja took the last of the diapers from the line and finished folding them. "Skim the milk pan so you have milk for the pigs and chickens." "There's soured milk in the cans and plenty of cream to churn." "Good. We sent the last of the butter with Mrs. Benson. I'm going to check my snares, too." Knute sat down at the table with his bread and a glass of milk from the pantry. "I think we need a dog." "Whatever brought that up?" "We had to write a paper today about dogs, and we don't have one. So I wrote about our one in Norway, but it made me realize how much I want to have a dog again." "We have 2 cats. They can't go along to check the snares or fishing or hunting or anything." "Where would you get a dog?" Gerd asked. "We used to have one." Leaf blew in, stomping his feet on the rug. "We better get on those chores fast. Good thing we didn't let the cows out this morning. Uncle Einar was right. A blizzard is coming." He grabbed his bread and ate it standing in front of the stove. "I'll go skim the milk pans so you can get to the animals." Sinja reached for her coat and wrapped a scarf around her neck. "You want anything from the well house?" she asked Gerd. "Just the cream for the churn. Let it warm and I can churn in the morning." The wind fought to tear off Sinja's hat and drive the cold into her bones. Closing the door of the well house behind her, she paused to catch her breath before lighting the lantern on a hook on the wall. After skimming the cream into a crock, she poured the milk into one of the milk cans, filling a jug for the house. Knute had taken the full one down to the barn. They really needed more milk cans, especially now that the heifer had freshened. With a bucket of cream in one hand and the milk jug in the other, she stepped back outside and made sure the latch fell into place on the door. She looked toward the barn, hoping the men were already back, but she couldn't see through the blowing snow. By the time she made it to the house, she had to stagger up the steps and stand there a moment trying to catch her breath. Dark hovered overhead, making her glad to see the lamps lit and set in the windows, promising warmth within. Concern had begun to gnaw on her insides before she finally heard the stamping of boots on the porch and the men filed in, brushing snow off their hats and coats as they came. "Good thing we started back when we did," Rune said by way of greeting. "Almost hated to leave the quiet of the barn and fight the wind up to the house." He rubbed his hands over the heat of the stove. "No frostbite?" Gerd stared at Einar, who huddled over the stove with the others. "Nay, but this might turn into a bad one," he grunted. Rune inhaled. "Sure smells good in here. If it keeps on, there won't be any school for you boys, so we can work in the shop all day." He shot Einar a questioning look. "Supper is ready," Sinja said. "Wash, and we can eat." Every time the howling wind woke him during the night, Rune gave thanks for the sturdy house and his family sleeping around him. He went downstairs and stoked the stove several times, and each time the storm seemed to have gathered new energy for another onslaught. It was hard to tell when morning came with the storm still raging. The parlor windows were blocked by snowdrifts, and all of the window panes in the house wore delicate designs of frost. Only the kitchen had clear glass at the top. "We'll get the animals taken care of, then breakfast before we head to the woodshop," Rune instructed. "Einar?" "Harness needs some repairs. That mower's not done yet." He glared at Leaf, whom he blamed for the cut on his hand he had received from the mower, which had laid him low for a time. Rune shook his head. Accidents happened, and most were not intentional, as if Leaf would want to hurt anyone. "Björn, you can help by sharpening the blades if you like." Einar muttered something and raised his cup for Gerd to refill. "Hang on to the rope," Rune ordered as they stepped off the porch and into the icy teeth of the storm. Earlier that winter they had strung a rope from the house to the barn to keep anyone from getting lost in this kind of weather. It took Einar and Rune together to pull the barn door open as the boys kicked the snow away. Inside, the barn seemed a haven of peace and quiet. One of the horses nickered, and the rooster crowed from the chicken house. Rune made his way to the shop, lit a lamp, and started a fire in the stove. He set a bucket of snow on top to melt. The water barrel in the barn had frozen over. He set 2 more snow-filled buckets by the fire. The animals all needed water. The only pump not frozen was the one in the house. "Wish you all could stay in the house," Sinja said as the men and boys bundled up to head back out after breakfast. "Me too, but don't worry about us. The shop won't be warm, but it will be tolerable since we'll all be working. What's for dinner?" "I brought up that ham hock and set beans to soaking last night. I thought ham and beans would be warming." "And fried bread?" Leif grinned at his moor before he pulled his scarf up over his lower face. "Yeah, it should be ready for that. We'll have fried rabbit for supper, thanks to Knut. You two fill that wood box before you come down," Rune told the younger boys. "I've got buckets of snow melting in the shop. Can you melt some here, too?" he asked Sinja. "Of course, bring me in a wash tub of snow." By noon, all the animals and chickens had been watered, and more buckets of snow were melting for later. Between Björn at the grinding wheel and the wind trying to collapse the building, sitting down for dinner felt like a reprieve for their ears. Cornbread, ham, and beans with fried bread and bowls of syrup had everyone in a good mood. Except for the baby, who woke from her nap, crying, and hot enough to melt a bucket of snow. Chapter 9. The wind no longer rattled the windows. It couldn't. The windows were covered by the snow banked on the windward side of the house. Rune and the boys were kept busy just keeping a path cleared to the barn. The snow drifted in almost faster than they could shovel. There were chores to be done and dinner to be made, but Sinja had a sick baby to rock. This fever worried her. There was no way anyone could reach a doctor or even a neighboring farm with this blizzard raging. She couldn't even tell the cause. "Try this." Gerd handed her a baby bottle of vile-looking fluid. "What is it?" "A palm of vinegar and a palm of sugar in a cup of water." "A palm?" "You know, a palm." Gerd held out her cupped hand, palm up. Uncertain, Sinja offered the bottle to Kirsten. Kirsten took one suck and jerked her head aside, her arms waving. She fussed louder. Boots thudded on the porch, and Leif burst into the room. "More! The calf is coming! You can see the front feet!" "Now?" The worst blizzard of the year, and the heifer was going to calve. "Is your far there?" "Nay, Knut said to come get you." "I have the baby." Gerd reached down. Sinja handed Kirsten off to Gerd, headed for the coat rack, and rammed her arms into her wool coat sleeves. This weather was far too cold for a mere shawl. The wind made her shiver the moment she stepped out the door. She tucked her scarf ends in her coat, grateful for the warm mittens, scarf, and hat Gerd had knitted for her. Leif ran ahead to open the barn door for her. They both had to push and yank to knock aside the drift that already settled against it. The glow of the lantern hooked on by a post by the heifer's stall drew her. From her stanchion, Belle was reminding the boys she had not been fed yet, while Rosie chomped hay in her stall. The team had hay as well. Had Einar fed the horses but not the cow? Where was Rune? Sinja leaned on the stall's half door to make sure all was well with the heifer. First-timers sometimes had more problems than an experienced cow. Knut sat in the corner beside her head, stroking her face and murmuring encouragement. "Is she progressing?" she asked. "I think so. When she pushes, the front legs come out farther." "And then they go back a bit," Leif added. "Baby pigs just pop out." Bell lowed again. Leaf, you better give her some grain so she doesn't disturb the heifer. Leaf did as he was told, then went ahead and set the stool down so he could get to milking. You be good now, Bell, you hear? He brushed off her udder, and in moments the ping of milk in a bucket added to the evening barn sounds. Listening and watching the heifer reminded Sinja of the years she had milked cows and taken care of the livestock in Norway, along with her younger brother. In the winter, in the barn under the house, and in the summer, up at the setter, where the older girls and younger children took the cows, sheep, and goats for pasture. Knutta came around to look. Is the calf stuck, do you think? It could be. Sometimes the head gets twisted out of line. Sinja stepped into the stall and knelt by Jenna's tail. Jenna pushed again. The tiny hooves didn't move. Knutta, your hands are smaller than mine. Reach up into her and feel if the head is between the calf's front legs. She'll let me do that? Try. Knutta took off half of his coat and rolled his sleeve up high. Warily, he worked his hand past the tiny hooves. He pushed farther, to the elbow. Farther. I feel the head, and it's turned, kind of. Can you twist it back in place between the calf's legs? I don't know. Knutta forced his arm in farther. The whole arm was swallowed up now. Maybe it would not be long enough. He grunted and squirmed. I think maybe... There! He pulled his arm out. It was slimy with placental fluid. Yuck! But worth it if we save the calf, right? Right, and save the heifer as well. She could die if the calf can't get out. Leaf, bring a towel, Sinja called. The heifer pushed again, and this time the progress was clear. I'll get some sacks. Knutta hustled away and returned quickly, drawing off his arm. He beamed. That was kind of fun. There's the nose! A couple more pushes. The miracle of birth, be it animal or human, never failed to bring tears to Sinja's eyes. She glanced over to see Leaf beside her. You sure milked her fast. She's not giving so much anymore. He glanced over his shoulder. I hung up the bucket. He grinned at his moor. Pretty special, huh? Yeah, that it is. The heifer groaned, lifted her head, and with a heave, the calf slid out onto the straw. Leaf grabbed the gunny sacks and handed one to Knutta, who was lifting the calf's head already. He scrubbed the mucus out of the nose and mouth. The calf jerked and sucked in a breath of air. Knutta rubbed the rest of the baby's head to clean off the sack, while Leaf did the same, starting with the back. How come it didn't breathe right away? Leaf asked. Just needed a bit of help. Do we have a heifer or bull here? Sinja asked. Heifer. Knutta blew out another breath. The cord lay flaccid now that it was no longer needed. Do we need to cut that? You have a knife? I do. Leaf dug in his pocket for the knife he had been given on his birthday. He cut the cord about a foot away from the calf's belly, started to wipe the knife blade on his pant leg, then used the gunny sack instead. Good thinking. Sinja left the gentle scene and went to open the barn door. She stepped outside at the same moment Rune came down from the house. Einar insisted we cut a path to the shed to fix the plow. I suggested waiting. He kept insisting, so we did. He's still in the shed. Something wrong? He looked worried. Nay, we just had a calf. Rune nodded and smiled. The boys did all right then? You can be proud of your boys. They worked like they do this every day. She couldn't stop smiling. But suddenly she spun and headed to the house. Kirsten! She's still fussy and fevered. I have to... Isn't Garrett there? Sinja heaved a breath and shook her head. Of course. How silly. Months ago, Garrett couldn't have taken care of Kirsten. But now she could. Miracles without end. Much as I hate to do this, I'll have to miss church. Einar says we're hauling logs this week, and We have not felled enough to pay for the lumber for our house yet. Time is running out." Signa nodded slowly, but hurt leaked out onto her face. "But when will we have Kirsten baptized?" Thanks to Gaird's ministrations, Kirsten's fever had quickly faded. With her daughter back to her usual happy self, Signa felt it was time to plan Kirsten's baptism. "I thought we could wait until Nilda gets here, and she and Ivar can be there as godparents." Signa nodded slowly. "I do like that idea." "Good. Björn and I will fell the trees, and Knut and Leif can do the limbing. As the days get longer, I hope I can work on our property sometimes in the evening. We'll have to pull some stumps to clear land to build the house." He scrubbed his scalp with the ends of his fingers. "I know Einar plans on Ivar working with him on Sundays, but I need him more. Besides, he will not be indentured to Einar." The next morning, when he had finished eating his breakfast without waiting for the others, as usual, Einar announced, "We start hauling today. We'll load the sledge, and then you and I will haul the load to the train at Benson's Corner." He nodded to Björn. "You'll haul after that." "Really?" Björn looked at his far, who nodded. Björn shoveled in the last of his pancakes and drained his coffee cup. "I'll go hitch up the team." Rune half smiled at Signa. His boys were men. All they lacked were years. Out in the woods where they had built and erected a 15-foot-tall pulley frame to lift the logs onto the sledge, the men wrapped a chain around the end of the logs they had cut into 20-foot lengths and dragged 3 of them over to the pulley, one at a time. Rune drove the sledge into place beside the logs and unhitched the team so he could hitch them at the end of the pulley rope. The men wrapped the sling and chains into place, hooked them to the pulley, and the team slowly raised one of the logs to be swung above the ledge and then lowered into place. "We did it!" Björn whooped. Rune and Einar exchanged a look along with a nod. "Let's do it again." Dinner time had rolled around by the time they'd loaded all 3 logs and hitched the team back to the sledge. "Need that other horse out here," Einar muttered as he shoveled in his dinner. "Björn, you drive this trip." Rune watched his son encourage the horses to dig in and get the sledge moving, and then he and Einar drove out to the lane and past the barn and house. "Lord, keep them safe. Keep my son thinking ahead and following Einar's orders," thought Rune. He repacked the basket, hung it up on a branch to keep it free of critters, and hefting an axe, headed for the tree they had felled yesterday to start the limbing. To think of all the trees Einar had felled by himself, it seemed impossible. Shame he hadn't learned to be grateful for the help Rune and Björn brought to him. When the sledge returned, they loaded it up again, and while Björn hauled the load to the shipping station, Einar and Rune felled another tree. By the time they walked up to the barn, Björn hadn't returned. "Shouldn't Björn be back by now?" Rune asked. "He might have had to wait in line." They left the saws and axes in the machine shed, and Rune returned to the barn to check on his boys. Knut was forking hay from the haymow, and Leif was milking. Knut peered down from the top of the ladder. "Where's the team? And Björn?" He hauled another load of logs to the yard. "Leif, run up to the house and ask Moore what she needs." "She already said to bring the buckets and strainer up for scrubbing, and bring the butter and buttermilk for breakfast. Oh, and eggs. Our hens sure aren't laying much." "They will when it stays light longer. At least we can still have eggs once in a while." The 3 of them headed to the house with all their buckets. "I think Moore is getting worried about Björn," Leif said. Rune nodded. So was he. Surely if something had happened, someone would come tell them. If only he had the skis finished, he could go look for him. Of course, he could ride the other horse. He set his load on the porch. "I'm going back to talk to Einar." He pushed open the door to the shop and stepped in out of the icy wind. "Supper's nearly ready." "Yeah, be there in a few minutes." "Should I take the horse and go look for him?" "He'll be here soon. They unload right up to dark." Somewhat mollified, Rune checked on the press he had built to turn up the tips of the skis after he had soaked the planed and smoothed black ash. How would he know when it was dry? If only there was someone he could ask for advice. His far had not made skis, although he made anything else that was needed out of wood. So many generations of wood carving for houses and other buildings, besides household bowls, looms, spinning wheels, furniture, wagons, even musical instruments. Perhaps there was someone at church who made skis. He would send a note to Mrs. Benson. She would know. She knew everybody. Content with that decision, he looked at Einar. Ready? Yeah. He passed Rune at the door, ready to blow out the lantern. They were just sitting down to supper when Knute jumped up. He's home! He grabbed his coat and headed out the door. Rune nodded to Signe. If he looked as fearful as she did, they had both worried for naught. When the boys stomped the snow off their boots on the porch and Björn walked in, it was all Rune could do to keep from cheering. Einar looked up from eating. What happened? I was last in line, and he almost told me to leave the load and come back in the morning, but he changed his mind, marked our logs, and then unloaded. I learned a lot watching those men. I asked, and we could cut ours in 15-foot lengths to make the logs easier to handle. Yeah, depends on the mill. That night in bed, Rune admitted his concern to Signe. I was about to take Rosie and ride out to find him. If you hadn't, I would have, or sent Knute. I think today Björn became a man. Pride glowed through her words. Each day they got better at loading, so Björn got home earlier from the second load. One day they were able to load the sledge with a third load and park it by the barn for an early morning start. They had several warmer days, but when it turned cold again, Einar seemed to relax. In spite of 2 or 3 loads a day, there still seemed to be no dent in the number of logs left to haul. Tomorrow you leave before full dawn, Einar told Björn, so we could do 4 loads. We'll try a load with 4 of the smaller logs, or 5. He shook his head. Is that many safe for this sledge? Rune asked. We need taller steel posts on the sledge. You can only do it with smaller logs. What could happen to shift the load? It wasn't like Björn would be racing or anything careless. Even if the horses spooked at something, they wouldn't be able to run away hitched to the loaded sledge. Stop finding things to worry about, Rune ordered himself. Einar was treating Björn like a man, even if he was only 16. Lord, please keep my son safe, he prayed that night. Keep us all safe. Accidents happen so easily. Thank you for the many ways you bless us. He hugged Signe close. Someday soon we'll have our own house, he murmured in her ear. This would be the first house they had ever owned. He dreamed of a log cabin, but since that wasn't really feasible, a farmhouse would be perfect. Even if they had so little furniture, they could use tree rounds for seats. The next morning, Einar was his usual grumpy self. Knute, you come right out to the woods when you get home. He glared at Signe. Haul branches. Knute looked to his Moor, who shook her head before he could even ask. Björn ate before he went to the barn and hitched the team to the sledge. The horses threw themselves into their collars repeatedly, but the sledge didn't move. Frozen. Einar motioned Björn down and took the reins, turning the team off to the side. He slapped the lines hard and yelled at the same time. Hup! Move! Get on there! At the third try, the jerk broke the sledge runners free. After straightening the team and pulling forward a length, he stopped them and handed Björn the lines. Let them rest a few minutes to catch their breath and then get going. One night a couple weeks later, with the pattern of 3 loads hauled one day and 2 the next, Björn got home long after dark again. Knute took care of the horses, taking time to brush them down and feed them extra oats. Einar had already gone to bed when Knute returned to the house. Far? Rune looked up from writing a letter at the table. Yeah? I think the horses are losing weight. I could feel their ribs when I brushed them. I'll check them in the morning. Horses need rest just like humans. And they could break down just like humans if driven too hard. The next morning at the breakfast table, Rune turned to Einar. I think the horses need more feed. They're losing weight. How about if Björn takes a measure of oats along for each of them to eat while waiting in line to unload? Einar stared at Rune, then shifted his gaze to Knute. You figured that out? Knute nodded. Yeah, I could feel their ribs when I brushed them. I give them oats and plenty of hay. He looked to his far, who nodded. Good. Einar pushed his chair back and headed for the coat rack and out the door. All three of the boys stared at their far, eyes wide. Rune nodded. Good is right. You're all doing a great job, and taking good care of the animals is both wise and compassionate. We depend on them, and it's our job to take care of them. And each other. Signa murmured under her breath, but not so low that Rune couldn't hear it. For the next 3 days in a row, they woke to icicles dripping and the snow melting enough to slide off the roof in big chunks, whomping onto the drifts below. When one small avalanche happened during breakfast, Einar muttered an imprecation and glared at the window. Keeps up like this and we won't get many more logs hauled in. Rune looked at him. But we've not hauled any of mine yet. You think I don't know that? How many logs you got ready? Rune thought a bit. 15, I think. You think? Good grief, man, don't you keep count? We got 14 far. One still to limb. Björn pushed back his chair. Let's get this first load out. We got a full moon tonight. Work late. Cut a couple of the downed ones into lengths, Einar suggested. Rune looked at Signa and gave a slight shake of his head. She glared at him, but settled back without saying anything. Out loud, anyway. We do what we have to do, he said quietly as Einar stormed out the door. That night after supper, Björn turned to Einar. Today a man came up to me and asked if we had a lot of logs to haul yet, said he got his all in and could help us. Nay, I don't need any help. What doesn't get hauled this year, I'll haul early next. He just wants to cheat me. But no buts about it. I said nay, and that's it. Björn looked at his far. Rune shrugged and shook his head. I'll go talk with him, he promised himself. If I can pay him with a couple of logs, I'll have help to get ours in. Einar, I will never understand you cutting off your nose to spite your face, he thought. The next day he handed Björn a folded piece of paper. Give this note to that man if you see him. You're going to hire him? I want to. If he can come out Sunday morning, we'll go look at our logs. Uncle Einar? He'll be out in the woods. But he'll most likely yell when he hears I decided to do this. Rune shrugged. So be it. Lord, I sure hope I have made the right decision, he thought. Chapter 10. Holding the dinner basket, Rune watched Björn pull the gelding's tail through the crupper, finishing up the harnessing. The boys were right. The horses had both lost condition, and here came a brace of fine Belgians up the road, pulling a light sledge. The fight was about to begin. Einar came out of the shed with a handful of axes and stopped cold. Who's that? Oskar Kilun. Rune kept his voice soft. He's going to help me load logs today. As Rune had predicted, Einar yelled. I told you I wasn't going to hire him! I hired him. My logs. Björn froze in his tracks and stared open-mouthed at the two men. Einar stood a moment, fury oozing out all over him. Send him away and get on the sledge like you're supposed to! He turned away and waved an arm at Björn. Boy, get on there! We have work to do! Björn didn't move. Rune dipped his head toward the approaching team. Come. Björn hesitated, watching Einar, then ran over to Mr. Kilun's sledge and jumped up on it. Rune felt a little swish of pride that the boy chose obedience to his far over fear. You go with that scoundrel and you don't need to come back to this house. Do you understand? Einar hollered. You're gone! You and your whole lazy family. Rune kept his voice level. We'll discuss it tonight. He climbed up on the sledge behind Mr. Keelan, bringing the dinner basket with him. The fellow clucked to his team and turned them aside, heading toward Rune's land. My sister Mildred knows the Straughns. She said he might blow up. She's good at reading people, you know. Apparently. Rune turned to watch Einar as they slid over the frozen ground. He was shaking his fist and yelling, but Rune could no longer make out the words. Months ago, my wife, Signe, did some calculations and showed that we had more than worked out the terms of our indenture. He fumes and blusters, but he has no financial or legal hold on us anymore. Björn braced himself beside Rune. You have a mighty fine team, Mr. Keelan. They're the biggest horses I ever saw, and in really good flesh, almost fat even. Mr. Keelan chuckled. They're Belgians, lad. There's blonde Belgians and roan Belgians, you know, and that's not fat. It's all muscle. They work hard and eat hearty, these two. He pointed ahead. Them the logs? Rune smiled. Them's the logs. His logs. Mr. Keelan pulled in beside the pile, jumped down, and began pulling rope and pulleys and hooks off his sledge. He had obviously done this many times. He smiled at Björn. That fellow called you boy, but I bet that's not your name. Björn Carlson, sir. Björn, I'm Oskar. Mr. Keelan extended a hand, so Björn shook it. You're a pretty good hand with horses. How about you unhitch that mare? Her name is Petunia, and we'll use her to roll the logs up onto the sledge. Elated, Björn pulled Petunia's lines free and unhooked her singletree. Mr. Keelan was a pro at this. Within moments, it seemed, they had a chain around the nearest log and a pulley system set up. Björn hooked the singletree into a heavy steel ring, and Mr. Keelan urged his Petunia forward. The log tilted a bit and rolled onto the sledge. Mr. Keelan used a pole with a hook and spear point to arrange it just so. Björn wagged his head. That was sure quick. What is that tool? He pointed to the pole. It's a peavey. Real handy for making a log do what you tell it to. Björn laughed. Just as quickly they loaded a second log. Mr. Keelan chained them down. I'll take these two out and be back. I charge by the log, not the load. 2 is plenty for the horses to handle. Then have a bite to eat first. Rune broke open the dinner basket and handed Mr. Keelan a sandwich. Mr. Keelan sat down beside a log and started on his sandwich as Rune poured coffee. Fresh bread. Really good bread. And the ham is excellent. Your wife's a fine cook, Mr. Carlson. That she is. Mr. Keelan chose a pickle and munched for a moment. Yes, sir, a fine cook. She doesn't happen to sell these pickles, does she? No, she doesn't. But what a great idea that was. Rune could build her a cold frame for starting cucumbers early. In fact, he ought to do that anyway. He would build a cold frame on the south side of Einar's house. Gerd could use a cold frame, too. As Mr. Keelan drove off with the logs, Björn watched, wistful. He sure knows how to do it, Far. And he doesn't overwork his horses. Uncle Einar works his horses too hard, I think. I think you're right. You've learned a lot from Uncle Einar, but you're also learning what not to do. I'm pleased. He drained his coffee and stood up. It's probably unwise to go to the house with Einar so angry. Wait for him to simmer down. Let's use the time here to take down one more tree. Sure. Björn hopped up. Far, you think we can buy a peavey? Letters, Moore! Leaf leaped up the steps later that afternoon. One for us and one for Uncle Einar. He burst through the door, waving them, and looked around. Where's Tante Gerd? She and Kirsten are taking a nap, Signe said. He shrugged and made a face. Sorry. His grin returned as he handed her the letter. Oops, almost forgot. Knute needs something to eat. She gave him a sandwich, and he dashed back out the door, pausing to shut it carefully. Signe shook her head and smiled at the same time. Oh, to be young like that again. Studying the letters, she realized they were both from Nilda. Guilt beating her about the head and shoulders, she propped the one for Einar against the empty bowl in the center of the table. She slit the other envelope with her fingernail as she pulled out a chair and sat. My brother Rune and my still best friend Signe. Signe sniffed and rolled her lips together. Such a simple thing to make her teary-eyed already. We are so excited. My temporary job with Mrs. Severson turned into full-time when her regular assistant, Matilda, decided to live with an aunt in Malmö. Ivar got a small job, too, and we could afford his ticket at last. The tickets have arrived, and I take them out almost daily to make sure the dream is coming true. I really am coming to America. I should make myself write this in English, but it would be a very short letter. We've been following your advice, and both Ivar and I are taking English lessons from an old gentleman up the road who lived in America for 5 years. He finally decided he would rather live in Norway after his wife and their 2 children died in a house fire in the middle of the winter. That is such a tragic story, and he has never really become himself again. But he agreed to teach us, and we go 3 times a week, and he gives us homework, so we are all learning to speak English. Are you not amazed? Since Ivar promised Moore he would make sure she gets to America, she goes with us for lessons, too. Moore is doing her best, but she can't make Far want to ever go there, nor learn the language. He says Norwegian he is, and Norwegian he will remain until the day he dies. He'll be buried here next to his Far and Moore and the other relatives in the home plot. I know that is a rather depressing thought, but it has not deterred the rest of us from dreaming, including Moore. We're packing the trunks, and I'm including the list we're working from, so if you can think of something else, you better write back quickly. Again, Signe sniffed. Is something wrong? Gerd asked, gently closing the door behind her. Kirsten is still sleeping, so I banked pillows around her so she can't tumble off. Nay, just a letter from Nilda and a list of the things they're packing in their trunks. She motioned to the letter on the table. That is for you both, I think. Would you like to hear this one? Gerd stepped to the stove. Coffee will be ready in a minute. Waving a hand to signal, go ahead, she stuck a couple more pieces of wood in the stove and pulled the pot to the hottest place. Oofta, I slept too long. Signe shook her head and returned to her reading, continuing out loud. We are arriving in Duluth on May the 29th, and will take the train to Black Duck, and then I will see your dear faces. I know the boys have grown so much, and the baby. Oh, I am so excited. Please greet everyone from those of us at home, and know we think about you and pray for you every day. Your sister and friend, Nilda Carlson. She went back and read the first part aloud to Gerd, then laid the letter aside. The air seemed so heavy. She knew why. Rune and Einar would both come back this evening. She had heard the terrible argument that morning, except that Rune didn't argue. He simply stated what he would do, and then he did it. She thought how stubborn those two both were, and wondered if her family would have a roof over their heads tonight. Kirsten was making noise in the other room, so Signe brought her to the kitchen. She was very wet, of course, so Signe changed her and set her to nursing. Gerd spoke. I should have started bread last night. Signe frowned. We still have yeast, don't we? Yeah, but that will be the last. Go ahead and use it. I'll add yeast to the list for the boys. Anything else for the list? We have butter we can send along. Good. Gerd, do you know where to pick choke cherries? Gerd nodded. If we take the horse, I'll be able to show you. Maybe we'll get enough strawberries from the garden to make jam, if they made it through the winter. Did you see any raspberry bushes out there last summer? One year I got Juneberries, too. She wagged her head gently. So many berries grow in the areas logged off a few years ago. We used lingonberries at home. Signe glanced down at her daughter, who grinned up at her, milk leaking out the side of her mouth. You're just playing now, you silly. I think you're ready for porridge, my girl." Tucking herself back together, she sat Kirsten on her lap and at the healthy burp shook her head. "Oofta, such manners." Kirsten waved her fist and chortled to her more, her two gleaming white-bottomed teeth flashing bright. "I know you, showing off those teeth. You bite me again and you'll end up eating from a spoon." She stood and turned to hand the baby to Gerd. The door slammed open. Einar glared at her. "Are you packed? You're leaving, you know." "I heard the argument this morning." She didn't answer the question he asked. "You lazy, selfish people have disobeyed me for the last time. Pack your things or I send you off without them." Gerd stood up, casually walked over to Signe and handed her the baby. Just as quietly and casually, she walked over to Einar and stood immediately in front of him, nose to nose. "I live in this house, too. They will live here until their house is built, because I want them to. Signe helps me. There is so much I can't do yet. I need her. You need the men, and they work hard for you for long hours, so you're just going to have to stuff that abominable, haughty pride back into its tiny box in your heart and shut up." She walked over to Signe, took the baby back, and quietly sat down. Einar's face turned purple. His mouth worked, but no sound came out. He wheeled and slammed out the door. Gerd muttered, "Prideful, thick-headed old goat." There were tears in her eyes. Chapter 11. 2 days later, they woke to the song of spring, icicles dripping from the roof. Signe lay in bed for a few extra breaths just to listen. "You hear that?" she asked Rune. "Yeah, perhaps it will stay this time." He threw back the covers and dressed, still buttoning his shirt as he disappeared down the stairs to start the fire. By the time Signe was dressed, Kirsten gurgled at her. Scooping her up, she called to the boys as she went downstairs. April already, and even though dawn came earlier, they still woke when dawn was only a trace on the horizon. At least the boys could get to the barn without stumbling in the darkness. Rune nodded to Signe as she laid the baby down to change her. He settled the stove lids back in place and adjusted the damper. "Do you need anything from the well house?" "Yeah, that last slab of bacon and the jug of buttermilk. We have enough eggs for bacon, eggs, and pancakes for a change." The boys, their eyes still heavy with sleep, slouched out the door, headed for the barn. Einar strode out the door with nary a word, in spite of her good morning. Signe refused to let the way he acted bother her anymore, so she greeted him anyway. Someday he would have to give in. "Kill them with kindness" had been one of her Moor's favorite sayings. By the time the men and boys trooped back inside, a stack of pancakes waited in the oven, and the bacon took up the warming oven. Signe cracked eggs in the frying pan. "Only 2 eggs each this morning, so everyone gets some," she announced as the guys took their chairs. Gerd, pouring the coffee, nudged Einar's shoulder, earning a glare for her efforts. She glared right back and filled Rune's cup. "Tante Gerd, I can drink my coffee black now," Knute told her. "The cream is in the pitcher," she said after filling his cup the usual halfway. Leif grinned at her and held out his cup, which was already half full of cream and a hefty teaspoon of sugar. "Tack." "You're welcome," Gerd said in English. Signe had not been practicing her English enough. She slid the eggs onto a plate and passed it around the table. When it came to Einar, he hesitated, took only 2, and passed it on to Rune. He ate without a word. Signe loaded more pancakes on a platter, and for a change he didn't put half the platter on his plate. "Tante Gerd, you are one wise woman. Maybe he can be taught after all," she thought. As always, Einar finished wolfing down his breakfast and poked Björn as he stood up. You're done. Go to work." Björn looked sadly at his plate, only half emptied. "Finish your breakfast," Rune said quietly. With gusto, Björn shoveled in the eggs and bacon, then hurried out the door with his pancakes in his hand. Signe wagged her head and refilled Rune's cup. "How is the arrangement going?" "All right. Yesterday I sent Björn back to help Einar while Oskar and I loaded logs. Björn says Einar was grumpy but didn't abuse him. I warned Björn never to say, but Mr. Keelan does whatever it is. They got 2 loads to the railhead. That's 6 logs. Do you know how many loads he took on the day you and Björn weren't there?" Rune smiled. "Björn keeps count. Only 1. Gerd plunked the big dinner basket down beside him. "I put extra snacks in for Mr. Keelan. He seems to like to eat. He loves to eat home cooking, especially your cooking, both of you. He lives alone and doesn't like to cook." "So he's not married?" Gerd sat down with a cup of coffee. "His wife died in November. Pneumonia. 2 children." Signe's heart lurched. "Oh, I so wish we could invite him to dinner. But that would never work." Gerd nodded sadly. "I agree. Einar is still too angry. Not that he would ever invite someone to dinner under any circumstance. Rune, how many logs do you have to move yet?" "Only 4. He'll be done today." Signe smiled. "Hiring Mr. Keelan, then, was a godsend." "It was, and I think he'll be a good friend." Rune picked up the basket and left. Signe untied Kirsten from her seat in the rocker and put the baby on her lap. Kirsten waved her feet and fists, grinning from ear to ear when she saw Gerd. "She's becoming quite a talker," Gerd said after taking the baby and conversing with her. "Yeah, that she is. I don't remember the boys being so lively. She notices everything." Signe finished 2 sandwiches for Björn and poured the warmed coffee into a jar for him. At the jingle of the harness, she threw her shawl around her shoulders and headed outside to hand the sack up to him. "Here's your dinner, in case you get stuck in long lines. Thanks to Gerd." "Talk. Good thing the lines at the yard aren't always so long now." He secured his sack and flapped the lines to signal the team forward. Signe waved and, tucking her arms around her waist, watched him head down the lane. "Lord God, please keep him safe," she prayed. The snow level dropped every day. With Rune and Björn both working with Einar, they were able to take 3 loads a day. But Björn announced at supper one evening, "I don't think we can do any more loads. I almost didn't make it there today. The main road is near to Bear, and it gets soft wherever the sun hits it." Einar grimaced. "Would have had more logs out if I'd had the help I needed." "And we would not have had nearly enough to pay for our house," thought Signe. Once in a while, Signe knew, Rune regretted crossing Einar and hiring Oskar. Neither of them liked friction. But now she was very glad he had. "Is this typical for Minnesota?" "Yeah, some years. Some we've had snow in June. But once the frost starts to leave the ground, the roads become impassable in places. Sometimes weeks before wagons can be used again." He pushed back from the table. "We'll start blasting stumps soon as we can dig down to plant the dynamite." "Shame we can't blast a hole for the cellar," Rune thought aloud. Einar snorted and headed out the door. The nights still froze, but the days grew warm. 2 days later, it rained. "It's Sunday today." Signe sighed as she watched the rain drip off the eaves. "How I wish we could go to church." Rune shrugged and finished his pancakes. "Roads just aren't passable for either sledge or wheels. It's a muddy mess out there." "I know. So what are you going to do?" "Take out a couple more trees so we can build our house where we really wanted to, a bit beyond where it was already cleared." "Are you leaving any trees for shade?" He blinked at her. "I guess I could." "I know which one. Björn said. "I'll mark it. Deciduous trees will work better for shade." He looked at Signe with a smile. "We can find some birch saplings, too, and maybe a maple. Plant them anywhere you want." Gerd looked hopeful. "I would like a shade tree here by this house, too." Björn nodded. "We can do that." "A cottonwood grows the fastest." Rune pushed back his chair. "Soon as the ground thaws, we'll do that." Gerd nodded to the boys. "I will even bake you cookies in exchange." "Today?" Leif grinned at her. "There's no trees yet." "Payment in advance?" Gerd shook her head, but surely that was a twinkle in her eye. "We shall see." "I'm sorry to say this, but that stack of wood on the porch is nearly gone." Signe hated to have to ask. "We will do that today, too," Rune assured her. "Tak." She knew Rune would prefer working in the shop, but all the other work had to come first. "Leif, how about bringing up a basket of shavings? They make the house smell good, besides being a great fire starter." Gerd nodded. "When you get some cedar shavings, we can put them in bags in the trunks and cupboards. They keep moths away." "Far said we'll have cedar shakes for the roof on the house. Me and Knut get to split them." Leif slid his arms into his coat sleeves. "Oh, more? Mr. Janssen wants to come out to visit you and Far. He said he visits all the families of his pupils." Signe gulped. Her gaze darted to Gerd. Would Einar try to drive him off, too? Chapter 12. "Stop your fussing. Everything looks very nice." Gerd jiggled Kirsten on her hip and made her chortle. Nothing could be as contagious as a baby's laughter. "But it's the boy's teacher. The place should look decent." Signe's trepidation lifted as she grinned back at her daughter. The sound of horse hooves splocking in the mud made her suck in another breath. It wasn't as if she didn't know who was coming. The boys had told her about Mr. Janssen. If he was as good a teacher as they described, her boys were fortunate to have him. Even though Knut would rather be here working or out in the woods, he still seemed to be doing well at school. Leif loved every moment of it. She answered the knock at the front door. The steps were now free of snow and ice, so they could use that door again. She made sure her face wore a smile as she pulled the door open. It still stuck a bit, but Rune had worked on it for some time. "Good afternoon, Mr. Janssen. Welcome." Signe spoke her English carefully. "Mrs. Carlson?" He held his hat to his chest. "Yeah, come right in." She stepped back and beckoned him inside. Taller than Rune and some rounder, he seemed to fill the doorway. Stepping back, she held out a hand. "May I take your coat and hat? It's much warmer in the kitchen." She hung them on the coat rack by the door and led the way to the kitchen. "As I said in my note, my husband and the boys are all out working in the woods until near dark. Hopefully, we'll be able to return to church now that the roads are more passable. I was hoping to meet Mr. Carlson, too, but I do understand. Work has to come first, when the weather cooperates." As they entered the kitchen, Gerd nodded and jiggled Kirsten, who eyed the stranger with a bushy mustache. First the baby hid her face in Gerd's shoulder, then looked at him again and screwed her face into a scowl that turned to a whimper. She reached out her arms for her Moor, who took her immediately. "Sorry. Mr. Janssen, this is Mrs. Strawn, Gerd Strawn." As they both murmured the proper responses, Signe swayed Kirsten from side to side. "Please sit down, and we will have a cup of coffee and dried apple pie." He took the chair she indicated. "Dried apple pie. Really? My mother used to make that. Brings back good memories. You didn't need to go to so much bother. I apologize it has taken me so long to come meet you. Today Mr. Larson is teaching, so I'm free." "I am glad you're here. The boys say you're German." He nodded. "On my mother's side. I spoke German growing up. That makes it easier to understand those who speak Norwegian. Did you know that your Leaf has a knack for learning languages? I know he has picked up English faster than any of us. Even on the ship he did. While Signe sat talking with Mr. Janssen, Gerd took Kirsten and settled her in for a nap. After setting the pieces of pie on the table along with a pitcher of thick cream, she filled the coffee cups and set them around. There's sugar for your coffee, too, if you want. No, thanks. I take mine black. I'm glad you're going to join us. Tak. Signe sucked in a bunch of courage to ask, Are both of our boys doing well? Mr. Janssen nodded. I am glad to say they are. I think Knute would rather be somewhere else, but he is one of my better math students. I know Mr. Larson, the man who teaches them English, is pleased too. He savored another bite of pie. Let me give you an example of a problem I posed to the upper grades. I asked them how many board feet of lumber could be cut from a 30-foot log. Knute looked at me for a moment and raised his hand. What size boards? He asked. That was the kind of answer I wanted. No one could figure out board feet without more information. I want my students to not only love to learn, but be able to think for themselves. He forked the last bite of pie into his mouth. Do you have any questions you would like to ask me? I am curious. Are there many other immigrant children who do not speak good English? Several, but they are in the lower grades. I thought we might have to keep your boys back a grade, but it wasn't long before I knew that wasn't necessary. History and literature are their hardest, of course, because they involve so much reading on their own and understanding what they have read. Again, Mr. Larson helps with that. So they are not failing? Not at all. But they both spend more time on their homework than others do. They both do well in Latin, and young as he is, Leif is tackling Greek. He said his teacher in Norway started him on it. He shook his head when Gerd offered to fill his coffee cup again. Thank you, but I need to be on my way in a few minutes. He pushed his chair back and stood. I hope I can meet Mr. Carlson soon, and thank you again for the delicious pie. Signe stood to walk him to the door. Are you any relation to the family who owns the lumber mill and yards? That's my father and uncle. Grandfather started it all. And you're teaching school? Gerd gave him a puzzled look. Both my brothers excel in the lumber business, so I had the freedom to do what I wanted. He smiled. And I wanted to teach. She nodded. I see. When Signe returned from seeing the teacher out, Gerd seemed to be fretting. He didn't say what he wanted from us. He wants to meet all the parents, Knute said. No, he wants something more. They always want something. Now you sound like Uncle Einar. Sometimes he is right. Gerd paused and looked at Signe. At least he was in the past. Signe often wondered how much of the discord between the Strands and the surrounding community was because of Einar's attitude. But did it really matter what came first? That was all behind them now, at least in her own mind. If Einar learned of the teacher visit, he would most likely not be happy. Inhaling what she hoped was courage, she smiled at Gerd. It seems to me that Mr. Janssen was just doing his job. And since the boys seem to be doing well at school without complaints, what if we add dumplings to the leftover stew, and I go down in the cellar and see if I can find any jars of corn to make scalloped corn like my Moor used to? Are there any beet pickles left? I'll see. Signe lit a lantern and hung on to the rail as she walked down the narrow stairs to the cellar. Soon the snow would be gone from the outside door, and she could begin to clean this out. Holding her lantern high, she inspected the dwindling number of jars on the shelves. Next year she would be sure to make more beet pickles for Gerd. Finding none, she took a quart jar of corn and one of carrots back up the stairs. There was still one jar of peas. Good thing they had canned lots of green beans and dried plenty, too. This year she would plant more corn and dry some of that. With Nilda here to help, they could make the garden larger. Back upstairs, she found Gerd rocking Kirsten, who was reaching up with one finger until Gerd nibbled on the end of it and made Kirsten giggle. What a happy sight. Right on time, the boys trotted into the yard and both came through the door. "Look, the sun hasn't gone down yet. The days are getting longer." Leaf set their dinner buckets on the counter. He slung another sack off his shoulder. "Homework." Kirsten waved her arms at them and spoke her baby language. Both boys smiled at Gerd and grinned and made baby noises back at their baby sister. She reached out, waving her arms. "Nye, can't pick you up right now. I gotta head for the woods." Knuta let her grab his finger, but when she tried to chew on it, he pulled back. He waved at her, took the sandwich Signe held out to him, and headed outside to ride down to the woods. Leaf knelt beside Gerd's knees and took Kirsten's hands in his to clap them together. "See? You can do that." As soon as he let go, she reached for him with both arms. "Go ahead," Gerd told him. "I think she could tell when it's time for you to come home. See how happy she is?" Leaf scooped her up in his arms and jogged her around the kitchen on his hip. Kirsten laughed, told him something, and grabbed his hair with her other fist. "Ouch, that hurts!" He untangled her fist and bounced her up and down again. "Pretty soon you can ride on my shoulders, baby." He handed her back to Gerd. "Gotta go do chores. When will she be big enough to ride in the wagon?" "About the same time it warms up enough out there. She's sitting up and getting stronger all the time." He waved at her, sandwich in his other hand, and asked over his shoulder, "Need anything from the well house?" "Nay, but we need wood in the box." "You always do." He wolfed down his sandwich, carried in a couple armloads of wood, and headed back out. Dusk had nearly given in to dark when the men came in from the woods. Signe watched as they stopped at the barn. Einar parked the wagon by the machine shop to unload the tools before Björn unhitched the team, drove them back to the barn, and took off their harnesses. They had moved the wagon bed from sledge runners to wheels that morning, a sure sign of spring. Spring, though, was arriving in bits and pieces. Snow was still piled on the north sides of all the buildings, but parts of the pasture and the lanes were drying up, with green sprouting where the sun had melted the snow. Signe heard the clunk and scrape of boots on the porch. "Bring in wood," she called as the door opened. Einar still refused to answer her greeting, and he didn't bring in an armload of firewood. "Supper in about 10 minutes, Gerd announced. When everyone was washed and seated at the table, Gerd and Signe removed the stew with dumplings from the oven and the scalloped corn from the warming oven. Sliced bread and butter, along with glasses of milk for the boys, were already on the table. "Let's have grace," Rune said, as he did every night. Einar sat still until he finished, then reached for the bread plate. "Who was here today?" Signe and Gerd exchanged a look, and Signe shook her head. How did he know someone had been there? She filled his plate and passed it around to him, since the pots were too hot to pass. He growled this time. "Who was here today?" "Mr. Janssen, the schoolteacher. He makes calls on all the families of his students." Einar slammed his fist on the table. "How many times do I have to tell you? No one is to come here!" His angry voice made Kirsten wrinkle up her face and whimper. Signe picked her up and started the swaying waltz of comforting. "Shh, shh, all is well." "All is not well. I don't want anyone coming here, and you all know that." "Uncle Einar," Signe started, but with a slashing hand he cut her off. "Enough!" Kirsten broke into a full, red-faced cry. "Let's just finish our supper, and we can talk about this later." Rune spoke softly but clearly. "Nay, this is still my house, and as long as you live here you will all do as I say." He tried to nail Signe with his glare, but she kept her attention on the rigid baby in her arms, who had a voice louder than Einar's. Perhaps someone could out-yell him. Gerd planted her hands on her hips and met him glare for glare. Einar Strand. This is my house, too, and I live in it all day and night, and I like having company, and I will have company. If you'd rather sleep in the barn, so be it. Everyone stared at her, mouths hanging open. This was the second time she had opposed him. Einar shoved his chair back, pushing the table enough to topple Leif's glass of milk and send it spreading across the table. He stomped out. Put a slice of bread in the spilled milk and let it soak up. Gerd sat back down. Now we will finish our supper in peace. Chapter 13. Simmering inside did not feel good at all. You have to let go of this, Rune said to her several nights later. His bark is always worse than his bite. Gerd says the same thing. I know God says to not hold on to anger, but... She rolled her head from side to side on the pillow. I am so looking forward to having our own home. It can't happen soon enough. She clung to his hand, which lifted hers to his mouth. His gentle kiss brought tears that leaked into her ears. Is he like that when you're out in the woods? Not as much. Then why does he hate me so? I do my best to be pleasant, but nothing ever seems to make a difference. At least he doesn't mistreat the boys, even though Leif is so frightened of him. No, only me. Have you asked Gerd about this? I hate to make her feel bad. She has enough to bear. I know she works in spite of pain. I can see it in her eyes. Kirsten is the delight of her life. At the sound of Rune's gentle breathing drifting into sleep, Signe lay beside him, watching the moon paint square patterns on the floor. The part she had read in the Bible that morning said to give thanks for all things. How is she supposed to thank God for Einar Strand, for the way he acted? Surely God didn't really mean that. She could be grateful for the house they lived in. For Gerd, that was easy. Be thankful. Full of thanks. That made no sense at all. Spring thaws in Minnesota are pretty much like the spring thaw in Norway, Rune mused to himself. The tract of land, his tract of land, inched ever closer to spring. Every day, bit by bit, bare ground showed through the snow, followed by green shoots that appeared like magic. Mud followed, but that meant the ground was thawing. Thawing ground led to plowing the garden and cornfields and digging out their cellar. Rune marked the boundaries of his cellar with stakes, double-checking that the angles were exact, and he and his boys spent every spare moment digging the frost-free soil off so that the sun could warm the next layer. Then came a task Rune was not sure he wanted to tackle. We'll start dynamiting stumps today, Einar announced at the breakfast table. Björn grinned at his far. This would be a new experience. Rune asked, Start with the line along the hayfield? Einar nodded. Can't we stay? Knute glared down at the table when Rune shook his head. There are plenty of stumps to clear. You'll get your chance. Rune nodded to his boys. Leif looked relieved. Rune knew that the farther he could stay from Einar, the happier he was. Björn harnessed the horses as Rune and Einar loaded tools and hooks, pulleys and cables, the garden spade, and a couple of large garden trowels. Einar put 3 old axes into the wagon, axes that would never be properly sharp again, but Rune held his peace. When Einar set the crate of dynamite sticks in the wagon bed, Rune's peace shattered. Einar might be crotchety and unreasonable, but he was careful out in the woods. Rune should trust that Einar would put safety first. But he couldn't. The leaf springs on Einar's wagon box were old and tired and had lost half their bow, so the wagon bounced at every rough spot in the track. The ruts were soft mud in the sun and still mostly frozen in the shade, making the wagon jostle wildly when it moved from mud to hard ground to mud to hard ground. Rune winced at every jounce. When the wagon bucked over a thick stick in the track, he broke out in a cold sweat. All he could think about was a huge gaping hole where he, Einar, Björn, the wagon, and maybe even the horses had been moments before. As they rode out into the stump field, the ground softened, but now the numerous tree roots made the wagon bounce. Rune couldn't settle his intense foreboding. Einar drew the horses to a halt and explained, pointing, "We'll start here. Pull these, drag them to a pile there, then burn the pile. We could spread the ashes across the meadow. Good fertilizer." He got down, picked up one of the dull axes, and walked over to a huge stump. "Cut the surface roots first." He slammed the dull axe into the ground, and it bounced. Ah, now Rune understood. The axe had struck a root. Einar chopped at it from an angle. When the axe sank deeper into the spring dirt, he found another root and started chopping. How clever. Chopping into dirt and clay dulled an axe quickly, so they might as well use tools that didn't matter. Björn had figured out the process just as Rune had, and Rune felt a happy little surge of pride. What a fine son. They cut the roots on 4 stumps. Then Einar shouldered his axe and walked off toward the wagon, so Rune and Björn followed. When Einar pried the lid off the crate of dynamite, Rune broke out in a cold sweat again. Now the nightmare would begin. Einar stuck a trowel in his belt and scooped up as many sticks as his 2 hands would hold. "Bring a shovel." He walked back to the first stump they had chopped around. He took the shovel from Björn and dug deep beside the stump. Rune noticed how dark the soil was at the surface and how quickly it changed into pale clay and gravel. In fact, the soil was very much like most of the lowlands in Norway. Rune took the shovel when Einar stopped digging. On his hands and knees, Einar used his trowel to dig down under the stump. He forced several sticks of dynamite down as deep under it as he could get them, then stood up and snapped at Björn, "Go get the reel of fuse." He dug a deep hole alongside the next stump and handed the shovel to Rune. "Dig out the next one." When all the dynamite had been nestled in place under the 4 stumps, Einar positioned his fuse as Rune held the reel. Rune had trouble keeping up as Einar kept yanking on the fuse, demanding more. Grinning, Björn stepped in beside Rune with an axe and ran the axe handle through the center hole of the reel. Of course. In spite of his extreme fear and tension, Rune cackled out loud. He gripped the axe on either side of the reel, using it as an axle. The reel spun freely. Rune backed up as Björn played out fuse to meet Einar's needs. Did Einar notice how quickly the operation was going now? Apparently not. Rune could see no change in his face or scowl. Much less did Einar notice the excellent improvement Björn had figured out. But then, wasn't that always how Einar was? When Einar stood up from attaching the fuse at the 4th stump, he barked, "Leave the wagon there and unhitch the horses, boy. Take them to that choke cherry at the far end and tie 'em up good." Rune felt better instantly. At least his son would be well away from danger. But no, Björn led the horses at a trot out to the choke cherry, and then came running back as Einar laid his fuse out along the ground and stopped beside the wagon. "This is far enough." Rune licked his lips. "Are you sure? We seem kind of close yet." "It's far enough." Einar lit the fuse. It took 3 matches to get the fuse to catch, but suddenly it sputtered and sparkled brightly. As Rune's heart pounded in his chest, the brilliant, hissing little flame moved swiftly down the line of laid fuse. It reached the first stump. Boom! But it wasn't so much a boom as it was a whop, or maybe the world's biggest shotgun being fired, or... Björn whooped with surprise and joy as the stump lifted, trembling, in the midst of a cloud of dirt and stones. It dropped back at an angle as earth rained down all around it. The burning fuse reached the second stump. Boom! Not just boom, but boom, boom, for the third stump exploded simultaneously. Dirt and stones were blown treetop high, and some of them landed so close that you could hear them hit the ground. Rune was convinced now that they were not nearly far enough away. A sudden wave of dirty air smacked him in the face. His ears rang. Boom! Einar had set the fourth stump with 2 sticks more than the others, and it went off with a horrific explosion. Earth and rocks and splintered wood blasted upward and outward in all directions. Rune could feel the ground vibrate beneath the soles of his boots. He had never been so terrified. Stones rained down, and the 3 of them buried their heads in their forearms. Poor Björn, he must be terrified. But no, he was laughing boisterously. Whunk! A rock the size of a chicken landed on the wagon and punched a hole through the wagon bed. Einar swore. Rune stood aghast. If that rock had landed on one of them, it could have killed them. Suddenly he realized that the rock had missed the crate of dynamite sticks by only a foot or 2. Had that rock landed on the dynamite? He was terrified and horrified and wildly angry all at once. Einar could have killed them all. Einar didn't seem concerned. He dragged ropes and pulleys out of the wagon and ordered, "Boy, fetch the horses up." Björn stood, staring raptly at the stumps as the dirt cloud slowly thinned. Einar snarled at Björn, "Boy! I told you to do something, do it!" Björn didn't move or look at Einar. It was as if he hadn't heard. As if he hadn't heard. Rune's sense of dread before was nothing compared to his anger and terror now. Björn hadn't heard. Einar swatted Björn's arm with the back of his hand, and Björn wheeled, wide-eyed. "Quit mooning around! I said get the horses!" "No!" Rune roared. "Björn, say your name!" Now the boy looked terrified. "What? What did you say?" "Far! I can almost not hear you at all. It's like you're very far away." Rune shouted and pointed. "Go to the house, now!" Einar shouted just as angrily. "No! I said get back to work! Go get the horses!" Björn stood trembling for a moment, but thank God he knew better than to disobey his far. He turned and took off running toward the house. Einar wheeled on Rune. "We need him to handle the horses while we're pulling the stump. He's just faking it so he won't have to work." "He loves this work, and he is not faking. That lightning strike last year deafened him, but he got his hearing back. Let us pray to God that it returns again. One thing is for sure, he will never again be near where we are blasting. Never. His ears are too damaged." Einar suddenly smirked. "Very well. If that lazy boy doesn't want to work, we're pulling the other one out of school. You understand? We need someone on the horses." Rune's fury was past containing. "I cannot make you stop disrespecting my Signe. I cannot stop you from misusing me, but by God in heaven, you will not destroy my boys." Chapter 14. Nilda stared and clutched her bag. She had seen pictures. She had read books. Nothing prepared her for this. "Ivar, this steamship is huge and black, and it's frightening." She stood on a cement pier gazing at the ship they would be on for the next 8 days. "Want to turn around and go home?" Ivar didn't seem awed at all. She ignored his comment. "Is it true that the bigger the ship is, the smoother it rides?" "That's what I heard." "Well, let's go." He started forward. Nilda followed him, along with hundreds of other people, as they funneled in a long line up a steeply sloping ramp. The ramp hung out over water but didn't move the least bit. That was encouraging. She stepped aboard the first ship she had ever been on. The signs were all in English. That was encouraging also, since she and Ivar had been studying English so intently. An arrow pointed down to Deck 2. She and Ivar joined the milling crowd of voyagers descending the stairs. Their tickets both said 2A. Apparently, they would have to live and sleep in the same room for 8 days. After squeezing down a narrow corridor, they found 2A. Ivar stopped in the doorway. "It's a bunkhouse." Nilda gaped. "We had more room up at the center, and we thought that was crowded." 2 levels of bunk beds lined the walls on each side. All the lower bunks were already taken. "Over here!" Ivar shoved his way to an outside wall, threw his shoulder bag onto an upper bunk, and quickly guarded the next one over. Nilda threw her bag up onto it. "Do you think they might run out of bunks?" "There don't seem to be many empties left. I want to go find the dining hall." "I want to find the women's toilet." So they went exploring. They found the dining area in about the middle of the ship, and then the toilets. The women's was on one side of the center aisle, the men's on the other. Nilda stepped inside a windowless room with a row of porcelain thrones that you flushed with a bucket of seawater. Was there no privacy? A single electric light bulb burned in the middle of the room, leaving it very dark at the perimeter. That would be her privacy. She went to a commode as far from the feeble light in the middle as possible. A girl beside her was just standing up, her task finished. "You don't flush for everything," she said. "Just solids. I was asked to spread the word. There's a sign outside the door, but nobody reads it." "Ah, tak." On her way out, Nilda told 3 other women of the rule. She and Ivar also found a lounge area with chairs where you could read a newspaper or book. But where would one get a newspaper at sea? They returned to 2A. Ivar headed for the stairs. "I want to see us cast off." But at the top of the stairs, a steward stopped him. "Steerage passengers are not permitted on this deck." So Ivar and Nilda had to watch from a small round window in 2A as the ship was untied from its moorings. The window was very near water level, and you could hear the engines throbbing and growling. Slowly, very slowly, the ship moved away from the pier. Nilda was on her way to America. She was leaving everything behind. Moor and far, of course, but also all her friends, all her cousins, Johan and Solveig, Mrs. Severson. Her eyes burned, and she began to weep. She heard Ivar exclaim, "We're out in the channel! Look!" "We're on the wrong side of the ship to see the islands, but we can watch the coast all the way out to Tungenes, I think." She blew her nose and squeezed in beside Ivar to watch the coast of Norway move past. "This means," Ivar explained, "that we're on the port side. Used to be larboard, but now it's called port. Remember? Our English instructor did a whole lesson on ships." "And you recall every detail, I see." The boat was sailing along quite smoothly. "Let's hope it stays that way," thought Nilda. Ivar's immediate dream came true when dinner time finally arrived. The meal was soup and bread. Was there coffee? No, just tea. Was sugar available? Yes. Here were sugar cubes in a strange bowl that was wide and flat on the bottom. When they returned to 2A, Nilda stopped to read a huge list of rules posted beside the door in both English and Norwegian. They could go out on deck only at certain hours. They could not smoke tobacco or burn candles while on board. They had to help with serving meals on certain days. They must remain modestly dressed at all times and display proper deportment. Only English would be spoken for announcements. What, for pity's sake, was proper deportment? Late in the afternoon, they lost sight of the coast completely. Now what would she do? She had brought a bit of knitting, but that would be completed quickly. She had brought a book in Norwegian and one in English. Once those were read... "Ivar, did you bring the Norwegian-English dictionary?" "Nay, I left it for Moore so she can work on her English. I figure we'll be able to buy one easy enough in America." True, that was probably a good decision. Still, it left her feeling strangely empty. She got out her knitting, studied it a moment, and put it away again. She was going to be dreadfully bored. Ivar was stretched out in his bunk, but his feet hung over the edge. How long was her bunk? She and Ivar were not tall, but they were both a bit longer than their beds. And what was this at the head end? It looked like a window box or planter. Oh, you could put your things in it. She tried it out. Her books fit nicely. The steep-walled sides would prevent them from falling on her head at night should the ship lurch. The next day went smoothly. Breakfast was porridge. Dinner was soup and bread. Supper was soup and bread. The soup had no meat and no taste. The porridge suffered similarly. 7 days left. Nilda feared it was going to be a long 7 days. At breakfast on the second full day at sea, she fell into a conversation with a girl her age who seemed to be traveling alone. The very first words the young woman spoke were, "I'm bored." "Oh, so am I. My name is Nilda." The girl brightened. "I'm Becca. Want to play cards?" "I'm sorry, I don't know how." "We'll start with something simple." Becca pulled a pack of cards from her bag. Her nimble fingers shuffled them quickly. Nilda was intrigued by the soft churring sound they made. She knew men in the public houses sometimes played cards, but not women. But then she had never been in a public house, so maybe women did too. This might be interesting. "The object of this game is to get rid of all your cards first. Your opponents then count up the sum of their remaining cards. Face cards are 10 points. The first score to reach 500 marks the end of the game, and is the loser, obviously." They played a practice hand, with all cards facing up on the table, as Becca showed how cards were matched and melded and explained some of the strategy. Nilda quickly grasped the concept and could see that playing cards was a wonderful time spender. Becca dealt, and Nilda examined her hand. She chose a card to— "What do you two think you are doing?" A stern, gaunt woman glared down at them. "Playing cards is entirely inappropriate for young ladies, not to mention turning the dining area into a den of iniquity. Give me those cards." She reached for them, but Becca snatched them away and stuffed them in her bag. Nilda dumped her hand of cards into her own bag. Becca's voice rang firm and clear. "You will not confiscate my possessions." The woman did not lose her glare. "Then do not let me see them again. It is unladylike. Go back to your rooms." "Good idea." Becca stood up, so Nilda did too. They started toward the front of the ship. "I'm in 2A. Where are you?" "In 2A as well, on the port side." She used the word Ivar had taught her and hoped he had remembered correctly. "The side with windows. I tried for a window, but I came aboard too late. Perhaps if there's something to see, I can look out your window now and then." She paused at the big rules list by the door. "I didn't read all this. Is there anything on here about playing cards, do you know?" "I read them, and there is not. She was talking about being unladylike. Maybe this would be covered under proper deportment." Becca snorted. "If we're bound by proper deportment, I'm bound for the brig. I can see that now." She stopped in the middle of the bunk room. "First, we need a thunder mug. You know, a chamber pot." "There." Nilda brought out the pot under Ivar's bunk. "And a flat surface. Ah, I know." Becca hurried outside. Moments later, she returned with a large sign saying "out of order." "This should do nicely." She turned the sign upside down and set it on the chamber pot. She sat cross-legged on the floor at their table. "Our den of iniquity. Deal over again, please." Laughing, Nilda sat on the floor opposite her new friend, and they pulled out their cards, counting them to make certain. Apparently, a complete deck was 52 cards. The morning sped by. Boredom was banished. This would be a wonderful voyage. That evening, Nilda noticed motion in the ship from waves for the first time. As she and Ivar walked to ship's center for supper, a steward shouted something from the far end of the dining area. Nilda looked at Ivar. I couldn't understand him. What did he say? He shook his head. Something about loose items. I couldn't tell. The ship was now moving enough that their soup sloshed slightly in their bowls. That wasn't difficult, of course. It was pretty watery soup. The ship was rocking even harder when they went to bed that night. Sometime in the darkness, Nilda suddenly felt a need to throw up. She had just made it to the hall when her stomach decided to send everything back. Almost losing her balance, she leaned against the wall. What should she do? She couldn't just walk away and leave this. She needed a mop or something. The women's toilets would surely have a mop and bucket. Or she could use a bucket of seawater to rinse it away. When she entered the women's toilet, a dozen other women knelt at the commodes, all losing their stomachs. Some toilets served 2 people at once. What a horrid, terrible mess. Surely the ship would stop rocking soon. Nilda lost her stomach again. A few minutes later, she experienced what her Moor called dry heaves. There was nothing left to lose, but her stomach was bent upon emptying itself anyway. She lay down on the floor, wretched and retching, and prayed for the night to end, as the floor heaved up and down. Miss? Miss? Someone was shaking Nilda's shoulder. She opened her eyes. A woman in a long white apron and white nurse's cap was kneeling beside her. Miss, you must go back to your bed. I'll help you. Come. I should... It was hard to think. Nilda struggled to her feet. I need a mop and bucket. I made a mess, in the hall. You and many others. Our crews are cleaning up the hallways. Nilda needed the woman's support. Her knees were so shaky. She gripped the nurse's arm. Is it night or day? She couldn't tell in that windowless room. Morning, but breakfast isn't served yet. She was speaking Norwegian. I really do not care for breakfast. That was an understatement. They entered 2A, and the nurse helped Nilda into her bunk. The nurse put a strange bottle with a coned lid, almost like a baby's bottle, into Nilda's book rack. This is water. You're very dehydrated, and dehydration not only makes you feel sicker, it can kill you if it goes too far. Take a mouthful and swallow it a tiny bit at a time so that your body can absorb it. My stomach will just send it back. Not if the sips are small enough. Please, do this. Yeah, I will. Ma'am? Yes? The ship was lurching so much that the nurse had to hold on to Nilda's bunk. I read in a book that when ships were fighting in naval wars, they simply threw dead bodies over the side to get them out of the way. When I die, will you throw my body overboard? Nay. At the end of the voyage, we have to account for every person on the passenger manifest. But if you keep sipping, you will not die. I'm beginning to believe it might be preferable. But the nurse had left. Nilda put some water in her mouth. It tasted bad, but probably her mouth itself tasted bad. She drank trickling amounts and realized that she actually was very thirsty. Where was Ivar? His bunk was empty. Surely not at breakfast. On the other hand, he had a robust appetite. Perhaps he was. She dozed and sipped and retched, but nothing came up. The ship rolled so wildly that she was being thrown in all directions. Sometime during the day, she made another trip to the bathroom and returned without collapsing. Ivar was still not back, but she felt so weak she couldn't rouse herself enough to go look for him. Her water had been replenished as she slept. She sipped some more and slept some more. She was beginning to fear the nightmare would never end. That night was just as miserable as the one before had been. But toward morning, the ship seemed to be lurching less violently, or perhaps it was simply her fond wishes making it seem less. Around noon, she made herself get up. She must find out about Ivar. Was he so sick he had died? The thought chilled her through and through. She should have done this yesterday. She remembered seeing a map of the vessel's decks somewhere. Then she thought of an easier way. She asked a steward in the dining area, "Where is the infirmary, please?" He directed her to deck 1. She went down the stairs from 2 to 1. Signs directed her to a door. She entered. "You're up!" She wheeled. "Ivar!" She ran to him and wrapped him in a bear hug. "Where have you been? You were not in your bunk, ever." "When I got sick, you weren't in your bunk, so I came down to the infirmary for treatment, expecting to find you here. They gave me a medicine that helped me enough that I could work here." "You were working in the infirmary?" "Yeah, I still am. Several of their orderlies were so sick they couldn't help, and they needed lots of orderlies. Just about everyone on the ship was ill, including some of the nurses, so I told them I would gladly help." She released her hug and stepped back to look at him, gripping his arms. "Ivar Carlson, you are more a man than I imagined. I'm proud of you." He shrugged, but he was grinning broadly. "At least I didn't have to help in the galley." Chapter 15. 2 more weeks, and Nilda will be here. Signa felt like dancing, until she began to think about all she had to get done before Nilda arrived. She heaved a sigh. May, and the spring cleaning wasn't even finished yet, let alone the garden in. "What's bothering you?" Gerd asked, swaying from side to side to make Kirsten's eyes drift closed. Gerd looked down at the baby in her arms. "I think she must be teething again. That's the only time she really fusses." "There's so much to do." "Signa, Nilda and Ivar are coming here to work, to help us, both in the house and outside. You do not have to have it all done before they come." Signa blinked. Talk for the reminder." She sucked in a deep breath and felt her shoulders drop from her earlobes. Another breath. "Less than 2 weeks until school is out. One horse can't pull that plow or disc, can she?" "Nay. But perhaps while they're blasting, the team would be available. Have you driven a team and plow before?" Signa shook her head. "But it can't be too hard." "Much easier with the newer plow, but ask Rune. Come to think of it, he'll probably be plowing the fields anyway." That night, Signa and Rune sat in the kitchen talking after the others had gone to bed. "Could you please work up the garden before you start on the fields?" she asked. He looked up from reading his verses for the day and rubbed his eyes. "It's getting nearly impossible to read this any longer. Some days seem better than others, but—" He blinked. "Yeah, I'll plow tomorrow. We are going to church on Sunday, even though I hate to take a day from digging the cellar." "Have you blasted out enough stumps?" "There will never be enough until all the big trees are gone and the land is all clear. With Ivar here, we'll make more progress. I plan to leave a couple standing on our land. A grove of hardwoods at the south line would be something to think about." "Sugar maples? I dreamed we would have birch trees up by our house." Not that either of them had much time to dream, but... He gave her a half smile, and there was a faraway look to his eyes. "After the house and well house, I want to build a wood shop. I believe making skis could be something to bring in money when the big trees are gone. Farming is good, but making furniture can be a good wintertime living." He turned to look through the wall in the direction of their future home. "Shame we have to come back right after church, but that cellar is critical so we can raise the house in June. I've been thinking that I would like to make our house 2 full stories with an attic. We might have enough to pay for the lumber to do that." He stretched his arms over his head and twisted from side to side. "Morning comes sooner than I'm ready." Sunday morning, Signa observed that getting out of the house to get to church on time was easier now that the sun came up earlier. Björn had the horse hitched and the wagon by the door in plenty of time. "You could leave the baby here with me," Gerd offered. "Tak, but this way you get some time off." Gerd rolled her eyes. "I'll start dinner, and then I was thinking about a dress for her. I haven't done any smocking for years, and that pink gingham will do nicely." "More! We're going to be late." The call came from the smaller wagon that Rosie could pull. Einar had the team hitched to the plow and was already out in the field. When they were finally underway, Signe drew in a deep breath of spring morning. Gerd should have come with them. Perhaps by next Sunday, Signe would be able to talk her into it. At church, Mrs. Benson met them at the door. "Oh, I am so glad to see you." After talking with Kirsten, she locked her arm through Signe's. "You come sit with us." She looked at Rune. "How are things going?" "Trying to get the cellar dug so we can start the house in June." "Won't a house of your own be wonderful?" She patted Kirsten's cheek, and this time received a smile. "She's growing so fast." "My brother and sister will be here in a couple of weeks," Rune added. "Oh, folks from home! I can't wait to meet them." The organ invited the last of the stragglers to the sanctuary. "Come, Mr. Benson has saved the row for you." Signe sat down with a sigh and let the music wash over her. Mr. Larson from the school had a way with the organ. Such a talented man, both a teacher and a musician. Shame that none of her boys, nor she or Rune, played an instrument. Her far had played the fiddle. She should have asked him to teach one of the boys. Reverend Skarstead took his place at the front and raised his hands. "Come, let us worship our Lord with our opening hymn, Holy, Holy, Holy." The organist pumped his feet and the familiar song filled the room. Signe closed her eyes, the better to hear the words and tamp them into her mind to come back to when she needed them. "Lord God Almighty, help me remember that you are indeed the mighty God," she thought. "Evermore shall be, not just today, but every day and every moment of every day. Though the darkness hide thee, Lord, help me to always look for thee and thy face. Though the eye of sinful man thy glory may not see." Kirsten wiggled in her arms. Signe shifted her daughter and swayed in time to the music. The harmony on the Amen must be what heaven would sound like when she got there. If you get there, she thought. That little voice that always sought to bring her discontent and fear. It even followed her through the church doors. When they were seated again, Signe snuggled Kirsten close and swayed just enough to calm her. At least she wouldn't be demanding to be fed during the service. Today, we read Luke chapter 13, verses 10 through 17, concerning the travels of Jesus and the miracles he performed everywhere he went. Jesus was teaching in the synagogue, in church like we are here, and a woman came in who was so bent over that she could not straighten herself to look anyone in the face, let alone see Jesus. She was always looking down, had been for many years, and yet she came to worship, because that is what a good Jew does on the Sabbath. The men worshipped on one side, and the women and the children on the other. He paused and looked around at his congregation. We are privileged in that we get to worship as families. I see all ages here, and that is as it should be. When I think of that poor suffering woman and the terrible pain she must have endured, I marvel that she came anyway. He paused and looked around. She came anyway. So often, situations happen to keep us from worship. You're ready to leave, and the cows get out. One of the children comes in bleeding from a slight accident, or someone starts throwing up. All these parts of life that seem to occur, especially on Sunday morning, to keep us from worship. During the winter, the weather is a factor, making it impossible for us to get here. During the spring, it is planting. Summer and fall, harvest. All things that need to be done, have to be done. He nodded. Life is just that way. Yet, God ordained that on the seventh day we should rest, like he did. And if God needed to rest, what about us? Is showing up for worship a form of rest? Is doing something different on Sunday afternoon a form of rest? I know, I am full of questions today, and none of them have easy answers. But he held up his index finger and waited. But learning to listen for his answers, his guidance, can help us develop the wisdom to choose wisely the things we will do. As farmers and loggers, we live by the seasons, and while the land rests under snow, we are out cutting trees. Hard, hard work. But when we show up, God blesses us. Just as Jesus did with that woman. Jesus healed her so she could stand straight, and she went out rejoicing and singing praises. So when we put God first, and that is a lifelong lesson, He blesses us for showing up. He gives us rest and healing, and we find joy in His will. Amen. Signe felt Leif leaning against her, and Kirsten asleep in her arms, so she stayed seated when the others stood. Lord God, help me to show up. Here, especially, even when it isn't easy, she prayed. After the benediction, Signe gathered up her things, careful not to wake the baby in her arms. Mr. Benson shook Rune's hand. Good to see you. How are things going out there? I've learned how to dynamite stumps. Good thing, since there's only a forest more of them to deal with. Ah, so true. Wrestling with the big trees and turning the land into farmland is not a dream for the faint of heart. Mr. Benson smiled at Leif and Knute. You boys are nearly out of school, aren't you? Yeah, then we can help dig out our cellar even more. Good, so you've started on your house? Rune nodded. We have. There's never enough time to do everything, though. Yeah, that is true. Could you use a hand with the cellar digging? Rune stared at him, and Signe could almost see the visions of a rampaging Einar stomping through his mind. Well, of course. Your place is beyond the home farm, right? Right. We have a path now across the field behind the barn. Mr. Benson smiled. I'll see what I can do. Maybe if we get you some help, you'll have more time to be part of our church family. Won't have to run off so fast. Rune nodded. Talk. I'm sure you'll hear us back there. Signe can point out the path. Reverend Skarstead stood by the door, greeting folks as they filed out. Good to see you, Mr. and Mrs. Carlson. He looked at Björn. Now, you are... Björn Carlson, sir. I work with Uncle Einar out in the woods during the week and at our place on Sunday. Her middle son piped up. I'm Knute, and this is my little brother Leif. Seems to me I heard you like to go fishing, the Reverend said. Knute grinned. Yes, sir. Hunting, too. A man after my own heart. You know my son, Olaf, from school. Oh, yeah, Olaf. He's very good at Red Rover. He says exactly the same of you. Next time we go fishing, we'll see if you can't come, too. Tack, sir. In the wagon on the way home, Knute said, That Reverend Skarstead, he's pretty nice, huh? Yeah, he is. Rune clucked the horse into a trot. Let's get on home, Rosie. We've got work to do. Later, Signe and Leif worked out in the garden, digging around the raspberry bushes that had sent up a lot of shoots. Soon as your far plows and discs this, we can start planting, she told him. She shaded her eyes with her hand at the sound of horses coming up the lane. Mr. Benson really is coming to help, and he brought 3 other men with him. When she had mentioned to Gerd that some men might come to help dig the cellar, the older woman had snorted and shaken her head, as always, doubting everyone's intentions. Leif, you go with them to show the way, Signe said, and he dashed out of the garden. Mr. Benson waved to her. My wife said she would try to come out one day this week. Talk, and talk for coming, too. Just follow Leif. Come on, son, you can ride with me. The 4 men rode on out to the hole in the ground, and Signe turned back to the raspberry bushes, her heart lightened by the act of friendship. Rune stopped shoveling when he heard horses approaching. They really did come to help. He took off his hat to wipe his forehead with the back of his arm. "Good to see you," he called to Mr. Benson. "Not sure if you've met all these men, but it's about time." Mr. Benson waited for Leaf to slide off his horse, then dismounted. "Looks like we got our work cut out for us." He introduced the others, and, shovels in hand, they all jumped down into the hole, not deep enough yet that they couldn't throw the dirt out. They spaced themselves out so as not to get in each other's way, and fell to digging. Dirt flew up and over the growing piles. When someone hit a rock, they dug around it, and several men got together to hoist it over the edge. Less than 2 feet down, they hit dense clay and gravel. Rune sent Björn and Knute to the shop for fence post diggers, a mattock, and a pickaxe. One of the men had brought a pickaxe, too. They took turns loosening the gravel so it could be shoveled out. "You're going to need the wheelbarrow and a ramp for the middle section," Mr. Benson said to Rune. "Sooner than I thought, thanks to all of you." Rune wiped the sweat from his face. "Moore sent coffee and water," Leaf said, toting 2 jugs to the edge of the cellar hole. He set them on one of the mounds of earth. "What are we going to do with all this dirt?" he asked. Good question. Rune would have to think about that. After the brief break, the men returned to digging, slower now but still making progress, until one of the men announced he had to go home to do chores. Another said the same, and with Rune's heartfelt thanks ringing in their ears, the 2 men rode out. Leif and Knute headed up to the barn to do the same. The other 4 kept on. Rune kept watch on Einar, who was plowing the cornfield. Dread made him dig harder. If Einar came over here and ordered these men away... Wait. He could not. This was Rune's land, not Einar's. Still, he could raise a nasty fuss. Just the thought of that. "Lord, please keep him out there," Rune prayed. Sometime later, Mr. Benson checked his pocket watch. "I think we need to hang it up for today. I know you've got a lot to go, but there's progress." He stretched his arms and shoulders. "Reminds me that digging uses different muscles. Hope you got a good bottle of liniment, but then you've been working in the woods." He stared across the field at Einar. "Planting corn?" Rune nodded. "I cannot begin to thank you for your help." "We'll try to get back again." Mr. Benson mounted his horse. "Your Björn's a good worker." "Yeah, he is. Smart, too." Rune and Björn dug until they saw Einar heading for the barn and the setting sun painting clouds in the west. Gathering up their tools, they trudged up to the shop and put them away. Rune clapped a hand on his son's shoulder. "Hopefully, we can get some more done tomorrow night." Rune and Björn both loaded up with wood for the kitchen stove and dumped it in the woodbox in the kitchen. "Einar, you know where any more downed or dead trees are?" Rune asked. "About done with that last one." "The boys can start sawing up the bigger branches from those earlier stacks. Can't burn again until next winter." "Will that be dry enough for stove wood?" He nodded. "And there's a birch west of your property." "Saw those limbs by the stacks?" Björn asked. Einar nodded. "Bow saw will work. No sense loading 'em on a wagon." Supper's on. Gerd set chicken and dumplings on the table and waited while the men and boys took their places. Rune breathed a sigh of relief that Einar seemed normal, not about to blow like he'd expected. "Let's have grace." Together they repeated the grace in Norwegian, and at the Amen, Einar reached for the bowl of biscuits. He dished up his plate and ate without a word. Rune gave Signe a raised eyebrows look. Her returned smile made all the hard work worthwhile. Björn asked, "Far, what if we used dynamite to help dig the cellar? That should make a hole." "Yeah, blow it up," Knute said. The boys looked at each other and chuckled. Einar slammed his palm down on the table. "That dynamite is no joke!" His voice exploded. sending the laughter into hiding. Kirsten answered with a piercing shriek. Gerd glared at her husband. "Now see what you've done. Scared the baby." Einar glared, but said nothing. Apparently he was no more interested in babies than he was in children or kittens or life. Chapter 16. "We're almost there." Nilda turned to Ivar, who stood beside her at the deck rail. He shook his head. "I have to pinch myself to be sure this is real." The ship on which they were crossing the Great Lakes to Duluth, Minnesota, had bucked winds, but nothing like those on their Atlantic crossing. Nilda had gained a new appreciation for the power of wind and water that could toss a huge ship around like a toy. A man on the other side of Ivar pointed to a lighthouse on the southern shore. The light wasn't shining, as it was daytime, but the stubby white tower and its red roof still showed prominently, guiding ships away from the rocks. They had seen such beauty when they sailed close to the lake shores, but mostly they steamed out far enough to feel like they might still be on the ocean. Almost there. Such magical words. The announcement that they were 2 hours from Duluth had come a bit earlier, bringing her to the rail where Ivar had spent most of the voyage. "I think I could be happy working on a ship like this." He smiled at her over his shoulder. "Doing what?" "There are a lot of men working to keep this ship moving. Not like it used to be with sails, but still." Nilda sniffed. "Well, it's a good thing you have a job to go to. You always said you wanted to be a lumberjack." "But I'd never been on a big ship before. A fishing boat is far different. And I really enjoyed that work as an orderly on the ocean steamer. Something else I'd love to do." Ivar had spent one summer aboard a relative's boat, fishing off the northern Norwegian coast. Their uncle had asked him to come back again this year because he was a hard worker, but Ivar said he was going to America instead. "I heard there are fishing boats out of Duluth," he said to the man next to him. "Yeah, good fishing in the Great Lakes," the man replied. "But from what I heard, the storms can be killers of both boats and men in these waters. Even big cargo ships, like those hauling timber or iron ore, sometimes end up on the bottom of the lake." "Hard to believe on a day like today," Ivar said. The sun winked on the swells, and a breeze brought smells of land and sea and coal smoke. Nilda asked the man, "You came on the same ship we did, right?" "Yeah. That was a nightmare to end all nightmares. I don't ever want to make that voyage again. I come to America to stay." Since they were all speaking Norwegian, the conversation was easy. "What are you going to do when you land?" Ivar asked. "Work for a relative in his lumber yard." "Oh, where?" "Place called Black Duck." "That's where we're going." Nilda smiled at him. "I know we've not been formally introduced, but this is my brother, Ivar Carlson, and I am Miss Nilda Carlson. We're joining our brother and his family, who work for an uncle somewhere near Black Duck." The man took off his hat, the breeze immediately lifting his hair and dropping a hank down his forehead. "I am Petter Thorvaldsen, from near Bergen." He put out his hand. "I am glad to meet you both." Nilda noticed his crinkly blue eyes, square chin, and mouth rimmed by smile-made creases. Taller than Ivar by only an inch or so, he had broader shoulders and hands calloused by hard work. She bit back her first question and tried to rephrase it. "You are the first of your family to emigrate?" "I am. In Norway, I worked on a fishing boat and helped my far on our mountain farm." Ivar grinned. "Me too. Did you like fishing?" "Not particularly, but it was work. Moore always said to be grateful for any honest work. But when I saw a man washed overboard, I decided I would rather work on land, if I can." He didn't mention a wife and children. Nilda tucked that knowledge away for future reference. Seagulls and huge, low-flying white birds caught her attention. When one of the white birds dove straight down into the water, she pointed for Ivar to look. The bird popped back up to the surface with a fish in his bill, which he swallowed with one gulp. Broad wings spread and flapped him back up to skim the waves again.
"What kind of bird is that?"
"A pelican," Petter answered. "You saw that big pouch under his beak? He can hold a whole lot of fish before he needs to swallow."
"I've never seen anything like that."
Ivar was open-mouthed. They watched as several more pelicans dove, gulped, and flapped aloft again. Seagulls screeched overhead and floated on the surface of the water. "Must be a bait ball," Petter said as the pelicans wheeled and skimmed back. A huge cluster of small fish will gather in one spot, swimming in a tight knot. Even when seabirds pick off some of them, most of them are safe. He pointed to the stern of the ship where seagulls circled and screamed, fighting each other for the scraps dumped from the galley. That's always fun to watch. Seagulls are such scavengers. The hills and piers of Duluth hove into view. Cargo ships, fishing boats, and tugs with barges of iron ore, logs, and finished lumber lined the piers, some waiting out in the bay for a place to dock. The engines slowed their rumble and brought the ship to a stop about half a mile out. "We will be docking within the hour," a voice announced. "Be ready to disembark from the main deck. Your baggage will be unloaded from the hold and can be claimed on the pier."
Nilda felt shivers run up and down her spine. They were almost to Duluth. How far away was the train station? And how would they transport their big trunks to the train?
"Do you have baggage?" Petter asked. "We do. Several trunks and a wooden crate," Ivar said. "I would be glad to help you, since we're both heading to the train. I only have one case and a shoulder pack."
Nilda smiled her gratitude. "Talk. I heard someone say there are wagoners and draymen to hire."
"I'll ask."
Nilda nodded in thanks and pleasure. Surely a train ride would give them a chance to get to know Petter better.
They were all huffing by the time they had pushed the four-wheeled station cart from the pier to the train station. Nilda carried the carpet bags she and Ivar had used on the ship, just in case they needed something from them. All their letters and ticket information were in her reticule. The next train to Black Duck would be in 2 hours. They parked the cart and sank down on the benches in front of the station. Dark clouds rolled in and hid the sun, bringing with them wind strong enough to tug at her hat. Nilda clapped her hand on top of it in case the hat pins slipped out. After 3 drops of rain as a prelude, the downpour hit. "Get inside before you're soaked," Ivar told her. He grabbed the carpet bags and pushed through the doorway of the station. The pounding of rain on the roof sounded more like thunder than falling rain. "Our trunks," Nilda said, peering at their car through a window. "They should be able to withstand a rainstorm." "But what if they leak and everything gets wet?" "Better them than us." "Come on, I'll help you." Petter stood and settled his hat more firmly on his head. Ivar groaned, but got to his feet. "I'll hold the door," Nilda said. She pulled one side of the double door inward. The 2 men shoved the cart through the door and then stood in the doorway, watching the rain. Thunder boomed right over them, lightning jagging the sky at almost the same moment. A pine tree at the west end of the station exploded, showering burning branches and needles on the platform and across the tracks. Within minutes, the downpour had drowned out even that fire. "That was close," said the clerk who had been behind the ticket window. "Took the tree instead of the train station. Thought we'd be hightailing it out of here for sure. Where are you folks bound for?"
"Black Duck."
"You all have your tickets?" Nilda patted her reticule and Petter his chest pocket. "Good, good. Black Duck your destination?"
"It is mine," Petter answered. "Night, we go on to Benson's Corner."
Nilda and Ivar spoke at almost the same time. "You're going to spend the night in Black Duck, then. The next train to Red Lake that stops in Benson's Corner doesn't leave until morning." Nilda groaned, and Ivar heaved a sigh.
Talk, I guess.
They don't have a hotel there, but there's an inn of sorts, and some households take in paying guests.
As if we had money to spend on a night in a hotel, Nilda thought. Nilda looked at her trunk. There were 2 quilts in there. Sleeping on hard benches in the Black Duck station would be better than on the floor.
I could go to my cousin's house and see if they have room, Petter offered.
Have you ever met your cousin? Nilda asked.
Not since I was very young, but his Moor is my favorite tante. He's 10 years or more older than I am.
The incoming train whistle made them pause.
That will be the train you want. The railroad man headed for his office. The baggage car is next to the caboose. You all have a good trip now.
When the train screeched to a stop, they pushed the luggage cart out into the downpour. Nilda followed, but the conductor waved her over to the steps leading to the passenger car. Once inside, she found 2 seats facing each other and sank into one. Her coat was wet clear through, and her hat dripped rainwater down her face.
Oh, dear. Here, let me help you.
An older woman in the seat behind her stood and helped Nilda take off her coat.
Do you have a sweater or anything else to put on so you don't catch your death of a chill?
No. Death of a chill. Nilda had no idea what the woman was talking about. She and Ivar may have taken lessons in English, but obviously they would need many more. She smiled at the lady, unpinned her hat, and dropped it on the seat. Ivar and Petter came up the steps, and the conductor called, "All aboard!" The train shrieked and screeched as it eased forward, picking up speed with every turn of the wheels.
"Sir, do you have any towels or blankets for these young people to dry them off?" the older lady asked the conductor.
"Not that I know of."
She turned to Ivar and Petter. "You two, get your coats off and hang them over one of the seat backs." She might be aging, with her silver hair in a bun, but she knew how to give orders, and clearly expected to be obeyed. She looked back at the conductor. "Well, are you going to go check?"
"Yes, madam."
"Here." She put her black wool coat around Nilda's shoulders. "But I'll get it wet," Nilda protested. "That coat has been wet before, and getting wet again won't hurt it." Nilda could pick up most of what the woman said. She had a great deal of trouble separating out the words, even though the lady didn't speak rapidly. As the train picked up speed, a draft blew down the aisle, making Nilda wish she could take off her wool stockings and tuck her feet under her skirt, which had been protected by her coat. It was May, but right now it felt like winter was trying to repossess the land. The older woman frowned at Ivar and Petter. "And you young men, even your shirts are wet."
"No worry, we'll dry. Talk for your concern," Ivar said. When the conductor returned with several dish towels, the woman tisked in disapproval.
"That is all you could find?"
"Sorry, madam." She handed each of them a towel.
"Dry your hair and what you can, and then we're going to the dining car for a pot of hot coffee." She looked at the conductor. "The dining car is open, I take it?"
"Yes, ma'am." He checked his watch. "Or at least it will be in a few minutes. There'll be an announcement." The woman looked at Nilda.
"You might want to go to the women's restroom and see if you can brush your hair drier, then put it up again. Then we shall have our coffee."
Nilda dug into her carpet bag. "Yeah, please, I don't know what to call you."
"I am Mrs. Schonleber."
Nilda introduced the 3 of them.
"We truly appreciate your help."
"But why are you doing this?"
she wondered. Obviously, the woman was wealthy. The quality of the wool and the cut of the coat hanging on Nilda's shoulders said that, if nothing else did. Mrs. Schonleber's suit was tastefully accented with jet beads, and a cameo brooch at the high collar said money. Her hat, with its elegant black feather and fine veil perched on her roll of silver hair, said so even more clearly. Nilda had seen women dressed like this on the steamship, but only from a distance, as their quarters were on the upper deck, not down on the lower decks. Why was this woman helping emigrants like them?
The dining car opening was announced, though Nilda caught only a few of the words. Mrs. Schoenleber herded the three of them down the aisle and through the doors connecting the two cars. "Well, good afternoon, Mrs. Schoenleber," said the steward in the dining car. "Where would you like to be seated?" Ivar and Nilda exchanged looks. The people on the train knew her name, who she was. "There will be fine. We'll have a pot of coffee immediately, and then we'll see about what else. These young people need to be warmed up." "Yes, madam." He seated them and stood a menu in front of each. "Your coffee will be right here. Do any of you take cream or sugar?" They started to shake their heads, but Mrs. Schoenleber intervened. "Just bring them, thank you." The dining car was so elegant. Blindingly white tablecloths and napkins, a small vase with a pink flower in the metal rack that held silver salt and pepper shakers, and polished silverware at each place setting. So many genteel touches. The food here must cost a fortune. How would Nilda and Ivar pay for this? "Now then," Mrs. Schoenleber said, "as soon as we're served, you can tell me about yourselves and where you're going." A waiter set cups and saucers at each place and then filled each cup full of steaming coffee. Mrs. Schoenleber perused the menu. "Bring us a plate of these hors d'oeuvres and one of fruit, and then we'll see." She closed her menu and handed it to the waiter without looking. "Now, I take it you were on the ship that docked early this afternoon. Did they serve you dinner first?" Ivar nodded. "Yeah, we had soup and bread." "But you could eat a sandwich or something now." She looked from Petter to Ivar. "Are you three related?" They all shook their heads. "We met on the ship just this morning," Nilda answered when it seemed the two men were more interested in their coffee. "Ivar is my younger brother, and we're going to work for an uncle near Benson's Corner." Petter added, "I have come to work for my cousin, who manages a lumberyard in Black Duck." Mrs. Schoenleber nodded and looked at Nilda. "And so you will continue on the train to Benson's Corner?" "Yeah, tomorrow morning." Nilda felt the hot coffee warm her both inside and out as she cradled the cup in her hands. "And where will you spend the night?" "Pardon me if I seem meddlesome. I am accused of that often." Nilda and Ivar looked at each other. At the train station. The next train leaves in the morning." "That's what I thought." Mrs. Schoenleber looked up with a smile when 2 platters of delicacies were placed before them. "If you could bring us a platter of sandwiches also." "Right away, madam. Any preference?" "Oh, roast beef will be fine, and make sure there's plenty of meat between those slices of bread." "Yes, madam." I don't want to sound ungrateful, but—" Nilda started. Ivar finished the sentence. "We do not have enough money to pay for this." "Of course you don't. You traveled in steerage. The food here has already been paid for, so just eat and make an old woman happy." Mrs. Schoenleber smiled at them. "I don't have many younger people in my life anymore, and I enjoy feeding hungry young men. I want you all to feel welcome in this new land of yours, so please don't leave any food on the platters." She raised a hand, and the waiter was right there, even though many of the other tables were filling. "More coffee, please." She picked up a morsel of some sort from the plate that held the hors d'oeuvres and took a bite. They do have a fine baker on this train. Now, to get back to business, I have rooms at my home that need to be used. So, we will leave your luggage in storage at the station, and you shall come home with me. My butler will make sure you're back at the station in time for the train in the morning." She clasped her hands on the table, her rings glinting in the lights of the dining car. "Any questions?" Her butler. Nilda had never met a person who employed a butler. "But surely you don't want to deprive this old woman of the pleasure of your company tonight." What have we gotten into? Nilda thought. Is she an angel or what? The men seemed to have no trouble accepting free food, and after her involuntary fast on that ocean voyage, food tasted mighty good to Nilda also. She was uncertain about American customs and how they differed from Norwegian politeness, but apparently the offer of food here was to be accepted. Courtesy demanded it, and so she ate a delicious beef sandwich with fruit and warm, fragrant coffee. Welcome to America. The train arrived at Black Duck late in the day. Petter started to give them his goodbyes, but Mrs. Schonleber would hear nothing of it. "Nonsense, young man. It's far too late to be wandering around town trying to find a cousin you barely know. Leave your baggage here and stay at my house with your friends. There'll be time enough tomorrow to settle into your new home." Petter tried to protest, but soon gave up. He gave Nilda and Ivar a sheepish shrug and did as Mrs. Schonleber said. Nilda bit her lip to quell a smile. She didn't think he'd had much choice. Once Mrs. Schonleber decided on something, she seemed to get it. Mrs. Schonleber marched into the station to speak to the agent about storing their luggage. "She acts like she owns the railroad," Petter muttered. "She sure is forceful," Ivar agreed. The boys went off to gather the trunks, while Nilda held the carpetbags. A stately carriage arrived, drawn by 4 horses. The rain had stopped, so the driver folded back the 2 leather bow tops that kept the interior dry. 2 seats, each large enough to comfortably serve 2 or 3 people, faced each other. Were all Americans so rich? Mrs. Schonleber came marching out of the station. "Thank you, George," she said to the carriage driver. It was hers. Ivar and Petter returned with the trunks, and the station agent came out to take possession of them. Mrs. Schonleber nodded. "We're on our way. Hop in." She waved a hand toward the carriage. The driver gave Mrs. Schonleber a hand in, then did the same for Nilda just as elegantly. The men climbed in the other side. The driver cracked his whip, and the well-matched team of 4 horses moved forward as one. "If I may, ma'am, what sort of carriage is this?" Petter asked. "It's a landau, very common in this country. In fact, the president, Ulysses S. Grant, had a landau built especially for him." They arrived at a fine mansion, but by now Nilda expected nothing less. George helped the ladies down, and all went inside. The interior, like the outside, was the kind of place kings lived in. They dined at a long table, the 4 of them clustered at one end. Then they sat in a large room furnished with leather chairs and a huge stone fireplace, drinking brandy from odd, round snifters. Mrs. Schonleber had all sorts of questions, and Petter had some too. Nilda simply couldn't get comfortable immersed in such luxury, and her English left much to be desired. But the evening went well anyway. There were apparently many guest rooms. Nilda, Ivar, and Petter each had a room of their own. As Mrs. Schonleber had promised, a tall, stolid, humorless fellow named Charles, her butler, woke them in the morning and led them down to a sumptuous breakfast of poached eggs, ham, melon, and toast. "Mrs. Schonleber is otherwise occupied," Charles explained, "so I shall conduct you to the station." He led them out front, where George, the landau, and the 4 horses were waiting. Nilda told Ivar, "That good night's sleep has really refreshed me. Things look much cheerier today." Ivar smiled. "It doesn't hurt that it was cloudy yesterday and the sun is out today." As they rolled into the station, Nilda dug down into her bag for the stubby little pencil she carried. She tore the title page out of one of her books and passed both across to the butler. "Please, Mr. Charles, may I have a mailing address? I want to send Mrs. Schonleber a note of gratitude. This was a wonderful rest during our trip, and so generous of her." His long, stolid face melted into a smile. "Miss Carlson, nothing would please Mrs. Schonleber more." He printed her name and address on the paper. Petter asked, "Why did she do this? I mean, all of this?" Charles hesitated and licked his lips. "We will tell no one else," Petter assured him. "But we would like to know." The train was coming. Nilda could hear it in the distance. "You know what Schonleber means. Charles asked. Beautiful life? Petter guessed. Yes. And Mr. and Mrs. Schonleber had a beautiful life. Very comfortable financially, as you see. And 5 children, all of whom were bright and handsome. One year they were visiting a friend and business associate in southern Minnesota. A rainstorm in the night spawned a tornado, destroying the house they were in. The business associate, Mr. Schonleber, and the children all died. She never got over it. She likes to surround herself with young people like you, people who are the age her children would have been. Nilda felt tears burning her eyes. Petter asked, What business, may I ask? She has just returned from a business trip. She owns the majority interest in this railroad. Petter smiled. That explains much. Thank you. Charles left the travelers in the station agent's care, climbed up beside George in the carriage box, and the landau rolled away. Ivar watched the train pull to a halt. You know what I liked best about that mansion? What? Nilda asked. The floor didn't move. At all. Chapter 17. The train arrives at 10:30. You go pick them up. Einar threw the orders over his shoulder at Signe as he headed out the door. Signe turned to Knute and Leif. You boys better hurry then, since I will need the horse. He could have mentioned this earlier, she muttered inside. She caught Rune's look of caution and nodded. The boys grabbed their dinner pails and ran out the door. Tante Nilda and Uncle Ivar are coming, Leif shouted, and both boys cheered. Signe took the cup of coffee Gerd handed her. Gerd waved a hand. Sit down, and we'll have breakfast. Rune set his coffee cup in the steaming dishpan. Björn and I will be dynamiting a few more stumps. Days like today, we sure could use another team of horses. Einar says the same thing. Gerd crossed to the stove and pulled the big pan forward. Björn! Signe stopped her son as he was following as far out the door. Do you have your ear protection? He grinned and waved his fur earmuffs. Ja, mor. I have these and lots of cotton in my pocket to wad into my ears. Tak. Good. Signe waved him out the door. I so wish he wasn't helping with the dynamiting. Not just because of the danger. His ears. Gerd broke eggs into the pan. That first day of blasting, when Rune sent him home, he said his ears started getting better as soon as he was in the quiet, and his hearing was almost completely returned by bedtime. I agree that it would be best if he got nowhere near the noise, but by plugging his ears with cotton and then covering them with those heavy earmuffs, he seems to be getting along all right. But in the long term, what about 20 years from now? Will his hearing be forever affected? No one knows. Only God knows. Signe's thoughts shifted. Gerd had just expressed trust in God, at least to an extent. That was good news. Her thoughts shifted again. Rune mentioned getting another team, and if we have our own farm, we'll have to buy stock. Perhaps I should mention that to Mrs. Benson. Where does one buy livestock around here? Gerd shrugged. Most people raise up their own. We should have bred our mare, but Rosie's too old now. She slid the scrambled eggs onto Signe's plate. Pick up a newspaper at the store. Might be an ad there. Einar mentioned Red Lake one time, someone up there breeding heavy horses. Good thing Garborg down the road has a bull and a boar. Kirsten waved both arms from her seat in the rocker. She'd already figured out that she could make it rock by moving forward and back, which made her chortle. Signe had tied a string from arm to arm of the chair and hung some spoons from it to entertain her. Drool running down her chin, Kirsten slapped the spoons together to make noise. I'll feed her just before I leave. Is the train usually on time? Gerd shrugged. No idea. I never paid attention. but when the wind is just right, you can hear the whistle. With bread rising, ham and beans simmering in the oven, and Kirsten fed and put down for her nap, Signe gathered her list. The sound of a stump exploding was so common now that they could almost ignore it. Rune harnessed Rosie and drove her and the cart up to the back porch. He helped his wife up to the seat and smiled at her. "Tonight we celebrate." Signe grinned back. "I'm so excited I can hardly sit still. So many things to do, and all needing doing right now." "Don't forget the paper. Reading some news will be good for a change." "Knowing Nilda, she'll bring all kinds of news." It was all she could do not to flick the reins and make Rosie pick up the pace from a slow jog to a fast trot. Swallows were dipping mud out of a puddle left from the last rain. Soon all the barns would have swallow nests under the eaves. A killdeer called and ran down the road, dragging one wing to draw them away from her nest in the grass. Signe sucked in a deep breath of spring and felt joy flood clear to her fingertips. Their first spring in Minnesota, and they were to celebrate it with family arriving. Knute had reminded her that only 10 days remained of the school year. The shades of green around her could only be dreamed up by God, some so bright they hurt her winter eyes. She inhaled again and closed her eyes to try to identify all the scents that made up spring. Overturned earth, green things growing, something blooming sweet, someone cleaning out their barn or spreading manure on a field, and pine trees emitting their own perfume. She stopped Rosie by the railing at the store and climbed down. She could hear children laughing and calling, so it must be recess time at the school. Shouted commands drifted from the stacks of logs being loaded onto flat rail cars to be hauled to the lumber mills up around Red Lake and beyond. "Good morning," Mrs. Benson called as soon as Signe opened the door. "Isn't this a perfect spring day? Do you have time for a cup of coffee?" Signe returned the greeting and the smile. "I have some things to get, including a newspaper and information. And when the train comes, our family will be here." "That is so exciting. Come, let's have coffee on the back porch. I've been thinking of putting rocking chairs on the front porch. Make people take some time to enjoy the world around them." She checked the clock. 1/2 an hour until the train gets here. Enough time for coffee and to catch up. How is that sweet baby girl of yours doing? Signe followed her through the storeroom and out back, where a big maple tree was still leafing out. The swing that Leaf had so enjoyed still hung from the lower branch. "You sit there, and I'll bring the coffee out." Mrs. Benson pointed to the chairs by a round table, dappled by sun through the branches. Signe sat with her eyes closed, experiencing spring with her other senses. Between tending Kirsten, planting the garden, keeping the house, and feeding ravenously hungry men, she never had time to just sit like this and what? Experience. Shade trees sure make a difference around a house, don't they? Signe smiled as her hostess brought out the serving tray. "I promised Gerd I would plant several around her house. She asked for a birch, just like I'm going to plant by my house." She eyed the plate of cookies and wrapped her hands around a coffee cup. "This must be close to what heaven is like." "I think so, too. Good thing you came by to remind me to stop and let the sun drive away the cold of winter. Sometimes it seems to settle deep into my bones and makes it hard to get warm." Mrs. Benson sat down and pushed the plate closer to Signe. "I just baked these this morning, and I'm so glad you came to enjoy them with me. My grandma's ginger cookies." Signe dunked her crisp cookie in her coffee and closed her eyes, the better to appreciate the flavors. "This is so good. I wish we could get together more often like this. Women need to spend time with each other. I sure hope you and Gerd will come to our Ladies' Aid group. It will help you get to know some of the others." That reminded Signe, "We can't thank Mr. Benson enough for bringing the others out to help dig our cellar. Rune was so grateful for the progress they made. That's what neighbors do for each other.
He had me rub liniment on his back that night." Mrs. Benson laughed. "He said you have a right nice place to put your house. Shame you don't have a lake on that property. Did Knute get to go fishing with the Reverend and his boys?" "One time. He sure loves to hunt and fish. His snares keep us in rabbit." Signe reached for another cookie. "Do you know anyone who has a team of horses for sale?" Mrs. Benson shook her head. "Not offhand. The mister would know more than I. We'll ask him. You might check that board by the door. Sometimes people post notes there when they have a need or something to sell. I saw one for a litter of puppies." "Really? The boys would love to have a dog." "How are the cats doing?" "No mice dare invade our house, but neither one of them is much interested in being a barn cat. I take them down to hunt, and they show up on the back porch after a while. I think one of them is going to have kittens." After a few more quiet moments, Mrs. Benson set down her coffee cup. "How about I fill your order while you go to the platform and pick up your family? I'm looking forward to meeting them." "I will." Signe stood and stretched. "Tack for the coffee. I'll send some cookies home for those boys of yours, if you don't mind." "Mind?" Signe's eyebrows arched. "They will be delighted." Waving goodbye, she backed the horse and cart away from the store and drove over to the station south of the loading area for logs. The train whistle sounded far down the tracks, and Rosie flicked her ears. Signe couldn't bear to sit still, so she climbed down and stroked Rosie's neck and ears while she waited. When the train whistled again, Rosie laid back her ears and snorted. "Easy. You've been here before," Signe soothed. "That monster's not going to come after you." Perhaps she should have tied the horse to the hitching rail nearby, but comforting her kept Signe's hands busy. Another blast of the whistle, and Rosie tried backing up. Ears flat against her head, she reared enough to get both front feet in the air, but Signe grabbed an ear and grasped the lines just below the bit. She kept up a sing-song voice, saying soothing nonsense syllables. Steam blew out the screeching wheels, and the monster finally halted. Rosie shook her head, snorted, stamped one more time, and settled down with a puff of breath now that the train no longer personally threatened her. Signe watched the 3 passenger cars and finally saw the conductor help a young woman down the steps. When she reached the platform, she turned to thank him. A young man followed right behind her, handing the conductor 2 carpet bags as he stepped down. Signe waved and called their names, not daring to leave Rosie in case something frightened her again. "Signe!" Sun glinted off the gold streaks in Nilda's crown of hair as she lifted her skirts and dashed across the wide boards of the platform to throw her arms around Signe. Rosie tossed her head and pulled away again. "Oh, I scared the horse. Sorry." Nilda hugged Signe again, and then, keeping one arm around Signe's waist, held out her other hand for Rosie to sniff. "What a good horse you are!" She heaved a sigh. "I am so grateful to be here. Oh, Signe, I didn't think we would ever make it. This train ride from Black Duck seemed as long as the one from Duluth." Ivar set their carpetbags down and grinned at Signe. "We made it! We finally made it!" He looked around. "I hope we could fit our trunks and crate into that little cart." He returned her hug and looked down the train to the baggage car, where dollies of boxes, crates, and trunks were being unloaded. "We better get down there to load before the train leaves. It doesn't stop long." Since several others had gotten off the train, too, the baggage was still unloading. "They must have supplies for others around here, too," Ivar said, eyeing the large pile of crates being offloaded from the train. "Probably for the store," Signe said. "There's a mail pouch. Oh, and a bundle of newspapers." Mr. Benson drove up with a wagon, and the railway men started moving boxes and crates to that. "You want some help, Mrs. Carlson?" he called. "Tack." She started to lead Rosie to that end of the platform, but Ivar took over. "We'll toss those bags on top last," he said. "I have supplies to pick up at the store, too.
Signe told him. "The three of us on the seat will be tight." "Who cares?" Nilda said. "Oh, Signe, this has been such a long year since you and Rune left. I have missed you dreadfully." Signe nodded. "I learned that homesickness is not a joke. I cried too many tears to count. I missed you all so much. Things are good now, but one of these days I will tell you what was really going on here. I could not bear to write it all in my letters. I never have liked whiners." The two women locked arms and followed the horse and cart. "Tante Gerd is taking care of the baby?" Nilda asked. "Yeah, as far as she's concerned, the sun rises and sets on Kirsten. She's like the jewel to all of us. Leif especially loves to make her giggle. No one can keep a straight face when she gets going." Other than Einar, but Signe didn't mention him. No sense dimming a perfect day. "You want me to drive?" Ivar asked after helping them up to the seat. "If you want. If we give Rosie her head, she'll take us home. The boys ride her to school every morning." Signe smiled around the tears forming in her eyes. "I can't begin to tell you how happy I am to have you here. Family from home. My best friend, let alone sister-in-law." Nilda winked. "Don't forget Ivar. I had to chase all the girls away from him on the ship. That baby face of his caught lots of attention." Ivar rolled his eyes, but in spite of himself, red crept up his neck. He shook his head. "Not that my older sister would exaggerate or any such thing." Nilda shivered. The voyage over was so bad, everyone was puking their guts out and wondering if they were going to die from seasickness. Ivar nodded in agreement. "One old man and a baby did die. They buried them at sea after the storm let up. That was so sad." At the store, Signe introduced Nilda and Ivar to Mrs. Benson, who invited them for coffee. "I made fresh ginger cookies this morning. In fact, I'm sending some home for the boys. Your nephews are becoming fine young men." "Talk, but I think we will get on home," Signe said. "I understand." Mrs. Benson handed up several bags. "Tell Gerd that's the last of the yarn for a while. Your newspaper and some mail are here, too." She patted Nilda's knee. "I'll be out to see you soon." To Signe she asked, "Do you have any butter or eggs to send with the boys? I don't know what we'll do when school is out. They have been our errand runners." "I'll check our stores at home," Signe said. "Let me know when Ladies' Aid meets. Perhaps we can break away for a while, especially after the garden is planted. But at least we'll see you in church." "True. I am always grateful the store closes on Sundays." Mrs. Benson stepped back. "So glad to meet you, Miss Carlson. Mister, too." She waved as Ivar turned the horse and cart toward home. Rosie picked up her hooves immediately, in spite of the load she was hauling. Signe and Nilda chattered away, exchanging family news. "Do you know many of these neighbors?" Ivar asked when there was a slight lull. Signe shook her head. "You have to understand something. Uncle Einar drove away all the neighbors, ordered them all off his land some time ago. He's a stubborn man, and all he can really think about is cutting down the big trees so he can clear the land for farming, selling the logs as the income for the farm." "What happens when it's all logged off?" "Who knows?" She decided not to go into the conflict they'd had with him regarding paying off the tickets and earning wages. Maybe he had learned some lessons in how to treat people. "Rune mentioned in one letter that Einar seems to have it in for you," Nilda said. "Yeah, he blames me for everything. I'm hoping he is at least polite with you. He knows now that when Rune takes a stand, he will do what he says he will do. Einar figured all the boys would be home working, but Rune told him no, our boys would be in school. Björn was old enough to make a choice, and he would rather work out in the woods than anything." Signe took a breath. "Oh, so much has happened here this year. I am so grateful that Gerd has gotten much of her health back. She was bedbound when we got here. But now she's able to help with the cooking and the wash, and she has knitting needles in her hands all the time, unless she's taking care of Kirsten. I think our baby gets all the love that Gerd didn't know she had to give. How wonderful. She saved my life, and Kirsten's too. Not that she would ever admit that. Signe nodded and patted Nilda's hands. Enough about us. What's been going on at home? We had enough food to eat this winter, but mostly because we live on a farm. Last year was the first year I didn't go up to the setter, but worked for other people around town to bring in some money. Moore keeps slamming that loom and is able to sell some of her rugs. Nilda glanced over her shoulder. Wait until you see all we brought. Good thing you're building a new house. From the sounds of Gerd's house, there isn't room there for everything. Ivar tightened the lines as Rosie picked up her pace. Sorry, girl, you don't need to work up a sweat like that. Yeah, the boys get home a lot faster in the afternoon than they get to school in the morning. I can't believe how big this country is. Ivar shook his head. Those days on the Great Lakes, and then from Duluth to here. I looked on a map, and Minnesota is kind of right in the middle of America. I didn't realize North Dakota was so far away. Nilda nodded. Ivar really wants to go to Blessing to find work there with Tante Ingeborg. Ivar added, but we're here now, and here we will be for at least a year, until we pay off Nilda's debt to Uncle Einar. We all managed to buy Ivar's ticket, so he's not beholden to Uncle Einar, Nilda explained. Signe nodded. Good for you. But there's plenty of work for you here, and I know Uncle Einar is looking forward to another hand in the woods. The more trees he ships, the better. And I will make sure he pays you a decent wage, she thought. She wondered who she could ask about what the going rate was for lumberjacks. She knew Einar and Ivar had already come to terms, but that didn't mean Einar wouldn't try to back out in some way if Ivar upset him. One moment she was so thrilled Nilda and Ivar were here, the next she dreaded what could be ahead. But at least she and her family would be in a house of their own before the end of summer. If all went well. Chapter 18. The house looked smaller than what Nilda had pictured in her mind. It looked teeny compared to the Schonleber home, but the Schonleber mansion had felt like a museum, not a home, empty of family, and that made all the difference. She glanced at Ivar to see if he was surprised too. Nothing showed on his face. Usually she could figure out what he was thinking, but not now. The barn sat some ways back from the house, with a windmill and well house in between. A man was disking with a team in a field off to the west. The field looked to be several acres in size. An explosion from near the wood line sent debris into the air and shocked their ears. Signe explained, Rune and Björn are dynamiting stumps, the quickest way to get them out. That's Uncle Einar out with the team, then? Nilda asked. Yeah, he's getting the field ready to plant corn. Rune plowed and disked the garden the other day. We're making it bigger this year. More potatoes and sweet corn especially. We're a Knute and Leaf. School won't be out for another week. They get home around 4 and usually start chores. They take care of the livestock and the chickens. Ivar pointed ahead. Look at the size of those pines. Was it still solid woods when Uncle Einar bought this land? No, the family that homesteaded it had already cleared these front acres. He built the buildings and almost doubled the pasture land. We hay a good part of that, too. 2 cows out there? Ivar asked, squinting toward the pasture. Signe nodded. Yeah, and a steer from last year. The heifer had her calf about a month ago, so it's still in the barn. The yearling must be lying down. Leaf takes care of the chickens, and Knute the pigs. 2 sows and 2 gilts will be farrowing. We hope to trade a couple of wiener pigs for a young boar. She pointed to the front door of the house with its stoop entry. We'll bring your trunks in there to the parlor. Probably the crate will have to be stored in the shop for now. So, what first? Nilda asked. We'll tie Rosie up by the back door until someone comes to help unload. Come and meet Tante Gerd. And Kirsten." Nilda nudged Signe. "She's the important one." She grinned at Ivar. "Here we go," she whispered. "Here we go." The kitchen door stood open, and through the screen door they could hear a baby giggling and a woman talking with her. Nilda asked, "Is she always that happy?" "Pretty much, unless she's hungry, and then cover your ears." Signe held open the screen door. "We're here," she announced. Gerd, with Kirsten on her hip, greeted them. "Welcome. Come in, come in. I saved dinner for you." Signe made the introductions. "Nilda and Ivar, meet Tante Gerd, and, of course, our Kirsten." Gerd nodded. "Glad you're here safely. Welcome to Minnesota. Do you want to speak Norwegian or English?" Nilda exchanged a look with Ivar. He nodded. "Norwegian is far easier yet. Takk." So this is the Gerd I've heard so much about. She's smaller than I thought, and looks far older than Moore said she was. Must be from being so ill, Nilda thought. She smiled. "Takk. I heard that you have been knitting for everyone. Moore said she remembered how you loved to knit. We brought some yarn for you." Gerd's eyes lit up. "Leif and I have been wanting to get some sheep. Maybe soon we can make our own yarn." Nilda hid a smile. Gerd would be pleased when she saw what Nilda and Ivar had brought with them in the crate. Knute and Leif came slamming into the house. "Uncle Ivar, you finally got here!" Knute grinned up at him. "You've grown a foot since I saw you," Ivar said. Knute looked down. "No, I only have 2, same as always." Ivar rolled his eyes and knocked Knute's hat off, ruffling his hair. "And you too, Leif. My goodness, I hardly recognize you." Leif stood for the obligatory hair ruffling. "Guess what? You could help us with the chores." "Leif, Knute, why are you home so early?" Signe's eyebrows flattened out. "Did you skip school?" "No. We told Mr. Janssen our family from Norway had arrived on the train, and he said since we had our work done, we could leave early." Signe shook her head. "All right. Now, regarding chores, give them 1 night to settle in. Why don't you two get the supplies for the house out of the cart and then drive around to the front to unload the trunks?" Ivar followed Leif and Knute out the back door. Both boys stared at the cart. "You brought a lot of stuff," Knute said. "Wait until you see," Ivar assured them. Leif dragged a bag of oats off of the wagon. "Good thing we got oats again. Uncle Einar bagged up most of what was left to seed the field." Knute set bags and brown-wrapped packages on the kitchen table. "Come on, Leif, there's more." Out at the cart, Ivar pointed. "Leif, you take those bags in, and Knute and I will meet you at the front door. I think we can haul these trunks inside." In minutes, they had the trunks in the parlor and were headed for the shop to leave the crate. "What's in the crate?" Leif asked. Ivar grinned. "I'm not telling until we open it." Leif pointed to the long building on the right. "The shop started out as a machine shed, but Far got Uncle Einar to let him close part of it in for the winter so we could work there. Uncle Einar had the sharpening wheel in that 3-sided building. Far said he couldn't believe Uncle Einar sharpened axes and saws in there during the winter. He made sure a stove could heat it. We added more later." "So this is where Rune is making skis?" "Yeah, and furniture, and Uncle Einar works on the machinery and keeping the saws and axes sharp." Leif ran to open the door while Knute and Ivar wrestled the crate off the cart and lugged it inside. "Looks like a good place to work. That stove must have really made a difference." "Far made sure. There are the skis over there. We ran out of time to finish them this year. Did you know skis take a long time to make?" "Yeah, that's why not many people make them." They closed the door, and Leif drove the wagon to the barn. Ivar and Knute carried in the sacks of oats, and Leif unhitched Rosie and lifted off the harness. I can't reach the team yet, Leaf explained, but Rosie is just enough smaller. She's a good horse. Would you believe she is 20 years old? She works hard, too. He stroked the old mare's shoulder. We better put her in the corral for now so she can't drink. The boys introduced Ivar to the rest of the animals, showed him the well house and the smokehouse, and returned to the house to leap up the back porch. You ever set dynamite? Knute asked. Aye, no need of it in Norway. Far will teach you. Björn really likes blowing up stumps. We bring the bigger chunks of stumps up to the house and burn the rest. Wait until you see a big tree crash. Knute held the door open. Sit down, sit down. Gerd pointed to a chair. We didn't wait for you, as you could see. She retrieved the last of the dishes from the warming oven and set them by Ivar's plate. Help yourself. She shook her head at the boys. You can have the leftover cornbread and glasses of milk. She handed them each a plate and set 2 glasses on the table. Knute, did you check your snares today? Not yet, he said around a mouthful of cornbread. But I will right away. You want to come with me, Uncle Ivar? Yeah. Might we have fried rabbit for supper? If there are 2 in the snares, must be about time to move them farther out again. Knute tries to keep the rabbits from grazing on the garden. We need a dog to chase them away. Leaf drained his milk glass and wiped his milk mustache off with the back of his hand, earning a frown from Signe. I saw an ad for puppies on the wall at the store. If there were no rabbits around, what would we eat? Signe asked. Gerd shook her head. There are always plenty of rabbits around. Björn has brought in a couple deer, too, and a goose last fall. This year the smokehouse was going most of the time with pork and venison. Do you like to go fishing? Knute asked Ivar. Yeah, I do, but not out on a fishing boat on the North Sea. You did that? Both boys wore round eyes. Knute said, I went with the Reverend Skarstedt and the Bergens one Sunday, but the fish weren't biting much yet. There was still ice on the lake. How far away? A mile or so to the west. Uncle Einar says there are lakes all around us, but he says fishing is a waste of time. Nilda and Ivar swapped raised eyebrows. There aren't a lot of lake or stream fish left near our home in Norway, he said. Fried fish sounds almost as good as fried rabbit. Björn and Rune greeted the others from the door. You boys better get some wood in that box, Rune said as he crossed the kitchen to greet his younger sister and brother. He smiled. I was beginning to think you'd never get here. He's as bad as the boys at waiting. Signe swayed from side to side with Kirsten, who waved her arms at her far. Who is this man with you? Nilda asked, grinning at Björn. Is there something in the air here that turns a boy into a man in a year? Not in the air, but with an axe and a cross-cut saw. Björn's neck was turning red, moving up to his cheeks. Ah, but I can still make you blush. Nilda gave him a hug in spite of his embarrassment. So you choose to work in the woods rather than finish school? Yeah, but Far and Moore weren't happy about it. Uncle Einar has taught me a lot. Well, good, Ivar grinned. Now he could teach me. Knute and Leif each dumped an armload in the woodbox and went back out for more. Leif made sure the door did not slam, with a grin at Tante Gerd. That coffee still hot? Rune asked. Gerd pulled the pot over on the stove. In a minute, I'll make more for supper. Rune sat down at the table with the others. What are we having for supper? Fried rabbit if the snares are full. Otherwise, the last of the ham. Gerd fetched a cup from the cupboard. Oh! Knute looked at Uncle Ivar. You want to come? He glanced at Rune and shrugged, then followed Knute out the door. Listening to the banter between the men, Nilda's mind flashed back to Tilly, one of her girlfriends in school, who had always said that men were all alike, only wanting one thing. That was how she described the kind of boy Dreng was. But she was so wrong. She thought of Petter from the ship. He was about Drang's age, but he was so pleasant and mature and clever. And most of all, Nilda had never once felt worried or uncomfortable in his presence. So all men were not like that. In fact, nearly all the men Nilda had met were polite and, well, safe. Rune and Björn were telling her about getting their logs hauled to the railroad. Imagine cutting enough trees to pay for building a house. And now they were talking about a man named Oskar, whom Rune had hired to help haul logs. Even this Oskar, apparently widowed recently, sounded like a perfectly decent fellow. Was all of northern Minnesota populated by eligible, polite, interesting young men? Deep inside, Nilda laughed at herself. Silly girl. But I do want to be married and have a family, especially here in America. She answered Rune's questions about home while he and Björn drank their coffee. Gerd poured the last of it into their cups, and Signe took the pot to the sink to wash and fill it with cold water. She added ground coffee, using up the last of that tin. I'll grind more, Nilda said. Just show me where things are. Signe shook her head. Today, at least, you should still be a guest. I have been lazing around since we left home. Her sister-in-law laughed. All right. The coffee beans are in a tin up on the third pantry shelf on the right, and the grinder is next to it. I grind quite a bit at a time, as we go through it so fast. But it is real coffee? Not mixed with roasted grain to make it go further? Yeah, real coffee. No wonder it was so good. When Ivar and the two boys returned with 3 rabbits, Signe nodded. 1 in every snare? Nay, I set 4 snares this time. 1 is only half grown. Knute dug a knife out of the drawer and tested the sharpness with a finger. Without saying another word, he dug out the whetstone, spit on it, and set to sharpening. Ivar looked at his brother, nodding while his eyes crinkled. You got 2 knives? We can get done faster. Later, with the 3 rabbit carcasses in cold salt water, Rune, Björn, and Ivar returned to blowing stumps, while Knute and Leif left to start chores. Signe nursed the baby and put her down to sleep, all the while she and Nilda talked. Nilda had brought out her knitting, and Gerd was nodding over hers. If you would like to take a nap, Tante Gerd, now would be a good time. Signe paused in setting out the ingredients for sour cream cookies. I'm going to show Nilda the cellar and the well house, and Kirsten should sleep for a while. Gerd heaved a sigh. Yeah, I suppose so. I keep hoping that one of these days I'll be able to work through the day like I used to. True, but look how much better you're doing. Yeah, thanks to you. Shaking her head, Gerd looked at Nilda. Only by the grace of God and General Signe. I'll take you up on the nap. Make yourself at home. Gerd shut the bedroom door behind her. Since Kirsten was sleeping, Signe showed off the well house and smokehouse, and they ended the small tour in the cellar. We are down to rationing jars of canned goods. We ran out of jams and jellies a month or so ago, and you could see what we have left of the pickles. Good thing I canned small potatoes because the fresh ones were looking pretty sad at the end. I wanted to keep some for seed, but Mrs. Benson assured me they would have seed potatoes at the store. That's what's in that basket. I'm going to plant a lot more this year. Is this soil deep enough for potatoes? We go down as far as we can, then heap compost over the hills to keep them from getting sunburned. Learning to garden here is different than at home. Back in the kitchen, with the smell of coffee filling the room, Signe poured 2 cups and moved a cookie plate within reach. They just sat down when Kirsten made her first waking noises. She squeaked and squirmed, talked to her fingers a bit, and when her voice took on an insistent note, Signe retrieved her from her bed and brought her to the table. You ready to go to your Tante Nilda now? Signe held Kirsten up and kissed her cheek. Nilda held up her arms while Kirsten studied her, then leaned closer to her more. Not yet, eh, little one? Signe murmured gently. But soon. Let me nurse her, and then we can cut up the rabbits. I'll cut up the meat while you nurse her, and then we can brown it and let it finish in the oven? I made noodles and dried them a few weeks ago so we can have those with gravy and the canned corn we brought up, and biscuits. And cookies. Nilda took another off the plate. Supper was ready to be put on the table as the sun sank toward the horizon. The men and boys all came in together, Ivar making the boys laugh and Rune enjoying the banter. The man who must be Einar wore a scowl. Rune motioned to Nilda. "Uncle Einar, I'd like you to meet my sister, Nilda Carlson." "About time you got here." Nilda glanced at Rune and saw that Signe and Gerd were both observing the floor. Laughter left the room. "Talk for purchasing my ticket so I could come to America. Moore sends her greetings." Einar grunted and made his way around the table to his chair. The others washed their hands and took their places while Signe and Nilda set the serving platter and bowls on the table. "Ivar, you sit over there between Leif and Knute." Rune waited for them all to be seated. "Let's say our grace together tonight." "I Jesu navn går vi til bords." One by one, the others joined in and finished with the Amen. Einar filled his plate and set to shoveling in the food as if he'd not eaten in a week. Nilda sat next to Signe, forks scraping on plates, someone asking for more biscuits, another asking for the salt. Einar filled his plate again, ate, mopped the plate with a biscuit half, pushed back his chair, and, setting his hat on his head, strode out the door. Rune and the boys settled back in their chairs, and a sigh of relief floated to the ceiling. "Can I have more milk?" Leif asked. Knute passed the pitcher. "More, do we have to go to school tomorrow?" Signe gave him a look. "Yeah, you do." "I told you." Leif made a face at Knute, who shielded himself behind Ivar. Signe retrieved Kirsten from the rocking chair where she'd been tied in and settled her on her lap. She mashed a noodle in the gravy and spooned a bit into the baby's mouth. Kirsten gummed the strange substance around, then pushed it out to run down her chin. Signe wiped off her face. "You're just not excited about solid food yet, are you?" She looked across the table. "If you're done eating, pass your plates around and we'll get the cookies." Gerd brought a plate piled high with cookies from the pantry and passed them around. Nilda laid a hand on Signe's shoulder. "I'll get the coffee." "Tak." "Can we have coffee too?" Knute asked. Ivar nudged him. "You're too young to drink coffee." "Not the way Moore makes it." "Like our Moore used to?" Ivar looked at Signe, who nodded. "All right, we'll all have coffee and cookies and toast our new life in America." He watched until everyone had their drink and cookie in hand. Then he raised his cup over his head. "God bless our life here in Minnesota of America. Skål." "Is Uncle Einar always like that?" Nilda asked under her breath. Signe rolled her eyes. "Yeah, pretty much." "Oofta." Chapter 19. Nilda watched as Einar pushed his chair back from the breakfast table and stood up. "Rune, you take over the team today. Ivar, you and Björn come with me." Rune asked, "What about the stumps?" "Go back to that tomorrow. Should be able to start seeding tomorrow. After dinner, I'm going to look at that team." Einar headed for the door. Rune nodded. "We can blast stumps then. The boys can pick up pieces when they get home." Einar paused. "How much dynamite is left?" "Quarter of the box." "How many to blow at your place?" 6, 10. "Keep out that many sticks." Nilda listened to the exchange. Every word that left Einar's lips sounded angry. Everyone back home was soft-spoken. Nilda resisted the urge to shake her head. How would she ever get used to this? Björn and Ivar followed Einar out the door. "I'll hitch up the team," Björn threw over his shoulder. Now that was a surprise. Still at the table, Rune stacked his dirty dishes. "What?" Nilda asked. "He's going to look at a team of horses that's for sale. I sure hope he can get it. Ours need a rest." He rose from the table. "You going to start planting the garden today?"
"Yeah, potatoes first, and peas. It'd be good if the boys could help us instead."
Rune nodded and smiled at his sister. "Welcome to the way we live." Nilda followed him out onto the porch.
"Is this usual for Uncle Einar?"
"Yeah, why?"
"I know you hinted at his way in your letters, but I just wondered."
She looked out over the fields.
"It's pretty flat here compared to home."
"Yeah, and no mountains on the horizon. Open land, once the big trees are gone. If I let myself think of the mountains or life in Norway, I get homesick." Signa had a real hard time with that, but then Gerd was not as she is now. Nilda watched him go. Her brother had aged in the year he was here, but there was something in him that she hadn't seen in Norway. She'd have to think on that to figure it out. Signa joined her on the porch. "I'll get the basket of seed potatoes. We should have cut them up last night." They cut the potatoes into chunks, making sure there were 2 eyes in every piece. With Nilda carrying the potato sacks and Signa bringing 2 hoes and her gardening basket, in which were 2 stakes strung with twine to mark the rows, they headed for the garden. "When we got here," Signa said, "the weeds had taken over the garden, so we had to weed really carefully. I have no idea how Einar planted the garden last spring, not with taking care of Gerd and the house, too. You cannot believe how filthy this place was, and overrun by mice.
But now you have cats."
Yeah, he wasn't happy about that either. One of the many things he holds against me. He doesn't like cats in the house.
"But he didn't mind mice?"
Nilda shuddered.
"I hate mice in the house."
She shaded her eyes with her hand.
"You don't have anyone living close by?"
"Nay, but we finally met some of the neighbors at church. To the west are the Garborgs. The boys know their children from school." She handed one of the stakes to Nilda. "You take this end down to where the plowed land ends and sink it in the dirt so we can mark straight rows. We'll plant till we run out of potatoes. I'll dig the hole, you drop in the seed, and push the dirt back over it with your foot." The potato planting went quickly. They moved the stakes over and switched off between hoeing and burying potato chunks. If it weren't for Gerd, Kirsten would be in a sling on my back, helping her moor plant. This sure goes faster with 2 people.
"Do people stop to have coffee around here?"
Nilda leaned on the handle of the hoe and used her apron to wipe the sweat off her face.
"Where's that wind you've talked about?"
"Let's set the stakes for the first row of peas and at least get a drink of water." They walked to the house and met Gerd at the doorway. The older woman smiled. "I was just coming to call you for coffee, and Kirsten is fussy and nuzzling for her moor."
"Good timing. Potatoes are in, peas by dinner."
Signa put the pea seeds in a large bowl and poured water on them. Nilda pondered this new life as the women sipped coffee and discussed planting beans soon. The soil here was as rich as any she'd known in Norway, and flatter. "It's so much easier to plant a garden that isn't sloping, and look at the size of this garden," she thought. There was even an unplanted berm around it, as if there were so much land that you could afford to let a strip lie idle. Wouldn't it be lovely to plant flowers on that berm? By the time the men came in for dinner, Nilda was cleaning and sharpening the hoes, and Signa was feeding Kirsten again. Nilda and Signa had finished the early crops of potatoes, peas, lettuce, and greens, and were working on the second row of beans when the boys came up the lane, the little horse under them as eager to get home as they were. They hollered and waved before Leif bailed off with the dinner pails, and Knute let their horse loose in the corral. The little mare immediately trotted to a sandy hollow spot and rolled from side to side, kicking her legs in the air. Knute made his way, whistling, up to the garden gate. Nilda grinned at him. "You two sure are fortunate to have a horse to ride back and forth to school." "I know. Uncle Einar wanted us to get home faster so we could get more work done here. Leaf and I do all the daily farm chores so the others can be out felling the big trees. They cut and split most of the wood for the stove, too. Signa set her garden basket at the base of the gatepost. Let's go have coffee. I imagine a certain someone will think it time to eat, too. Knuta nodded. Then Leaf and I better cut up that tree and get to splitting. You're about out of wood. Nilda clapped a hand on his shoulder. How is school? Almost done? He turned to walk between them toward the house. They have a big party on the last day, which is 2 days from now. All kinds of races and such. Sometimes the parents come, too. Do you want us to come? Signa asked. He shook his head. You don't need to. I'd just as soon get home as fast as I can. Jason Bergson said they even have ice cream on the last day, and prizes for the races. They mounted the stairs to the porch, where there was no longer a stack of firewood along the wall. I can split wood, too. Nilda looked at Signa. It wouldn't be my first time, you know. I know. You split wood and I'll churn the butter. We can plant more in the garden tomorrow. More? Did I tell you we have a broody hen? In the kitchen, Leaf grinned around a mouthful of cookie and a milk mustache. How many eggs under her? Gerd asked. I'll check. How many do you want? 10, at least. We need fryers and pullets both. Isn't it early for a hen to be setting? Nilda asked as she dried her hands after washing the garden soil off them. A bit, but it'll be warm in 3 weeks when they hatch. Some of those hens are getting up in years and will end in the stew pot this year. We need a younger rooster, too. How come you don't have a dog here? Nilda caught the raised eyebrow from Signa. Figuring she already knew the answer, she watched Gerd. Einar doesn't... Nilda nodded. Yeah, I see. But he got used to the cats, Gerd continued, and even he admitted cats in the barn would be good, and I think it's about time we had a dog here, too, help keep away the varmints. Knuta pushed back his chair. I'll check the snares now, and then we need to start sawing. Nilda nodded at Leaf. Come on, show me where things are and we can start. Leaf hopped up from the table and they went outside. Moore said we should wear gloves so we don't get blisters. Good idea. Where might I find them? In a box on the shelf on the porch. During the winter, we keep it behind the stove to dry things out. I'll get them for you. He scampered to the porch and leaped off the edge a moment later. This one has a hole, but they should work. Nilda pulled on the gloves and grabbed one end of the crosscut saw. Sawing wood felt good on her shoulder muscles and made her quickly realize the need for leather gloves. She had winter hands, and the garden hoe had already started a blister. Remember, Leaf warned, pull, don't push. Tak, she grinned at him. You know your stuff. He set the saw at the end of the tree trunk that rested on 2 sawbucks. You pull. They got into a rhythm after only a couple of bucklings and reminders, and soon the first spool dropped to the ground. They grabbed the trunk and hauled it forward to give them another 15-inch length, then set to sawing again. When Knuta arrived after hanging 2 rabbit carcasses on the porch hooks, he rolled the first spool to the chopping block and set it on top. With one swing, he nearly buried the axe head in the center. Wiggling it free, he swung the axe again, and the 2 halves split apart. Nilda watched him out of the corner of her eye while she sawed. The blade buckled. Oops! She looked at Leaf, who shook his head. Uncle Einar says if we break a blade, we have to buy a new one. One more mark against Uncle Einar. What happens when we run out of tree here? She asked. We need to find another one. When school is out, Knuta and I get to go cut up branches from the big trees to use for the stove. Uncle Einar was going to burn them all, but it seemed such a waste. Now you sound like your far. He has always been careful not to waste things. Remember, in Norway, we don't have all these trees to cut for firewood, so we were very careful not to waste anything. They had just moved the chopping block closer to the rounds when they heard the jangle of a team coming up the lane. Looking up, Nilda saw Einar and Björn driving a team with 2 other horses trotting behind on leads. Uncle Einar got another team! The boys grinned at her, then kept on splitting, one on the second chopping block.
"Where are we going to stack all this?" Nilda asked. She nudged Leif. "Let's take a quick break and go see the new horses." Einar drove the team down to the barn, where he and Björn unharnessed their team. Björn led their horses to the corral, while Einar started harnessing the new team. Nilda and the boys stood off to the side, admiring the new team. Rune and Ivar walked up with their tools slung in a sack on their backs and joined them. "You finished with the stumps?" Einar asked. Rune nodded. "Even those on my land." "Got some time yet. I'll hitch these two to the disc and see how they do in the field." Björn stepped in beside Einar and held the crupper while he adjusted the tugs. "That's not what the fellow said, Uncle Einar. He said hitch one of ours to a new one for a week or so, until they get used to the work and the place. Settle them. This is the first they've ever left their farm." "You saying I can't handle a team, boy?" "No, sir. Just saying what he said. They're trained to pull, but they're green." "Not you, and not some stranger gonna tell me what to do." Einar walked the new team over to the disc. Björn shrugged and hooked the tugs in. "Good-looking team," Rune commented. "Big, good muscle, bulky." "The mare is pregnant." Einar settled himself onto the metal seat of the disc and flipped the lines. The horse on the right did a sidle dance and snorted, but his teammate started forward at the second flip of the lines at a barked order. Then a gust of wind caught Nilda's apron and flapped it. The horse on the right jumped forward, half rearing, and the other bolted into a gallop. "Whoa, whoa!" Einar yelled, hauling back on the lines with all his might. The disc tipped one way and then the other. Einar flew off backward, landing on his back with a horrible grinding thump. The lines flew free, then wrapped around the disc seat. Ivar and Björn ran for the team. Rune and Nilda leaped to Einar's side. Rune knelt next to him. "Einar!" No response. "He's breathing," Nilda said from his other side. "Check his head. Is he bleeding?" Rune felt the back of the man's head, but when he drew his hand out, there was no blood. "One spot feels rather soft, most likely right where he hit. Einar, can you hear me?" Still no response. Nilda felt his neck and pinched both hands. "What the—" Einar muttered, but the words were still clear. He jerked his hands away from Nilda. "What happened?" He blinked and blinked again. "What? Where?" "Just lie still," Rune urged. "Let's see if anything is broken." "Nay, Einar started to raise his head, but let it fall back down, saved by Rune's arm, which cushioned him. "Lie still! Don't be a fool!" Nilda stared at her brother. She'd never heard him use that forceful of a tone before. Einar groaned, but did as he was told. Nilda looked up to see Ivar and Björn leading the new team, still dragging the disc, back to the barn. The horses' ears and the whites of their eyes told of their fright. They jigged in place, but were settling as they walked. "Tell me when something hurts." Rune lifted each of Einar's arms and legs and bent them. "The hip?" "Yeah, my head." "How bad is he?" Signa softly asked from Rune's side. Nilda hadn't heard her come from the house. "No broken bones that I can find, but he plowed dirt with his head." "Bleeding?" "Not that I can find." "Einar, can you see me?" Signa asked. His eyes fluttered twice, then opened. "Yeah." She held up her hand. "How many fingers do you see?" "3. No time for games." He groaned again. "Help me up." Rune laid a hand on his shoulder. "Not yet." A string of expletives filled the air. "Just listen," Rune said, getting forceful again. "If you have broken bones in your neck or back, you could make the injury far worse, so just give us some time." Signa looked up. "Knutta, go get the rocking chair from the house and a quilt. Leif, get a horse blanket from the barn." Ivar knelt beside Nilda. "The team is in the corral. We let the others out to pasture. How will we move him?" "I will walk,"
Einar growled. Rune kept a hand on his shoulder just in case. Signe looked up. "We can carry him in the chair if he cannot walk, or we will carry him using the horse blanket and a quilt."
"I can walk!"
Einar stared up at Nilda.
"This is all her fault."
Chapter 20. Signe asked Einar, "Do you want to sit in the chair or lie on the quilt?"
"I will walk."
Einar dug his elbows into the dirt and tried to raise his head. He fell back with a groan. "Keep it up and you'll make yourself worse," Nilda thought. Rune heaved a sigh and leaned closer to Einar's ear. "You can let us help you, or you can lie here through the night. You make the choice." Einar groaned. "Head wounds are dangerous," Signe said softly. "It hasn't split the skin yet, but if he bangs it again and there's a crack in the skull, I don't know how bad it could be. People die from injuries like this." Einar swore again. Rune barked.
"Einar Strand, you will not treat my wife like that. If you want, you can lie here and I will go get the doctor. Or we could take you into the house and to your bed, where you can be comfortable and we can see how you do."
He looked at Ivar. "Last winter, we had to haul him to the kitchen after he collapsed in the snow. We used horse blankets to get him into the wagon and to the house." Einar held out a hand.
"Help me up!"
Ivar took his hand and set his feet. On 3, Rune planted his boots on either side of Einar's head and nodded. Between the two men and Signe, they got Einar sitting up. His chin rested on his chest. "How do you feel?" Signe asked.
"Dizzy."
Rune braced his knees against Einar's back and turned to the boys. "You, go get the chores done. Björn, we might need you here. Signe, I'd like to get him to the house, but let me look at his head now that I can see." Rune kept his knees against Einar's back, bracing him. Einar started to slip to the side. "Björn, here!" Björn leaped to his far side. "Hold him up." With gentle fingertips, Signe felt around the swiftly growing duck egg on the back of his head. There's a scuff, an abrasion, but the bones didn't move or feel mushy. She brushed some of the mud from his hair. "Good thing the ground is so soft. He's lucky he didn't break his neck. I wish we had ice or snow to put on it." "How do you think we should move him?" Nilda asked, kneeling next to her. "Seems the blanket would be easiest. We have enough muscles for all the corners now." Rune nodded. "Einar, I'm going to ease you back down, then we'll get the blanket under you." Signe rolled one of the quilts to cushion Einar's head, and he groaned when his head sank into the quilt rather than the ground. They were all panting by the time they had carried Einar to the house, taking turns on the blanket corners. Gerd met them at the bottom of the steps. "He's a big man," Nilda muttered, her arms aching. They carried him to the bed, where Gerd had thrown back the covers and laid an old sheet across the mattress.
"Dumb fool,"
she muttered as she unlaced his boots and set them beneath the bed.
"What could a doctor do that we can't?" she asked Signe.
"What do you have for pain?"
"Willow bark. He used up what was left of the medicine the doctor gave us for Björn when he cut his hand. We could send Björn to town to get more."
"Any whiskey?" Ivar asked.
"Nay."
Einar muttered something unintelligible. His groans, however, were distinct and not pleasant. Rune ordered, "Björn, saddle Rosie and go to Benson's. See if they have any laudanum," Signe filled in for him. "Or whiskey, that would work too. If they have both, fine."
"What if they don't have any?" Björn asked. "Then go to the doctor in Black Duck," Rune said.
Gerd dug in the dresser and brought back some bills. "Pay with this." Björn ran out the door. "Uncle Einar, we're going to roll you on your side so I can clean the back of your head." Signe ignored his muttering.
"You want an infection, too?" Gerd asked, shaking her head. "What got into you?"
Einar yelped when they rolled him slightly onto his side. Signe slid a towel underneath his head and, taking the pan of water Nilda handed her, set about cleaning the injury with a cloth. Nilda dumped the pan of dirty water and brought more. Once the mud was cleaned off, Signe parted his wet hair with her fingertips to see how bad the lump at the base of his skull was. Nilda peered over her shoulder. It had grown both higher and wider, but seemed more of a scrape than a bleeding cut. Signe laid his head back down, ignoring the groan that sounded like another expletive. "Gerd, that liniment you have, that has alcohol in it, right?" Gerd shrugged. "I can look at the bottle. He can't drink it." "I know, but it could disinfect the wound. All that mud and dirt. If I wash it good with that—" "It's going to sting like fire," Nilda offered. Gerd returned with the bottle of brown liquid and handed it to Signe, all the while shaking her head. Out in the kitchen, Kirsten progressed from fits of whimpering to full-blown demand. "Let me finish that. You go take care of that hungry baby." Nilda took the bottle of liniment and the cloth from her sister-in-law, who went straight to her daughter. "Gerd, you want to hold his head?" Nilda leaned closer to Einar's ear. "This is going to burn." He muttered what sounded like an assent. She soaked the cloth and laid it against the deep scrape. Einar clamped his teeth and jerked his head away when she reapplied the cloth after soaking it again. "I'm going to hold this here to let it sink in." When she felt him relax the slightest, she laid his head down on the cloth and stepped back. "Can you open your eyes?" His eyes fluttered open. "I'm going to open them further with my fingers." "What for?" "To see if they match. When my brother hit his head badly, the doctor said if the pupils match in size, the wound is not severe." She checked each eye. "Almost the same. Your head is going to hurt a lot, and you might be dizzy. The doctor told my brother to take it easy until the dizziness passed." Einar slitted his eyes at her, but then closed them immediately. He started to raise his head, but groaned and flopped back. Nilda turned to Gerd. "How long before Björn can be back here?" "Soon, if they have something at Benson's corner. Otherwise, it'll be several hours. You can't push that old horse too hard, or she might collapse." Gerd looked at her husband. A snore moved his lips. She motioned to the door. Out in the kitchen, she said softly, "If he would just do what you say, but he's so stubborn." Signe and Nilda exchanged looks that did not need words. Signe put her clothing back together and laid Kirsten on the chest to change her, blowing on her tummy and making her giggle. Nilda laughed. "She's such a happy baby." "Yeah, that she is. Not getting fed when she says she's ready is about the only thing that makes her cranky." "That and teething." Gerd started to set the table. "Wait until the boys come in. She gets so excited." By the time Rune and the boys came in from chores, supper was ready. "Smells good in here." Ivar nudged Knute. "You did a good job getting rabbit for supper." "I might need to move the snares again. Björn was hoping to get another deer, but I would rather go fishing." "Do you ever hunt squirrels? I read there are a lot of squirrels here, and ducks and geese." Knute shrugged. "We haven't used a shotgun to get birds. Björn is the best shot." They all sat down at the table. Knute looked from Einar's empty chair to his moor and cocked his eyebrows. "He's sleeping right now, the best thing he can be doing." Signe and Nilda set the platter of food and bowls on the table. "Is he hurt bad?" Leif asked. "Could be a lot worse, but he should get better soon." Supper without Einar was far different. The boys got Ivar talking about people they knew in Norway and what had gone on there since they left. He made them laugh with a story about trying to teach a pony to pull a cart, leaving Nilda shaking her head. "He does stretch things just a bit." Nilda grinned at her younger brother. "That's why he is a storyteller, and I am not." Rune passed the plate of biscuits around again. Knute looked up at some sound he had heard. "Björn's back." A minute later, they heard boots on the porch, and Björn pulled open the screen door. "Mrs. Benson sent what she had. The store doesn't carry much medicine." He handed Signe a bottle. "She said she hopes he feels better soon." Knute pushed back his chair. "I'll take care of Rosie." "Cookies for dessert," Gerd told him. "I know. I'll hurry." While Björn and the others finished their supper, Signe took a spoon and the bottle to the bedroom, and Nilda followed. "Uncle Einar." When he didn't respond, Signe shook his shoulder. "I brought you some medicine." Nilda fetched a glass of water. "Let's pour some in this. It'll be easier to take." "Uncle Einar, you must wake up and drink this," Signe insisted. The snoring stopped, and his eyes fluttered open. "What?" No matter the pain, the growl did not leave his voice. "I'm going to lift you enough so you can drink." Nilda slid her arm behind his shoulders. Signe put the glass to his lips and helped him drink the liquid. She wiped his chin with a towel after Nilda laid him back down. "That should ease the pain. We'll bring you something to eat when you're ready." He mumbled something but slipped back into sleep as they watched. The others spent the evening talking around the table, laughing, doing away with the cookies, and drinking coffee or milk or a combination thereof. After the boys went to bed, the 5 adults kept talking, with Gerd mostly listening. Nilda and Signe washed and put away the dishes as if they had not had an entire year apart. When they tried to feed Einar, he shook his head, then groaned and slid back into sleep. Gerd left them to go to bed, and the 4 kept on. A while later, Nilda asked, "So, has he always been careless?" "No, but he thinks he knows more than anyone else. He works harder than anyone I know. But he always has to be right." Rune shook his head. "Seems more like mean to me." Nilda looked at Signe. "He's a different man in the woods. He has taught me and Björn so much about lumbering. He built, although he had help for a time, all the buildings on this land. But after he ordered everyone off his place, he was working alone. Had we not come when we did, I'm sure Gerd would have died. But Signe refused to let her do that." Rune smiled at his wife. She slipped past Gerd's anger and got her back to where she is now. Signe carried the heaviest burden here. Nilda reached across the table and patted Signe's hand. "You always have been such a hard worker." But here it was without gratitude from either of them, Rune said. "But remember, Gerd saved mine and Kirsten's lives." Signe trapped a yawn with her hand. Nilda echoed the yawn. "I'll stay downstairs tonight so I can hear if Einar needs anything." "I will too," Ivar said. The yawn was making its way around the circle. "Einar was planning on seeding corn tomorrow," Rune said. "He probably won't be able to stand yet by the morning. If he tries without help, he will most likely fall." Nilda looked at her older brother. "Another dose of laudanum will probably see him through the night." Signe picked Kirsten up from her downstairs bed and carried her upstairs. "Good night, everyone." Nilda and Ivar set up pallets in the parlor, and she fell asleep before she could even turn over. Sometime during the night, she felt one of the cats curl up in the bend of her knees. The purring sent her right back to sleep. She woke to the creak of stairs as Rune made his way down to the kitchen. She lay there a few minutes more, enjoying the rattle of the stove lids. What a good brother she had to start the stove in the morning. She threw back the cover and was just standing when she heard a thud from the other bedroom. Gerd called, "Rune?" Nilda and Rune found Einar on the floor, groaning but not moving. "You think he forgot?" Nilda asked. Gerd, sitting up in bed, snorted. "Or more likely figured he knew better, who knows." "Einar, we're helping you up. Can you hear me?" Rune asked. "Not deaf." "I know, but you need help to stand. Ready?" The muttering didn't sound like he believed them. "Here, let me help." Ivar took Nilda's place. On 3, he and Rune hoisted Einar up to sit on the edge of the bed. He swayed to one side, but they kept him from falling. "Lie back now, and we'll help with your legs." "Ain't no cripple." "Keep him sitting while I get the laudanum." When Nilda held the glass to his mouth, Einar drank without being prompted.
gotta see that field."
The words slid apart and slurred before he lay flat again.
"We'll see to that," Rune assured him.
Back in the kitchen, Nilda refilled the coffee pot while Rune started the stove. When Ivar came back inside from visiting the outhouse, his bare feet wet from the dew, he nodded and smiled at his brother.
"No mountains, but it sure is beautiful out there. Will the boys go to school today?"
"Yeah," Rune cocked his head.
"That's them on the stairs." "You want a milk this morning?" Knute asked Ivar when he entered the kitchen.
"I guess I can."
Ivar flexed his hands.
"I don't think they forgot something that important."
He followed Knute and Leif out the door.
"So what are the plans for the day?" Björn asked.
Rune replied, "I'll do the seeding. You and Ivar clean up from the blasting. I'm going to pair the two teams like that man said, so that if one wants to bolt, the other will hold steady. If Einar had done what the man suggested, he'd be out planting corn right now. We'll put one team on the cedar, and you can hook the others up to the wagon to haul whatever wood can be used up to the house. Then I'm thinking to start plowing that section we've already cleared. It'd be good if we can plant hay or oats there." He glanced toward the bedroom door. "If Einar would only tell me what he wants in advance, rather than barking out orders at the table, I could follow his plans as well."
Signe held Kirsten on her hip as she entered the kitchen. "That was Einar that hit the floor, right?"
She shook her head at Rune's nod. The men and boys trooped out to handle the morning chores, and Nilda made her morning outhouse trip.
"What a glorious morning," she said to Signe when she came back in. "You heard the birds singing?"
"Yeah, that was robins and probably a thrush. They're back now."
"Lovely. Signe, what do you want me to do first?"
"Start the oatmeal, which is on the third shelf in the pantry in the bigger tins. We'll have fried eggs and the last of the ham. Then we can set dried beans to cook on the ham bone for supper." Nilda felt her mouth start to water. "You eat well here."
"Yeah, we do.
I'll start bread from the sourdough after breakfast." She turned to smile at her daughter. "You'd think she knew how to talk the way she carries on." "She probably wishes you knew what she's trying to say." Nilda fetched the oatmeal tin and pumped water into the kettle Signe set out. "We won't be eating porridge?" "Oatmeal here is different than porridge at home. Thick and served with cream and brown sugar."
"Perhaps you better show me."
Signe scooped out several cups of oatmeal. "This is enough. Add salt, too. I wait until the water is near to boiling." She set the ham on the table and sliced off the remaining meat into a skillet with fat from the drippings can on the shelf behind the stove. Not as much as usual, but this ham sure has gone a long way. Still tucking up the twist of her long hair, Gerd joined them in the kitchen. "Sorry I slept so long."
"Did he do all right during the night?"
"Must have. His snoring seemed normal. I woke when he hit the floor, but you and Rune were there before I could move, so I didn't talk." She nodded at Nilda and reached for her apron. "Hard to believe that I went back to sleep." After the boys left for school and the men for the fields, the three women sat down for another cup of coffee. "Your second morning in Minnesota," Signe said. "Yesterday sure was an eventful day." Nilda glanced toward the bedroom.
"I hope he sleeps much of today."
"Who knows?" Gerd said with a slow shake of her head. "I hope he listens for a change."
"He might pay a price if he doesn't."
Nilda heaved a sigh.
"Men can be so stubborn, and some are more stubborn than others."
"Yeah." Gerd stared down at her coffee. "Some are." Chapter 21. "That laudanum works pretty well," Rune said at supper that night.
"Whenever he started to grumble, I gave him some more,"
Signe answered. "Best thing for him." Gerd glanced toward the bedroom.
"Best thing for us."
Signe didn't say what she was thinking. She'd made sure Einar had something to eat, groggy or not,
and was relieved when he went right back to sleep. At least he wasn't trying to get up and falling down. "Anyone want more ham and beans?" "Should I try to feed him?" Gerd asked. "We will after supper." "Any more cookies?" Leaf asked. "You all go work out in the garden, and I'll make some pudding for dessert." Gerd pushed her chair back. "Kirsten and I will, that is." She leaned over the rocker and untied the sash that kept the grinning little girl from falling on the floor. "I could take her outside in the sling." Signe thought a moment. "We need to figure out a way for her to ride in the wagon." Gerd looked toward the bedroom when Einar grumbled and sighed. "Signe, you and the others go out to the garden. I'll make sure Einar has some supper." She smiled. "You needn't worry about him." Gerd rolled her eyes. "Hard-headed as he most likely thought he'd be back outside today. By tomorrow he'll be yelling." Signe picked up her daughter, who gurgled in delight. Kissing the round little face, she wrapped the sling around Kirsten and settled her in front, looking out. "There now. We'll see how long this lasts." Gerd stared at her, nodding slowly. "If we cut holes in that sling for her legs, I'll work on that tomorrow." Nilda announced, "I'll do the dishes. The rest of you get out of here." "Yes, ma'am." Ivar and the boys headed outside, while Rune held the door for Signe. "I think we should move the rocker outside onto the porch, and you and Kirsten can sit and enjoy the sun setting." He tickled his daughter's cheek, and she reached for his hand, always ready to chew on fingers. "Let's see if we can finish the planting," Signe said. "That would make me much happier than sitting down right now." When dusk had darkened so they could no longer see the garden rows, and Kirsten was soundly sleeping in the sling, they made their way back to the house. "Wash your hands and we could take the pudding out onto the porch to eat. There's coffee or buttermilk to drink." Nilda held the jug of buttermilk above the glasses. "Who wants what?" "Gerd, you first." Gerd pulled back, shaking her head. "No, not me." Leaf stopped in front of her. "You want coffee or buttermilk? I'll bring it out for you." Coffee." Knute picked up one of the bowls and a spoon. Ivar picked up a chair. "Come, show me where you want to sit." Signe nodded as the others surrounded Gerd and eased her toward the door. She sputtered all the way out, and Signe felt her heart fill at her boy's kindness. Snores reverberated from the bedroom as Rune and Björn brought out 2 more chairs. All the men could sit on the steps or floor. When they were all settled outside, both cats followed Signe, still carrying the sleeping baby, out to the porch and found a lap to purr in. Signe leaned her head against the back of the rocking chair. Surely this was a little bit of heaven come down for them all. A red-gold line still marked the horizon as the evening star stepped out and beamed down at them. A breeze lifted hair and kissed cheeks. "Did you finish the planting?" Gerd asked while spoons scraped bowls, and one of the boys went back in the house for more buttermilk. "Corn, beans, and squash are in, along with the lettuce and most of the beets. Cucumbers and dill to do yet. Oh, and that second planting of corn, but I want to wait until this one is up first." Signe rocked gently. "Talk to everyone." "We brought some more seeds. Perhaps tomorrow we can unpack the crate." Nilda looked at her older brother. "You finished planting the oats?" "Yeah." Rune sipped his coffee. "Einar had that cedar working perfectly far as I could tell, but we'll know for sure when it comes up." He tipped his chair back on 2 legs, then thumped it back down when Signe cleared her throat. "Once the corn is in, we'll move the cows and horses over to the smaller pasture so that field can grow up for hay." Lightning forked and flickered to the north. "Heat lightning," Rune said softly to Ivar's nudge. "Not unusual here. Doesn't necessarily mean rain, but that would be fine now. Water the oats in good." Signe sighed with pleasure. "And the garden." "I'm getting up for breakfast," Einar announced the next morning when Rune went in to help him. "Let's see how you do." "And no more of that Laudanum, if you say so. Do you need help getting dressed? Einar glared at him.
No.
Rune shrugged. Signe watched the interchange from the door. What an impossible man. She nodded at Rune's questioning look.
Get out!
Einar growled. Ah, no, Rune said, calmly but firmly. I'm waiting to see how you do. Head injuries are nothing to fool around with. Einar swung his legs over the side of the bed and pushed himself upright.
See? I'm fine. Get out now!
You're a big man, and if you fall, you're not easy to pick up. Einar tried staring him down, but Rune just stood there. Signe swelled with pride over the way her husband was handling the situation. Poor Gerd had to put up with Einar all these years. No wonder she had aged and gotten sick. Signe started to turn around, but stopped when Einar pushed up with his arms and attempted to stand. He sank back onto the bed, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He blinked repeatedly, attempting to focus.
Get me a chair. Must be that stuff you made me drink.
Signe brought a chair from the kitchen and set it beside the bed.
Your fault, that...
A string of expletives followed her back to the door. Einar Carlson, you may not talk to my wife that way. She has done all she can, we all have, to help you. But now you're on your own. Rune headed to the door and smiled at Signe. Let's have breakfast. We have a lot of work to do. She smiled back and laid her hand on his cheek. Tak, what would it take to make that man... She knew there were no answers. Last day of school tomorrow, Knute shouted over his shoulder as he and Leif headed out the door. We get out early today, too. Tak for filling the wood box. She turned back to the kitchen. You ready for breakfast? Gerd asked from the stove. Signe glanced toward the bedroom door. Did someone take his breakfast to him? I will after we eat. Gerd broke more eggs into the frying pan. The boiler steamed on the stove, awaiting the first load of clothes. Kirsten gurgled as she rocked her chair. Rune looked at Björn. Do we have enough firewood? He shrugged. I don't know. That's Knute and Leif's job. Rune stared at him. Björn looked down at the table. I'll go check. He pushed his chair back and headed out the door. So, what's for today? Ivar glanced at his older brother, but had a hard time keeping a straight face. You and Björn get the team hitched to the plow. I'll do that, and the two of you can plant corn. There's about an acre out there that's ready. Will that be enough? Probably not, but we're out of cleared land. Einar had planned on seeding the new field to corn, so that's what we'll do as soon as we get it plowed and disked. Björn dumped another armful in the wood box. We need to chop wood, too. Rune drained his coffee. I thought to feed Einar, but... He's snoring again, Gerd reported. I'll make sure he gets some breakfast. Nilda glared at the doorway. How bad do you think he's hurt? I wish I knew. Signe shook her head and smiled at Gerd, who set the plate of eggs and fried cornmeal on the table. He's always worse than a bear with a ripped paw if he gets hurt. Gerd sat down, then started to rise. Nilda put a hand on her shoulder. I'll get the coffee. You come get me if he falls or causes trouble, Rune said as the men left the kitchen. I'll be plowing that new section. Signe nodded. Yeah, if we need to. A few minutes later, Nilda finished her coffee and set the rest of the dishes in the pan steaming on the stove. My brother has changed a lot in this year. Yeah, he has. After breakfast, Signe stirred the first load of sheets into the boiler, then showed Nilda how to get the washing machine ready. Together they took turns cranking, then running the clothes through the wringer to rinse. I like this machine a whole lot, Nilda admired the wringer. Never dreamed of such a thing. Yeah, Gerd says Einar brought this back from Black Duck one time. Signe lifted the clothes basket. Gerd, would you like to hang these up? I would. She took the basket and headed for the clothesline. Now that she can do it, she so enjoys hanging clean clothes on the line, Signe murmured to Nilda. With the two of them cranking and stirring and Gerd hanging and the wind and sun doing their drying job, the sheets were dry before the fourth load could be hung. When Einar woke up, Nilda took a tray in to him, and between the two of them, she and Signe helped him sit up to eat. "Are you feeling dizzy or sick to your stomach?" Signe asked. He glared at her. "Yeah." He looked down at the tray. When he lifted the toasted bread with a fried egg on top, his hand shook so hard that he had trouble finding his mouth. The egg fell on his chest. "I'll help you," Signe said. Einar shook his head. "Gerd!" He used his other hand to assist the first. Signe left the room to find Gerd tucking Kirsten into her downstairs bed. "I think he wants you to help him." "Really? All right." Nilda returned to doing the wash, but Signe hovered in the bedroom doorway just in case. Gerd stopped beside her husband. "So you want me to help you?" She scooped up the egg with a spoon and held it to his mouth. He scowled furiously, but he ate it. She asked, "How's your head?" "I've got to get up. Too much to do." He leaned forward as if trying to stand again, but fell back with a groan. "You want more to eat?" "Nay, I want to get up." "More medicine?" He started to shake his head and instead swallowed and closed his eyes. "Coffee?" "Yeah." "I'm going to put some laudanum in his coffee," Signe whispered when Gerd brought the tray out. "Yeah, good idea." Gerd took the cup back in and held it so he could drink it without spilling. He blinked. "Light too bright." "Then close your eyes." "Gotta get up." "Here, finish this. Perhaps you'll feel better later." He sipped the rest of the coffee, and within a few minutes the snoring resumed. Gerd picked up the tray and, shaking her head, returned to the kitchen. "Should we send for a doctor?" Signe asked. "If you want, but I think he'll say we must wait to see what will happen, that he needs to rest so his head can heal." Nilda laid a hand on Gerd's shoulder. "We went through this with a neighbor. One of those things that take time. If it were winter, we could put ice or snow around his head to take away the swelling, but that bump is not as bad as it was." Gerd nodded slowly. "Yeah, he's so hard-headed. Perhaps right now that's a good thing." "I think so." "I'll bring in the things that are dry." Signe and Nilda ran the final load of laundry through the machine and the rinse. "That does it," Nilda said. "We'll make egg sandwiches from the ones I boiled last night. I'll get them from the well house. Perhaps Gerd would like to peel them." Signe paused on the edge of the back porch. She could see the two older boys out planting corn, and once she rounded the corner of the house, she saw Rune plowing the cleared land. Einar should have been disking with the other team. "Lord help us. Help him," she whispered as she reached the well house and unlatched the door. Cool air flowed over her. The milk pans needed skimming, and they had more than enough cream to churn butter, even after all Gerd had used for the egg and cream pudding last night. She picked up the bowl of eggs and returned to the house. She would skim the pans after dinner and have Björn carry the full churn to the back porch. "Tonight we'll unpack the crate," Ivar announced after they had eaten dinner. He looked to Rune. "If that's all right with you?" "Of course. Leif was asking me about it this morning." "Can we work on our cellar tonight?" Björn asked. "We should be able to finish planting the corn this afternoon." Rune smiled. "Sounds like a busy evening. When the boys get home, they could take over the corn planting, and you two could start digging. I'm hitching the other team to the disc." He looked at Gerd. "I'll help Uncle Einar sit in the chair if he'll let me. If he wakes enough." That evening, when dusk shut down the digging, they gathered in the machine shop with the doors wide open to let the evening breeze blow out the heat of the day. Using a crowbar, Ivar lifted the boards of the crate, making the nails screech so the boys could pull it apart. "Look, Moore! A loom!" Knute pulled on another board, then dug a sliver out of his finger with his teeth. "Ouch!" Signe lifted the lamp higher so they could see. "A loom like Gunnlaug's, and we have no room to put it together. But we will when our house is done." Rune unwrapped layers of wool from the loom. "And here you have wool to spin." "But no spinning wheel," Signe sighed. "Oh, you think so?" Nilda said with a twinkle in her eye. "I'll make you a spinning wheel," Rune told Signe. "Ah, Rune, look here." Ivar pulled another package apart. "You just have to put it together." Nilda clapped her hands in delight when Signe covered her cheeks with her hands and the tears flowed. "I wanted to tell you so badly, but Ivar made me promise not to ruin the surprise. There's room in the parlor for a spinning wheel." "Gerd will be so pleased. She said we needed to buy sheep next year so we have wool. Mrs. Benson just doesn't keep enough yarn in stock. Oh, I wish she were down here." "I'll go get her." Leif started for the door. Signe shook her head. "She won't leave Einar by himself." "Then I'll stay there," Leif bravely volunteered, despite his fear of Einar. "That's kind of you, but she knows what a spinning wheel looks like. We'll tell her." Signe stroked the smooth wheel. "Who made this?" "Far did, last winter after you left," Nilda said. "He said someone else would go to America eventually and could carry it. Moore said to tell you that you must think of her when spinning and then weaving. She made those rugs wrapped around the spinning wheel for your new house." "Our new house." Signe held one of the rugs in her lap, stroking the warp and woof. "She has always made such beautiful rugs." Rune stepped behind her and laid his hands on her shoulders. "We better dig faster. And this Sunday we will celebrate the baptism of our Kirsten with her tante and uncle there to be her godparents." "Will Uncle Einar be better enough that Tante Gerd can come too?" Leif asked. Rune shrugged. "We can only hope and pray for that. Only God knows some things." "Leave it to Uncle Einar," Knute muttered under his breath. Signe heard him, but what could she say? For she had thought the same thing. Chapter 22. "Aren't you coming?" Leif gave Gerd a hopeful look. She shook her head. "It's better this way." He nodded. "I know. Someone has to stay here with Uncle Einar." He looked at Signe. "I've never seen a baptism before." "That's 'cause you were the baby." Knute made a face at him. "We all wish you were coming, Tante Gerd," Leif said, ignoring his brother. "I will have dinner ready." She glanced toward the bedroom, where Einar had resumed snoring after she had taken him breakfast. "It's better when he's asleep." Signe nodded. They had put the laudanum in his coffee again, anything to keep him from being so restless and angry. She scooped Kirsten up and followed the others out the door. "What a glorious day," Nilda said after they were all loaded in the wagon. Rune clucked the team forward. "Makes it easy to smile." He pointed out the other farms as they trotted past. Mrs. Benson met them at the church door. "We haven't had a baptism here since I don't know when." She held her arms out to the smiling baby. For a change, Kirsten leaned toward her, her tiny fist planted firmly in her mouth. She kicked her legs. Mrs. Benson kissed her cheek and cuddled her close. "She's growing so fast." Mr. Benson joined them, reaching to shake Rune's hand. Rune introduced him to Nilda and Ivar. "Glad to have you here in Minnesota," Mr. Benson said. "I think you'll find life a bit different here than in Norway." "We have already found that to be true, sir," Ivar said with a smile. The organ began the prelude, inviting the congregation to the sanctuary. Reverend Skarstead joined them, shaking hands and welcoming the newcomers. "You have any questions about the ceremony?" He looked at each of them. When they shook their heads, he nodded. She might cry and fuss a bit, but don't let that bother you, all right? And you'll be sitting in the front row." At their nods, he smiled again. "We'll be sitting right behind you." Mrs. Benson handed Kirsten back to her moor. "And how is Mr. Strawn?" "Up and down." Signa looked to Nilda, who shrugged. When the four of them rose to join Reverend Skarstead at the baptismal font, Kirsten sat in her moor's arms, but when Signa tipped her to her back, she grumbled. When the water was patted onto her head, she screwed up her face and tried to pull away. The third time, she let out a wail that could be heard clear back to the farm. After the blessing, Signa lifted her whimpering daughter to her shoulder. Reverend Skarstead smiled at her and nodded. After the prayer, they filed back to their seats, and the service continued. Leaf patted his baby sister's hand and made a face at her that caught her attention and shut off the tears. Signa sucked in a deep breath and jiggled her daughter in her arms. She knew she shouldn't be embarrassed, but what a howl! Some people in the congregation had chuckled a bit, and Mrs. Benson patted her shoulder. Nilda nudged her and smiled, her eyes dancing while she tried not to laugh. After the closing hymn and the benediction, Signa detected a certain smell. Kirsten definitely needed her diaper changed. "Excuse us." She made her way down the side aisle and, with Mrs. Benson running interference for her, headed for the women's room. "She sure knows how to get attention, doesn't she?" Mrs. Benson smiled down at Kirsten, who waved her fist at her from the table where Signa had laid her blanket. At least it didn't happen when she was being baptized. Signa wiped her daughter clean again and dusted her with talcum. She dug a clean soaker out of her bag and slid it over the diaper. "Now you are set to go, little one," Kirsten gurgled back at her. They climbed the stairs back to the narthex, where people were greeting the Reverend as they filed out the door. Signa glanced up to catch a venomous glare from one woman and her husband. She tried to smile and nod, but her face refused to cooperate. Nilda nudged her side, having seen the nasty looks as well, and Signa turned to her and just shrugged. One of these days she would have to sit Mrs. Benson down and learn the whole story behind the hatred she saw in some people. She knew it had to do with Uncle Einar. "Thank you for bringing your charming baby daughter to us for her baptism." Reverend Skarstead smiled at Signa and Rune as he shook their hands. "Baptizing babies is one of my favorite parts of being a pastor. I know all of you take very seriously your commitment to raise her in the faith and the church." Rune nodded. "Thank you, sir. Did I hear that you're digging a cellar for a new house?" "Yes, sir, we are. When you're ready to raise the house, some of us will come to help. Mr. Benson will let us know when you're ready." Signa watched her husband try to find something to say. Some of the men had come to help dig the cellar, and that had so surprised him. But now this. Even when they had put up with Einar's venom. "Tak. Tusen tak." Rune shook the Reverend's hand again and cleared his throat. "Thank you. I will let him know." Reverend Skarstead leaned a bit closer. "Rune Carlson, I want you to understand me. This church is part of God's family. We all are. And helping each other is part of the family, in spite of past actions or the actions of some people. I believe that is why God stresses the importance of forgiveness." He nodded. "Perhaps I need to preach and teach more on the subject of forgiveness. But talking about it is easy. It's the living of it that is hard." "Yes, sir. Thank you." In the wagon going home, Ivar asked, "We going to dig more today?" "I could help too," Nilda offered. Rune nodded, smiling. "Yeah, we are. We sure are." Signa and Nilda grinned at each other. Kirsten squirmed in Signa's arms, reaching for Leaf and chattering at him. Gerd had dinner all ready to set on the table when they got home. "I already fed Einar. I think he feels some better today." She took Kirsten, who was reaching for her. "Did that man pour water on your head, little one? I hope you gave him your most winning smile." She looked at Signe, who was shaking her head. She didn't like it. Not exactly, and she let everyone know her feelings. Signe glanced at Nilda, who rolled her eyes. That she did, very clearly. Nilda reached for an apron and tied it around her waist. Signe suggested, "You might need to change her again, so while you do that, I'll put dinner on the table. You boys go change into your work clothes so we can eat and get to digging." When they were gathered at the table, Rune bowed his head and waited for the others. "Thank you, Lord, for this baby you have given us. Thank you that we could have her baptized today in a church that is beginning to feel like home. Thank you for bringing us to this country and this place, for Gerd and Einar, and that Nilda and Ivar arrived here safely. Thank you for the house we are building, for work we can do to build a home here. Bless this food and bless this day. Amen." Signe sniffed and noticed that Gerd did too. "Thank you, Lord, not only for bringing Gerd back, but for making her stronger and now such a part of our family. She's more like a grandma to the boys." She paused in her thoughts, heaved a sigh, and added, "And thank you for Einar, too." Sometime later, when Kirsten and Gerd were napping, Signe saw that Einar's eyes were open. "Can I get you anything?" she asked. "That chair!" He pointed to the chair Gerd had sat in so often when Signe was working to get her stronger. "Of course." When she added, "Be glad to," she surprised even herself. She set the chair beside the bed. "I could help you." His glare told her what he thought of that idea. "Would you like some coffee and cake when you're seated?" She knew his growl meant yes, so she chose to leave the room rather than argue. She returned with a tray for the coffee and spice cake Gerd had baked in honor of the baptismal day. A fork lay beside the cake. Einar's hand shook so severely that he almost dropped it until he grasped it with both hands. His right hand seemed so much weaker than the left. Wishing she had watched him move to the chair, she started to ask about the weakness, but his glare sent her out of the room instead. What a mean, nasty person. Served him right. "And is he not one of my children?" Signe almost looked to see if someone else was in the kitchen. The voice had seemed so clear. Her sighs seemed to come from her ankles. "I guess. I don't think I can forgive him." She thought a moment. "But do I want to?" She had to sit down. "Be honest," her reasonable side whispered. "Lord, how do I forgive him when he keeps hurting those I love, let alone me? And now this, all because he's so sure he knows everything better than anyone else, and we all must pay for his stubbornness." Silence can be very uncomfortable. An even deeper sigh inched its way up, followed by a tear. Does it make any sense to say, "I'm trying"? Right now she wished Reverend Skarstead were here to answer her questions. Telling Einar that she forgave him would make him... She stopped to think. He would yell at her and wake Gerd and Kirsten. Or he would just glare at her, which always made her feel nailed to the wall. Or a mental image of him lunging at her made her shiver. Was she afraid of Einar Strand? Another question that stopped her mid-thought. Yeah, she was. If his temper got out of control. Reminders of the winter fiasco made her shudder again, and always his actions either wounded or made life harder for the others, especially Gerd. Even though she would get furious with him, he was her husband, and even if she didn't love him now, she had at one time. Then again, had she? Or was this a marriage of convenience that was still that? Signe rubbed her forehead. Was she getting a headache from all this thinking? All over forgiveness. Something she should be able to just do. A crash from the bedroom jerked her to her feet. An expletive made her stop at the door. Einar had not fallen. The tray lay on the floor, leftover coffee spreading over the painted floorboards. Kirsten set up a howl, jerked awake by the noise. "What happened? Is Kirsten all right?" Gerd was heading for the baby before she was fully awake, and she had to pause to get her balance. Signe caught her before she hit the floor. Once Gerd was steady, Signe patted her arm, and Gerd headed for Kirsten. Einar yelled at Signe and pointed at the tray. Instead of forgiving, Signe exploded. Without thinking, praying, or breathing, Signe stomped to a stop just out of Einar's reach. "If you would think about someone other than yourself for a change, then life—" She stopped. She did not pick up his tray. She did not offer to help him. She left the room, left his roaring, and slammed the door shut behind her. Gritting her teeth, she nodded at Gerd, who already had Kirsten comforted, and shoved open the screen door, ignoring the slam of it behind her. At the garden, she picked up a hoe and attacked the weeds between the hills of already sprouting potatoes. She chopped at the ground until forced to catch her breath. Somehow, the thought of using the hoe on Einar made her sad, as the anger had seeped out of her sometime in the hoeing. "Lord, you asked me to forgive that man, and here I wanted to wound him, to pay him back." She wiped away the tears she'd not even been aware of. How could such a wonderful, special day sink to this so easily? Chapter 23. "But I could spend the day digging out the cellar or helping the boys cut firewood," Nilda protested. "I know," Signe replied, "but this is the last meeting of the year, and I would love to go. And even more so, I want you to come with me." Nilda glanced at Gerd, who mouthed, "Go." "Who'll help with Einar?" Gerd declared firmly, "I'll take care of Einar. After all, he is the man I married. He's my responsibility, not yours." "I know. You come too. We take Kirsten, and we let Einar fend for himself until the others come up for dinner, which we will have waiting for them." Nilda grinned from one ear to the other. Gerd shook her head. "I am afraid that would only cause more problems. I will stay here, play with our baby, and feed all the men. You two go and have a good time. The work always waits for us." She patted Nilda's arm. "Please. That would make me very happy. Perhaps I will be able to go along another day. Ladies' Aid will always be there." Nilda tipped her head back and closed her eyes. "All right. But if himself in there finds out, he'll threaten to send me back to Norway. He's done it before, and he'll do it again." Later, when the two women were seated on the wagon box and ready to trot down the lane, Signe paused to ask, "If he really could send you back, what would you do?" She flipped the reins over Rosie's back and looked at Nilda. "I would go work for someone else. I'm not returning to Norway, and you can be sure he wouldn't order Ivar to leave. Uncle Einar might think he can order me around, but once I stepped off that land, he would no longer be my master." Signe nodded. "Glad to hear that." She inhaled a deep breath, scented by growing fields and flowers blooming along the roadside, a whiff of horse, and a tiny trace of a skunk that had visited during the night. "I feel light as a butterfly. Just us together without any of the others. Do you know how many years it has been since we had time together like this, alone?" "Too many." Nilda stared at the farms as they trotted past. "Einar has done well, hasn't he?" "Yeah, but at the cost of no friends or neighbors who come to visit." "You said he forbade everyone from coming on his land, so he did that himself." "And made life all the harder for Gerd. She refuses to talk about getting weaker and sicker, but I don't think he ever really looked at her or realized how sick she was until he found her on the floor one day. Either she hid things very well, or he really doesn't care about anyone, just getting the work done. I'd much rather hope it was the first." "Yeah, me too." When they reached the turn in the road at Benson's store, Mrs. Benson came from her house behind the store. Basket over her arm, she waved at them. "Good, wonderful morning." Signa waved back. "You want a ride?" "That's okay, meet you there. Did you bring little Miss Kirsten?" "No, she stayed home with Gerd." "Oh, sad. She is the sweetest baby ever." "Tack." Signa turned into the road beside the church that led to the school and the 3 or 4 houses beyond that. Nilda climbed down first and tied Rosie to a hitching rail in the shade of a maple tree by the church. A buggy and a trap were already tied there. They retrieved their baskets of food and a few pieces of fabric for the quilting, along with needles and thread, and joined Mrs. Benson at the front steps. "We meet down in the basement, but outside would sure be more pleasant on a day like today. Perhaps we can bring our dinners out here." Signa paused on the steps, a wave of apprehension freezing her feet in place. "What if—" "No, just keep going," she ordered herself. She followed Mrs. Benson into the narthex, which seemed dim after the brilliance outside. Laughter and chatter floated up from those gathered. "Good morning, everyone," Mrs. Benson smiled. "Good morning, Elmira," sang out one of the women's voices. "Now we can get started." "We have 2 new members this morning." Mrs. Benson turned and nodded to Signa and Nilda. "I know you've met some of our church women, Signa, and now you'll meet more of our group." She took Signa's arm and led her to the tables that had been pushed together to make a big square, with chairs all around and the quilting supplies in the middle. "Ladies, meet Mrs. Rune Carlson, Signa, and her sister-in-law, Nilda Carlson, recently arrived from Norway. Signa's baby was baptized last Sunday, and I know some of you put baby things in a box for her last fall. Her little one is the sweetest baby imaginable. Now, Signa, you know Mrs. Junghaven, our midwife, and Mrs. Engelbrett, who nursed little Kirsten when you were so ill." Signa nodded. "I can never thank either of you enough. Our real pay is knowing both you and that baby are well and thriving. That was too close for comfort." Mrs. Benson nodded again. "That Kirsten, she waits for no one." She turned to the others. "See? God answered our prayers again." A murmur and smiles drifted around the table, and Signa started to relax. But then a woman on the other side of the table pushed back her chair. "I cannot do this." She gathered her things and headed for the stairs and out the door, leaving everyone blinking. Signa watched, open-mouthed. "What did I—" "You did nothing, Signa. This happened long before you came here." "But there's no need for her to leave. We can go back to the farm." Mrs. Junghaven shook her head. "Please, Mrs. Carlson, join us. There's nothing you or any of us can do about the past. We're glad to have you here. Come, let's continue." "Who was that?" Nilda whispered to Signa. "Mrs. Olafsson," she replied. "She hates us for some reason." Nilda moved closer to Signa. "I just want to go home," Signa thought. "Why will no one ever tell us what really happened? Surely Einar didn't kill someone or something, did he?" "This is Mrs. Sulam," Mrs. Benson continued around the table, then turned to Signa and Nilda. "We'll have a test after dinner to see how many names you remember." Nilda smiled. "That will be interesting." The women chuckled, and the heavy feeling was banished, sent up the stairs after Mrs. Olafsson. After the brief meeting and a devotion, Mrs. Torsing, who was in charge of the quilting, assigned all the jobs, and everyone set to their tasks, some sorting, some cutting, others piecing, and the remainders hand-stitching. "We'd trade off after dinner," the woman next to Signa said. She smiled at Nilda across the table. "I am Kara Torlafsson, Nilda. What part of Norway did you come from?" "Valdres region," Nilda answered the question asked in Norwegian. I am trying to learn English. We were told we needed to do that, so my younger brother Ivar and I tried. We didn't get too far. Mr. Larson, who teaches at the school and plays the organ at church, will be teaching a weekly class this summer. He grew up speaking German, but learned Norwegian, so he knows how hard it is to learn a language. But you speak Norwegian? I learned both growing up, thanks to my Norwegian Moor and German father. They met in the lumber camps, and now he works for one of the big companies. I grew up south of Black Duck. My husband and I live in the White House right across from the school. Signe looked at Nilda. English classes. We could both go. Or you could come home and teach me what you learned. She turned back to Mrs. Tollefson. Do you know when the class starts? On Wednesday at 7 in the evening here at the church. We'll be here. Signe didn't bother to check with Nilda. Perhaps Ivar will come too. Maybe, but he was learning faster than I was anyway, Nilda said. Leif said he would teach me, remember? They enjoyed their dinner outside, cleaned up, and switched to different assignments, and all too soon 3 o'clock arrived. Some of the ladies took pieces to work on at home, but Signe shook her head when Nilda reached for a packet. She whispered in Nilda's ear, Right now we have more than enough to work on at the house. We can make up for it next fall, when we can use Gerd's sewing machine. Nilda nodded and collected the empty bowls in which they had brought biscuits and egg salad. Do you still have pickles in your cellar? Mrs. Benson asked Signe. Not anymore. Then you take the rest of this jar. I have more at home. She thrust a quart jar of bread and butter pickles into Signe's hands. You are so generous. I have nothing to give back. I hope you will have eggs and butter for the store soon. But I know you're all so busy out there, what with Einar down and you trying to get ready for the house raising. And our delivery boys are at home, too. Mrs. Benson paused. Signe smiled. Yeah, we will have more soon. I should have churned yesterday. How is Einar doing? Getting stronger, but really slowly. He is not a patient man. So that slows him down or causes setbacks, Nilda said firmly. Mrs. Benson shook her head. I understand. Well, you tell those boys that the cookie jar is full if they can get to the store. I will. Mrs. Benson raised a finger. Oh, and don't you worry about feeding the men when they raise your house. We women will bring all the food and make a party out of it, just like a good old-fashioned barn raising, only this time a house. Mr. Benson said we should be able to get it all framed and ready to roof on a Saturday, and to get a good part of the roof done after church on Sunday. Signe clapped her mouth closed. Is that possible? A 2-story house? You just watch. But Einar... never mind about him. We might cross his land, but we won't stay on it. He'll just have to learn that we take care of our own, and you are part of our church now. I'm sorry, but we should have been there before. Signe rested a hand on Mrs. Benson's arm. You were, remember? I know, but I was shaking in my boots, as long as he was out in the woods. Gerd needed help, and we let her down. It's hard to forgive myself for that. But what she means is, thank you, Nilda said with a grin. Come on, Signe, let's get going before they send the boys to look for us. Driving home, Signe kept shaking her head. On the wagon seat beside her, Nilda watched her. All right, what's bothering you? Well, first, Mrs. Olofsson storming out like that, but then all the others so warm and welcoming. I didn't expect that, is all. It surprised me, too, but then I'm new here, and I still don't know half of their names. Nilda smiled. It was sometimes hard to get a word in edgewise with Mrs. Benson, and yet they were all so cheerful and generous. I was starting to fear that everyone in America would be like Uncle Einar. Someday I want to hear what really happened with him and whoever and whatever. I tried to get Gerd to tell me, but she just shook her head. Whatever it was, she had no part in it. Signe drew Rosie back to a walk. The old mare wanted to be home as much as Signe did. Not intentionally, anyway. Signe grimaced. I would like the past to be in the past. Sometimes, as Moore would say, you have to pick off the scab to let the festered wound heal. The clip-clop of hooves, the warning of a crow, and a dog barking were the only sounds for a while. I was going to check on the board at the store to see if anyone has puppies, Signe said. A dog would be helpful. And more cats in the barn. I have a feeling that's going to be taken care of soon. The orange tabby is looking fat. Nilda giggled. A tomcat found her, eh? Or she's been eating far more than Gra. Besides, she doesn't mind the barn anymore. And why else would she be hunting? Perhaps she'll have a litter in Einar's pants on the floor one night. A laugh burst from Signe. Nilda Carlson, you have an evil mind. Those cats know better than to get near him. Cats have been known to get even. The two were still laughing when they stopped Rosie at the back porch. Nilda hopped down. I'll unhitch her and bring the churn to the house. Need anything else from the well house? Signe shrugged. I'll ask Gerd. She could hear Kirsten starting to fuss from the doorway. Just in time, Gerd said. She set the stove lid back in place and turned to Signe. Signe could hear Einar grumbling from the bedroom. Nilda's bringing the churn from the well house. Need anything else? Gerd shook her head. Not right now. You take care of Kirsten. She has been such a good girl. She glanced at the bedroom and shook her head, but only slightly. She sighed. Why don't you let Nilda take care of him? You take a cup of coffee out on the porch and sit for a bit. In fact, pour 2 cups of coffee and Kirsten and I will join you out there. Signe laid a hand on Gerd's shoulder. Please. The muttering continued. Signe scooped her daughter up in her arms and kissed her head. Tante Gerd says you've been a good girl. She nuzzled her baby's rosy cheek. I know what you would like. You need dry diapers first? She checked. Here we go. Coffee will be hot in a minute or two, Gerd said. Gerd! The order from the bedroom made Gerd close her eyes. I'll be there in a minute, she said. Nilda called from the porch. I'm putting the churn out here. Kirsten nuzzled her Moor's chest, whimpering. Yes, baby, yes. Signe joined Nilda on the porch. Gerd is bringing coffee out. Will you please see to Einar? Delighted. Nilda's eyebrows wiggled. Here, let me bring out the rocking chair for you. Gerd! Einar yelled. Be there in a minute, Nilda called back. She brought out the chair and set it down for Signe and her questing baby. I hear Nilda, not her. I want Gerd, Einar growled. Gerd started toward the bedroom, but Nilda motioned her to the porch. He can yell at me just fine. You go sit out there for a few minutes at least. Keep Signe and Kirsten company. When Gerd reached for the coffee pot, Nilda shook her head. Please, let me. I'll take him some, too. Talk. Gerd went outside without arguing. This wore her out today, Signe thought as Kirsten settled in to nurse. She flipped a piece of old sheet over her shoulder. Gerd sank down on the porch bench and leaned up against the wall. Has he been like this all day? Signe asked. Shaking her head, Gerd took the cup of coffee Nilda held out. He slept most of the morning. I fixed him a tray, and Rune got him settled with it. Then he slept some more and decided to sit in the chair. He did really well with it right by the bed like that. Then when he heard you two come home, he started in. Kirsten made her usual nursing noises, but Signe and Gerd listened to the conversation happening in the bedroom through the open window. I brought you coffee, Uncle Einar, Nilda said. Where'd you go? Signe and I went to Ladies' Aid. I paid your way for you to work here, not go off to church. His voice rose on every word. Be careful, your coffee's spilling. Einar roared. Gerd started to stand, but Signe waved her back down.
Now look what you've done, Nilda chided. Coffee all over the bed and your head is killing you. No, you're not falling to the floor. They heard her grunt. The bed springs shrieked. Einar groaned. You just never seem to learn, do you? Nilda chided. Laudanum or not, I'll get it for you. You know, if you would let us help you, you just might get better faster. Signe and Gerd both shook their heads. Chapter 24. Nilda glared at her younger brother. But you said you would go. Finishing the cellar is more important right now. Then I'll come and help dig. You two go to the class. Then you could teach me. Ivar grinned at her. This way you could catch up with me. Exasperated, Nilda turned to her older brother. Rune, there isn't room in the hole for another shoveler. We all take turns pushing the wheelbarrows up the ramp now. I should have devised something else to haul the dirt out. Nilda listened for a moment. Had Einar's snoring changed tempo? While he was now able to walk a few steps, the headaches forced him to lie down again. More than a week had passed since his accident, and he was a long way from being himself. Maybe we better stay here with Gerd, Nilda said. No, you two go. Gerd made a shooing motion with her free hand. Supper and the dishes are done, and Kirsten and I are going out on the porch to rock in the evening breeze. We like this time of day, don't we, little one? She paused to jiggle the baby on her hip. Go now, or you'll be late. While the others headed for the new cellar, Nilda and Signe climbed up into the wagon and clucked Rosie into a trot down the lane. Stubborn Norwegians, Nilda muttered under her breath. When they arrived at the church, several other horses and wagons were already tied to the hitching rail. Nilda shuddered. We shouldn't have come, I know it. We're here now, so come on. Signe climbed down and tied up the horse. The two women followed the sounds of talking and joined the others in the front pews. Welcome. The man who must be the teacher, Mr. Larson, smiled around at those gathered. I'm glad you're here. Since this is a beginner's class, no one from last summer is here, but someone told me these sessions gave him enough help to be able to carry on decent conversations. I hope to do the same for you. Let me introduce myself. I am Fritz Larson. Most of you know me as the man playing the organ in church on Sunday. Some of your children have been students of mine. I speak both German and Norwegian because of my parents. I grew up in a village near Stuttgart, and while my pa wanted me to go into lumber, all I ever wanted to do was teach at a school and play the organ in a church. Here, I have both. Nilda felt like turning around to see who he was smiling at, but when Signe nudged her, she shook her head. He keeps looking at you, Signe whispered. Nay, he's looking at everybody. Mrs. Carlson, Mr. Larson said, your sons have been in our classes. Would you please tell us where you came from and when? Signe stood. I am Mrs. Rune Carlson, and we came from Valdres, Norway, last June to help some relatives on their farm. Nilda noticed she didn't mention the name Einar Strand. Mr. Larson smiled. Thank you. And would you please introduce the woman next to you? Nilda swallowed the block in her throat as she stood up. I am Nilda Carlson. Her husband is my older brother. My younger brother Ivar and I came several weeks ago. We took some lessons in English, but not enough. She sat back down and watched and listened while the 6 other people in the room introduced themselves. Mr. Larson nodded. Now I will explain how I run this class. I will give you a list of words and phrases that you can study during the week, and we will review and answer questions the following week. Halfway through our class time each week, we will switch into speaking only English. He looked around the group. We will keep it simple, and we are not in a hurry. You will enjoy the class more if you do the homework each week. Each class builds on the week before.
Every time Nilda glanced up, it seemed like the teacher was looking right at her. Was her hair falling down, or was there a smudge of dirt on her face? He was tall, 6 foot or more, and comely. Not overly handsome, but not plain either, with a wide forehead and hair that waved slightly away from his face. His eyes were his best feature, amber with crinkles at the edges and thick dark eyelashes and brows. Kind was the word that kept coming to her mind. His hands did not know hard manual work, but those long, slender fingers could make the organ sing and dance. Handsome was no longer a draw for her anyway, not after that handsome devil at home. Like her more often said, sometimes evil came in pretty packages. "Are there any questions?" Mr. Larson looked around the room. Without quite realizing what she was doing, Nilda raised her hand like a good pupil. When he nodded, she asked, "What made you want to teach school?" He half smiled. "I love learning, and I want to help children do the same. God gave us marvelous minds, and learning to use them takes a lifetime. Helping others makes life worth living." He shook his head like a dog coming up out of the creek. "Sorry, I get carried away at times." He looked around the group. "Anyone else?" "Do you teach music classes, too?" Nilda blurted. "Not at the moment, but one never knows what God has in mind." He nodded. "All right, I am going to say a phrase in Norwegian and then in English. Please repeat after me. God dag. Good day." When he repeated a phrase, they did likewise. He led them through several more, all the while nodding and smiling encouragement. Many of those words most of you already knew. They're on the list for this week. Now let's count together, first in Norwegian, then in English. They then did the days of the week and the months of the year, followed by identifying body parts and clothes and things around them. Dusk had dimmed the sky when he raised his hands. "We are done for tonight. Take your papers with you, and I will see you all next week. Thank you for coming." Nilda and Signe stood along with the others as they slipped back into Norwegian to discuss the class. "I was surprised I understood most of what he said, more than I expected," the woman in front of them said. "This was good." "Yeah, that it was." Nilda stretched her neck and shoulders. She'd forgotten what being in a class felt like. Mr. Larson stopped in front of them. "Mrs. Carlson, you've learned a lot, I think, in the year you have been here. I know your boys picked up the language quickly. Did they happen to mention that they were each supposed to check out books to read over the summer?" Signe rolled her eyes. "Not that I recall, and I didn't see any books come home." Not surprising. He sent Nilda a side glance while he spoke to Signe. "We have shelves of books at the school. They could come get some on Sunday after church. Or I can choose several and send them home with you." "Perhaps that would be best." "Good. I hoped you'd say that." He leaned down and picked up 3 books. "They could start with these." Signe smiled up at him. "Tack. Thank you." He turned to Nilda. "I'm glad to meet you, Miss Carlson. Welcome to our community." "Tack." She caught herself. "Thank you. May I suggest you all speak English at your house? The boys will enjoy it, too." "We shall see." Halfway home, Nilda swatted a persistent mosquito and chuckled. "Do you think we can do that? Speak English, only English? I think our conversations will be mighty short. But I would like Kirsten to grow up with both languages. The teacher said he spoke Norwegian and German, and now English, and that's a good thing." Signe paused and chuckled. "I think you caught his eye, though." Nilda nudged her with an elbow. "I think matchmaking does not become you." "We shall see." Nilda flicked the reins over Rosie's back. Thinking of Mr. Larson brought back thoughts of that lech, Drang Nigor. Not a good thing. She had hoped she'd left him behind, but it seemed he still dogged her steps. They reached home just as the evening star stepped out in the western sky, A light breeze lifted tendrils of hair and the horse's mane. Knute stepped down from the porch where the rest of the family were all sitting. "I'll put Rosie away." He took up the lines and headed for the barn. "Thank you. We're supposed to talk only English from now on." Signe stopped at the steps and turned her head, listening to night sounds. Nilda paused to do the same. Crickets, a bird's call, the whine of mosquitoes. An owl hooted as it flapped past the house, and bats dipped and darted. I love evenings like this. Yeah, me too. Though I think I should take up smoking a pipe to help keep the mosquitoes away. Rune tipped his chair back against the wall. We're nearly finished with the digging. Do you have the timbers to frame the cellar? Ivar asked. Nay, gotta go to the lumber yard. Rune patted the bench. Come, Signe, sit yourself. She settled beside him. Where's Gerd? Over here, in the dark. A chuckle announced her location. As Signe sat down beside Rune, Nilda joined the boys on the steps. So how was your class? Ivar asked. Like Signe said, we are supposed to only talk English around here, Nilda said with mock sternness. Rune shrugged. We can try. Gerd's voice drifted from the dark. At the beginning of the day when we are refreshed, yeah. At the end of the day when we're weary, nay. Too much work. Leif popped from the steps. Hooray for Tante Gerd! How did Einar do tonight? Nilda asked. Sat in his chair for a while. Seemed a bit better. Gerd's voice sounded tired. Knute came up from the barn and sat on the floor at his Far's feet. Signe leaned toward Knute. Mr. Larsen sent you boys a present. What's this about you supposed to be reading this summer and you were to bring books home? Knute shrugged. We must have forgotten. To make up for that, he sent books home for you. Wasn't that nice of him? Uh-huh. I have 3, and I expect you each to read 1 chapter every evening. You finish 1 book and start on the next. But more... What? They're in English. Good. You can read to me, then. And me, Tante Gerd chimed in. Knute nudged Leif. You think Uncle Einar would like us to read to him? Leif's snort could be heard clear to the barn. He quickly changed the subject. Far, did you check the gilts? I think they're getting close. Since they'd kept the 2 young gilts from the year before, they now had 4 hogs farrowing. Want to do it now? Rune asked. Maybe we should. While Rune and Leif ambled to the barn, the others picked up chairs and went back in the house. Nilda heard Einar snoring in the bedroom. Good. Ivar, Björn, and Knute said their goodnights and went up the stairs, laughing about something. Kirsten snuggled into her Moor's arms to be carried upstairs as well. Gerd started toward the bedroom, but stopped. I think I'll sleep on a pallet in the parlor tonight. Nilda looked at her. Even in the light from the kerosene lamp, she could see how tired Gerd looked. Signe asked, Is he worse at night? Nay, not worse, but he thrashes around and mutters, and I don't sleep very well. I know. You come upstairs with me, and Rune will sleep by the bed in your room in case Einar needs something. I don't... If it is the stairs, I will help you, Nilda said softly. That is what we are here for, to help you. She put the emphasis on the last word. I'm just tired. How long since you've had a decent rest in the afternoon? Nilda whispered. I lie down, but... How about we help him out to the porch in the afternoon tomorrow, and you take your nap when Kirsten does, Nilda suggested. We shall see. But talk. I will sleep upstairs, just for tonight. The next morning, Nilda woke early and, grabbing her clothes, tiptoed down the stairs to dress in the parlor. When she entered the kitchen to start the stove, Rune was there already. You got in here before me, she said. No wonder Gerd wanted to sleep upstairs. I can usually sleep through anything, but I was up with him a couple of times. Rune was building the fire while he talked. He is so angry at not being able to be out felling those trees. The boys and I will go out there today, just to try to calm him down. How are the gilts? One had 8, the other wasn't quite ready. He took a match from the holder on the wall behind the stove and lit the shavings, adding more wood when the kindling caught. I'll be right back. Nilda paused at the edge of the porch to inhale the morning. Walking barefoot through the dewy grass made her want to skip, which she did, and dance, which she didn't. The outhouse needed lime again, so she hurried. She was setting the kettle on the quickly heating part of the stove when Signa came in, tying her apron. Sorry, I didn't even hear you get up, Signa said. Gerd and Kirsten are both still sleeping. I told the boys to dress downstairs and let them sleep. Poor Gerd, she was so terribly tired. The boys trailed through the kitchen, heading for chores. At breakfast, Leaf announced they now had 15 baby pigs and 2 sows left to deliver. If we can keep them all alive, we'll have lots to sell come fall. Far, can we go out to the big trees today? Björn asked. You think you two can handle that big crosscut? The twinkle in his eye let them know Rune was teasing. Yeah, I told Jamur last night we would be doing that. I'll tell Einar, too, so maybe he can quit worrying so much. How come he's so mean to Tante Gerd? Leif asked. What are you talking about? Rune asked. Well, you were all at the cellar, and I came back to check on the sows. I could hear him yelling at her clear to the barn. He was calling her names, even. A frown wrinkled Leif's forehead. He made Kirsten cry, too. She will not be left alone with him again. Nilda spoke softly, but those who knew her knew she could be formidable. Rune's eyebrows raised. Still have that temper, eh? If you only knew, Ivar muttered into his cornmeal mush. Nilda gave her younger brother a look that made her older brother chuckle. Gerd! The order came from the bedroom. Rune waved the women back and headed for the bedroom. Nilda heard Rune speak in a determined voice without yelling, but she knew she wouldn't want to cross him when he used that voice. Einar Strahn, listen to me, and listen well. If you want any more of your trees cut before you can get out there again, you will not yell or roar at Gerd, Nilda, or Signa. We are going out to the woods today, but we will not go back if I hear you have been yelling at them again. They are doing their best for you, and you will keep a civil tongue. He paused. Do you understand me? Einar started to growl, but stopped. Nilda smiled into her hand. This was a new side of her brother that had come about since he left Norway. He had always been so quiet. She nodded at Signa. Yes, the two of them were in agreement, just like all those years as best friends. Gerd hurried into the kitchen. I'm sorry. Why didn't you wake me? She cocked her head and turned around. You sit down and eat. I will go get her. Signa patted Gerd's shoulder as she went by. I will. Leif was up the stairs before Signa got to them. In a minute or so, he carried his grinning baby sister into the kitchen. She sure is wet. He dodged Kirsten's questing fingers and handed her to Signa. Kirsten babbled at him and her more. You slept so long, no wonder you're so happy. Signa changed her while the others ate their breakfast, then sat down and touched a spoon of milky mush to her daughter's mouth. Kirsten tongued it around before shoving it out again. Put a bit more brown sugar on it, Gerd suggested. She should be hungry. Oh, she's hungry all right, but cornmeal is not her idea of what to eat, Signa said. She does okay with oatmeal, though. When I cook it to death and mash it. Signa added a bit more brown sugar and repeated the feeding. Kirsten mouthed it, some dribbling down her chin, and finally swallowed. Good girl, Leif said from across the table. Kirsten looked at him. and waved her fist. "2 down," Rune announced when the men returned at noon. "Leaf is at the barn. The remaining gilt has had her first baby." "So he will be staying there?" Nilda asked. "Yes." He nodded toward the bedroom and dropped his voice. "How is he?" "Quiet. Got him up in a chair for a bit, then back down. I offered that you and the boys will help him to the rocker out on the porch before you go back to the woods." "Good." "Ivar learns really fast," Björn said between bites. "The teeth on that big saw are different than the crosscut we had at home, but better, I think. Trading off, we dropped one earlier, then just did another before we came to eat." Ivar flexed his shoulders. "I can't believe how big those trees are. I mean, when you are right there on the end of the saw, they are huge." Nilda set another bowl of rabbit and beans on the table and dished up more cornbread. "Perhaps tomorrow you will want dinner out there?" "We'll see." After dinner, Rune and Ivar went into the bedroom. "You ready to go out on the porch?" Rune asked Einar. Nilda moved to the door to watch and listen. Einar nodded. He swung his legs to the side of the bed and slowly pushed himself up to standing. Rune smiled. "Good. Now we can walk with one of us on each side of you. Put your arms over our shoulders." "The chair." Einar nodded to the one by the bed. "Björn, you bring that chair behind us." Half carrying, half walking him, they got the big man through the kitchen and out to the rocking chair on the porch, where they let him down slowly while he puffed and panted as if he'd been running. "You all right?" Rune asked. "Yeah." Einar rested against the back of the chair. Nilda watched from the doorway. "Can Signe and I get him back in?" "In a couple hours I'll come back, after we fell the next one," Rune said. A while later, Gerd took a bowl of beans and a cup of coffee out to Einar on a tray. "I'm lying down with Kirsten. Do you need anything else?" "Water." She brought him a glass along with a plate of cookies. "To go with your coffee." Nilda thought she heard him mutter something about wasting time baking cookies, but she wasn't sure. She nodded as the realization hit her. The only way he would be happy was if they were all out felling and limbing trees. She turned to Signe. "He'd even have Kirsten out dragging branches if she could walk." Gerd shook her head and rolled her eyes at the joke. Later that afternoon, Nilda heard Leif out on the porch. The last time she had checked, Einar had been sleeping in the chair. "Uncle Einar, we have 18 piglets. That gilt rolled on one, but the others are all under their corner. Just think, 18, and 2 more sows to go." "Killed one, eh?" "Sorry." Leif came in the house, shaking his head. "I thought 18 was pretty good." "It is." Nilda handed him a cookie. "You are a good animal husbandman." The next time she checked on Einar, he was asleep again. "Thank you, Lord, for small favors." "I'm going out to weed for a while," she announced. "Signe, you too?" "Yeah, I'll be right there. Let me tell Gerd." They were mopping their faces with their aprons after hoeing for an hour when they heard a roar from the porch. "I need help!" They both took off for the house at a run. He shook his fist at them. "I gotta get up and—" "Hold on!" Signe yelled. But before they could get to him, Einar pushed himself upright and fell forward, flat on his face. Chapter 25. The next morning, Rune and the women stared down at Einar, sleeping again after breakfast and a dose of laudanum. They had carried him from the porch to the bed the night before, and Rune had spent the night on a pallet next to the bed. Einar had awakened with garbled speech, his usual hostility, and definite weakness in his right side. "We will have someone with him at all times. That's all we can do," Signe said. "I'll stay with him," Gerd answered. Rune shook his head. "No, we'll take turns. Leif needs to stay near the barn to watch the pigs, so he can do turns here, too. The other 3 boys will go back to limbing and cleaning up brush out in the forest. They can cut firewood, too. I've told them to leave the standing trees until I get back." "You will have the lumber yard deliver the lumber for the house?" Signa asked. "Yeah, I'll bring back what we need for the cellar, so I should be back by early afternoon if I start right now." He looked at each of the women. "If he starts to get agitated—" "He should sleep for 3 or 4 hours with what I gave him," Nilda said. "You might buy some more laudanum while you're in Black Duck. We have enough for 1 more dose." "I'll hurry." He shook his head. If only he would listen to others. "He never will." Gerd wagged her head. "Never has, never will." "We'll do what we can. If he starts flailing those long arms, you just get out of his way," Rune urged them. "If he gets agitated and falls out of bed, let him lie there until either the boys come back or I do. I don't want one of you to get hurt." All 3 women nodded in response. "We could tie him down." Gerd gave Rune a questioning look. "Feet and hands. We've got some sheeting we could rip into strips." "The laudanum should be enough," Nilda said. "When we bring him coffee for dinner, I'll give him a bit more." "Tie him if you must, but don't try to keep him from falling, and don't argue with him. He might be calmer when he wakes, but he might be worse." Rune thought a moment. "Maybe I'd better stay here." "I could go order the lumber, since you have the sizes and amounts all written out," Signa volunteered. "Or Nilda could. And when they start asking you questions about the structure of the house, or do we want this instead of that," he shook his head. "And paying for it. I don't have enough money to pay for it all at once, and I can almost guarantee they don't accept installments from women." Nilda shook her head. "Shame, isn't it?" Gerd stared Rune right in the eyes. We would help pay for it." "Nay, no," Rune said, then caught himself. "Tante Gerd, I would do business with you, but not Einar, not ever again. My house has to be bought and paid for by me. I appreciate your offer, but please understand why I'm saying this." Gerd reached for his hand. "I do understand, but you all mean far more to me than money. If I have it, I want to share it with you." Signa sniffed. "Gerd." Rune felt overwhelmed, too, but he had 2 women to thank God for. "Thank you, Lord. I asked for a family here, and you have given us one with Gerd, and now Nilda and Ivar." Signa let the tears drip, easier than fighting them, no doubt. Rune laid his hands on Gerd's shoulders. "Thank you. I cannot begin to tell you how much this means to me, and to Signa, and to our boys, too." He blew out a breath. "Now I will be on my way and home again as soon as I can." He started to the door. "Remember, Ivar and Björn are strong as full-grown men if you need them." "Here, take the eggs and butter with you for Benson's." Signa handed him the baskets she had packed. He gave her a swift kiss on the cheek. "Be careful. Hear me?" He climbed up on the wagon that had become the flatbed used to haul the hay, waved to the women, and set the team at a trot down the lane. The boys had the other team out in the woods, so Rosie was alone with the cows in the pasture. He waved at Mrs. Benson, sitting out on the store's porch as he turned the corner toward Black Duck. Drawing the team to a halt, he called, "I brought you eggs and butter. I'm going to order the lumber for the house today. Can I get you anything?" "Wonderful! Wait just a moment." She disappeared into the store, so Rune climbed down and carried the baskets Signa had given him to the front porch and set them in the shade. "Here," Mrs. Benson handed him a bag. "Some to take home and some to eat on the way. Holler when you get back and I might have something else to send. Should the mister round up the crew?" "Not yet. We need to get the cellar framed so the foundation is ready to set the house right on it. We're going to have a celebration for certain when this house is ready to move into." "That we will. A real party. How is Mr. Strawn doing?" "Worse. He fell again. Can't get it into his head that he needs time to recuperate, just because he's not bleeding and nothing's broken." Rune shook his head. Talk for asking. Can any of us help? Not that I can think of. He peeked in the bag and grinned at her when he saw the cookies. For me? I know Leif and Knute especially like those too. I will share. Lord bless you, Mrs. Benson. You are a true friend. Oh, wait a moment. Do you have any laudanum? I do. Order came in just yesterday. I'll have it ready for you when you get back. Good. Saves me a stop in Black Duck. Talk for these. She picked up the baskets. Nibbling on the 2 cookies he'd allowed himself, he took the next 5 miles at a slow jog to keep from wearing the horses out. They'd been hitching the teams the way the former owner had suggested. One of Einar's old team paired with one of the green team. Probably he should have hitched up the other team too, but they'd not driven the 4 together yet. Sweat streaked the horse's shoulders as he turned into the lumber yard. He drew them to a stop in the shade, swung down, made sure all his papers, along with a good part of the cash he had saved, were in the packet stuffed in his shirt, and strode toward the office. If only he knew things were safe at home, he could enjoy this long-dreamed-of day, rather than needing to hurry home. "Good to see you again, Mr. Carlson," Mr. Hextrom greeted from behind the counter. "How did those skis work out? You get them finished?" "Not yet, but they will be for this winter. I sure have learned a lot." "Trial and error can be pretty good teachers. How can I help you today?" Rune took the papers out of his shirt front. "I'm here to order the lumber for my house." "Well, good for you. Congratulations are in order. Hang on." Mr. Hextrom called to the back. "Petter, you come out here and run the front while I help this man?" A young man jogged out of the warehouse bay, his face sweaty. "Yes, sir, Mr. Hextrom." "Mr. Carlson here." "Rune Carlson." Rune failed to mention anything about Einar Strawn. He'd learned that the name Strawn could bring out bad feelings. "Okay, Rune, this is my nephew, Petter Thorvaldsen." When the 2 shook hands, the young man asked, "Carlson, are you the Carlson that Miss Nilda Carlson and her brother Ivar came to help?" "I'm their older brother. My wife and I came last year to help our relatives." "Oh, I'll be snookered. I heard a lot about you and your wife and, 3 boys and a baby girl? From Valdres, Norway. And Ivar was going to help fell the big trees. And Miss Carlson was so looking forward to seeing her best friend again. We got to know each other pretty well. How are they?" Rune smiled at the young man's enthusiasm. "Ivar took the other end of a cross-cut saw yesterday for the first time, and we brought down 3 trees. His shoulders were pretty sore last night." Petter grinned from ear to ear. "Well, I am so glad to meet you. Greet them from me, please." "I will. If you make it out our way, I know they'll be glad to see you again, too. They talked of you like friends." Mr. Hextrom nodded. "Perhaps Petter can drive one of the loads. He's told us a lot about his friends from the ship." He pointed toward a door along the back wall. "Come to my office, and let's put your order together." Rune took the chair Mr. Hextrom indicated. "You want something to drink? Coffee? Cold water?" "Yeah, both would be good. My team is in the shade, so they should be good for a while." Mr. Hextrom called for someone to bring the drinks and then sat in the other chair. On the desk in front of him were tablets and pencils, along with pen and ink. "Now, tell me about your house plans." I drew them out much as I was able. I was trying to estimate how much lumber I'd need, but I know this is nowhere near accurate. I was going to build a 1.5-story, but I decided we better go with 2 full stories. He pushed the papers over to the other man. "You might have this already figured out, but we need a real second floor, not just an attic like at Einar's house." Mr. Hextrom nodded, leafing from page to page of Rune's drawings. Probably in his eyes the plans were laughingly crude. He nodded. "Pretty standard farmhouse style. Good. This is what you've dug for the cellar?" "Yeah. Today I need to take home posts and joists and whatever else I need to frame that in so it will be ready for the rest." "You got some helpers?" "My brother and 2 sons. but the men of the church have said we're going to have a house raising." "That the Lutheran church at Benson's Corner?" Rune nodded. "Those are good people there. Some real good carpenters, too. This house will go up real fast. They know how to do it, raising walls and such. Good for you." Mr. Hextrom pulled a list of materials out of the drawer under the table. "How about this? We load your wagon today with the cellar materials, like you said. Then I get an estimate together and come out to your place so we can make sure we have at least most of it. I'll include roofing and siding and doors and windows. We'll deliver the framing supplies first and the roofing and remaining supplies when you're ready for them." "Sounds good. Can we talk about money?" "If you want. Tell you what I have done plenty of times. You tell me how much you can pay now, and then we'll divide the rest up into payments, due when the trees are sold. I figure that's what you will use to pay with." Rune stared at the man across the desk. "You would do that?" "Well, yes, unless you would rather go through the bank. I figure you got enough trees out there to pay off your house in the next year or so." "We are not talking Einar's trees here, but those on my 5 acres. "How many acres already cleared?" "About 1.5.
"And the rest is white pine?"
"Mostly."
"You got enough timber to pay for more than this house, even with furnishing it, you agree?"
"Yeah, but what if something happens and—"
"And you can't pay?"
Rune nodded.
Mr. Hextrom smiled. "I know accidents happen. Sometimes sickness, too. But I'm gambling that if you can't cut trees anymore, your sons and brother will take over and make it happen. You Norskis are like that."
In spite of... Rune hated to bring up Einar's name. Mr. Hextrom leaned forward.
"Nilda Carlson, I am a pretty good judge of character, and you got plenty of it. You can't always choose your relatives, but you can choose your friends and those you do business with. I've worked with you some already, and I've heard really good things from others, so you give me the money you have today and go frame your basement. I'll write you a receipt that says what you have is paid on account. This is all legal and frequently done."
He extended his hand across the desk. Rune took it and nodded before shaking. "Tak. While they're loading, can I water my team?"
Mr. Hextrom nodded. "You want to come have dinner with the wife and me?"
"Sometime, but not today. I need to get back. Thank you again." Rune watered his horses, and as soon as the lumber and nails were loaded, he pointed the team toward home. He let them rest once before Benson's Corner, and again while he retrieved the baskets, one with several packets in it.
"The laudanum is there, along with some other things I figured you could use," Mrs. Benson explained. "Greet them all from me, please. Perhaps I can get out there for a visit before that sweet baby is down and crawling."
She gets on all fours now and rocks back and forth, but hasn't quite got the idea she can crawl forward. Leaf keeps encouraging her. When he arrived home, he left the team hitched in the shade and strode to the house. Leaf joined him.
"We got 2 more babies, but she's done now," he reported. "They all nursed, I made sure."
"You and Knute are mighty good with the animals." Rune ruffled Leaf's hair. "How are things at the house?"
"Uncle Einar has slept, mostly. Björn helped him sit up to eat dinner."
"Good. How'd the guys do in the woods?"
"Björn said they got 2 of the trees limbed and the branches stacked. They should be ready for the next one by the time you get there."
The kitchen was empty when he entered, but he could hear Signe and Nilda down in the cellar. He set the baskets for Mrs. Benson on the table. "There's some cookies there, but make sure there are enough left for everyone else, too."
"You could take some out when you go to the trees."
Leaf dug out 2 cookies and headed back out the door to check on his piglets. Signe came up from the cellar. "I thought I heard you here. How did it go?" "Better than you can believe. I'll tell you all tonight at supper." He pointed to the baskets. "Mrs. Benson said to tell you talk for the butter and eggs. She had ordered laudanum, so that's there, along with some other things she thought you could use." "Leave it to Mrs. Benson. A jar of honey, ginger cookies. Oh, And 3 peppermint sticks. Leif didn't find those, eh? Signe smiled. What about... Rune nodded toward the bedroom. Been pretty docile so far. He let the boys help him sit up and move to the edge of the bed. He didn't make an effort to move to the chair. Nilda doctored his coffee, like she said. She brushed a strand of hair out of her face. It's nice and cool down there in the cellar. We got it about all cleaned out. The cat helped. The orange tabby must have found a secret place to have her babies, but Graw dispatched a couple of mice when we found a nest. It's a good thing Leif was at the barn. He'd have wanted to keep the babies. Rune smiled. Yes, that was his boy, all right. I'll drive the lumber out to the house, and Leif can unharness the team and let them into the pasture. We'll probably unload the wagon on our way up for supper. As he headed for the barn again, he stared out over the fields. The sprouting oats cast a green haze out to the west. The cows were lying down under the one shade tree. What a peaceful scene. You think you can get the harnesses hung up? Rune asked Leif as he drove the wagon out to the big hole. Leif gave him a patient look. You want me to come out to the woods? I know you want to, but I really need someone here who can run fast to get us in case something happens with Einar. Leif nodded, then grinned at his far. I should get an extra peppermint stick for staying here. Rune laughed. You take that up with the others. What they don't know can't hurt 'em. Rune chuckled as he headed farther out into the woods, where he could hear 2 axes thudding into branches. He swung the bag of cookies in one hand and realized he was grinning like a child with a peppermint stick. He had paid money down on his own house. He and Signe were landowners and would soon have a house of their own, all in 1 year. Only in America. In spite of what a mean old man Uncle Einar was, they owed him a debt of gratitude for bringing them over. He stopped at the edge of the clearing to watch the 3 boys at work and to inhale the fragrance of cut pine. The other team nodded in the shade. There were 2 new piles of branches, and the earliest piles of branches were now neatly stacked in stove lengths, ready to haul to the house. Einar had been all set to burn those piles, but Leif and Knute insisted that would make good firewood, and they were right. He called to the boys and raised the cookie bag over his head. The 3 planted their axes in a branch near them, and while they weren't running to meet him, they weren't staggering either. They all sat on or leaned against the wagon to drink water kept cool in the shade and devour the cookies. They felled the second tree at the beginning hush of dusk. All fell silent until one branch that caught on another tree crashed to the ground. 2 trees today, in spite of my being gone. You've done well, Rune said. Ivar stretched. Shame Uncle Einar isn't out here to appreciate this. Björn snorted and shook his head at Ivar. All he'd say is, shoulda had 3. You didn't limb them yet. Don't just stand around. Rune watched his son's face. Björn wasn't angry or critical. He was just stating the facts, and he was so right. Perhaps tomorrow we could do 4, Ivar joked. Or maybe 6. Knute looked at his far with a grin. Bring Nilda out here, Ivar added. She's good with an axe and could do the limbing with Knute here. Ivar grabbed the axes, and Rune and Björn brought the saw. Björn hitched up the team and drove the wagon over to one of the stacks of wood for the stove. They loaded the pile into the wagon and hauled the wood up to the house to dump in a pile to be split. That night at supper, Rune looked at Nilda. I met a friend of yours today. He works at the lumber yard. Says he came over on the ship with you. Her eyes went wide. Petter? Petter Thorvaldsen? That's the one. He was real glad to hear about the 2 of you. Mr. Hekstrom says he could be one of the drivers to deliver the lumber, so we might see him here soon. Ivar waggled his eyebrows at his sister, and Nilda threw a dish towel at him and laughed. This house needs more laughter, Gerd said softly. It really does. Chapter 26.
Why you here? Einar glared at Rune. Get in woods. Your speech is much better today. Rune stood by the bed. Would you like to sit in the chair? Nay. Einar pointed toward the woods with a trembling hand. I warned you that if you can't be polite to those who are trying to help you get better, I will stay here at the house. I will go out in the woods when I can trust you to be decent here. If you would cooperate with them, you might be out in the woods sooner. Signe and Nilda listened from the doorway. Signe shook her head. Won't happen. I don't think he can be polite. Rune nodded. I'm afraid I agree with you. But he wants those trees down mighty bad. So, Uncle Einar, one way to get stronger again is to get up and sit in this chair for a while. Einar glared knives at Rune, but slowly he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat up, panting. Rune held out his hand to help, but Einar batted it away. He clamped a hand on the arm of the chair. Signe retrieved Gerd's cane from the pantry and brought it to Einar. This might make it easier. The look she received for her efforts might have withered a weaker woman, but she met him eye to eye. To help you get stronger, faster. He eyed the chair, the cane, and Rune, then grabbed the cane with one hand and the chair with the other and heaved himself to his feet. He stood swaying, steadied, and then turned enough to sit in the chair. Signe felt like clapping. Do you promise to be polite? If you will, I'll return at dinner time. If there's a problem, Leif will come for me and I will stay here. Rune waited. I know you are a man of your word. If you agree, I know you will do it. Einar nodded. Then I will see you at dinner time. In the kitchen, Rune beckoned the three women to come out on the porch. I'm concerned about him having that cane if he goes berserk again. He could really hurt someone with it, so be careful. Talk. Gerd shook her head. I should be the one taking care of him. Why? I married him. Rune squeezed her shoulder. Gerd, we are your family, and we will take care of each other as we need to. You took care of Signe and Kirsten, remember? Yeah, but Leif can run fast if need be. Keep that in mind. He looked at Signe and Nilda, who both nodded. He nodded in return and headed down the steps to join the others in the woods. Nilda stood agape. I have never in my life heard my brother string so many words, and such wise words, together at one time. I wish Moore could see and hear this. She would be so proud of him. Not that she would let anyone know, but I have watched her eyes gleam, and I know what she's thinking. Signe felt her eyes get moist. Talking like this makes me miss her even more. Ivar says that one day he will send them tickets, but I know your father will never come to America. He is adamant, and I don't remember in all the years of knowing him that he ever changed his mind once he locked on something. I know. Nilda heaved a sigh. I do not want to be like that, nor like Uncle Einar. Gerd carried Kirsten on her hip now, since she was getting so big and so busy. Yesterday she found a beetle on the floor and scooted her quilt over to pick it up. And it went directly into her mouth, Signe said, shaking her head. I got it before she did. Gerd jiggled the baby up and down to make her giggle. I need to sew her some shifts for the hot weather. And a sunbonnet, so she can come out in the garden with us? Yeah, I even have a pattern and some of that gingham left. Perhaps I can do that this afternoon. Right now we need to put the boiler on the stove and wash diapers. Gerd handed Kirsten to her Moore. I better check on Einar, see if he's ready to go back to bed. Remember when you had to drag me out of bed? She glanced at Nilda. This Signe, she can be mighty tough when she chooses to be. She decided I was going to get back on my feet, and that was that. But she better stay out of reach of that bear in there. No matter how tough she is, he is bigger and stronger.
Nilda fetched the boiler from its nail on the wall and set it in the sink. Pumping water to fill it, she looked out the window. "I want to be out in that garden before it gets too hot." "I'll do the diapers," Signe said. "You go out in the garden, and Gerd, you go sew for our baby girl." Gerd went to check on Einar. "He's back in bed and sleeping." "At least he's quiet," Signe thought as she rinsed out the diapers and stirred them into the hot, soapy water. A cake might be good for dinner. No, gingerbread. She found herself humming as she stirred the ingredients together. Gingerbread was Rune's favorite. They had plenty of cream to whip for topping. "2 trees," Knute announced when the men came through the door at dinner time. "What smells so good?" He spied the pan on the table. "Of course, gingerbread." The kitchen went from quiet and peaceful to laughter and ruckus. Björn picked up his baby sister and set her on his shoulders. She clamped her fingers in his hair, making him flinch. "You be careful with her. Knute, don't let her fall backward." The 3 of them paraded around the table, a baby chortle making everyone laugh. Rune went to Einar immediately, and Signe followed in case he needed help. "All right," Rune said. "Let's get you back up again, and you might enjoy sitting at the window. See the outside." Einar rumbled and grumbled, but he did as instructed. "Quiet," he whispered as he stood. "Tell them quiet." Rune nodded. "The noise makes the pain worse?" "Yeah." Together the 3 of them walked to the window, and Rune moved the chair into place. Once Einar was seated, Rune and Signe left to settle the others down. "Oh, sorry." The boys quieted immediately. Signe took her daughter and tied her into the rocking chair. The gingerbread disappeared nearly as quickly as she put it on their plates and spooned whipped cream on top. Now that was fine. Rune patted his belly. "Leif, how are your babies doing?" "All still alive. Daisy is going to have hers next. She's starting to nest." "We need more farrowing stalls at this rate. We could turn the horse stalls into pig pens for now. Take some of that scrap lumber and nail boards across the ends. Ivar, how good are you with building something like that?" "Had to at home at times. I can measure and cut boards and pound nails." "So can we," Björn offered. "And sharpen saw blades. Uncle Einar usually does that." "We better do that tonight rather than working on the cellar. Let me get Einar back to bed and we'll return to the woods." Rune stood up, and Signe did the same. "I'll help you." "Let me take that tray," Rune said as he entered the bedroom and bent over Einar, "and we'll get you back to bed. You want to try walking around the room first?" "Aye, so tired." "A little more each day will get you stronger again. If you were out in the woods with us, we could do 3-4 trees a day, easy. Those boys are getting better and better with the axes and saws." Rune waited for Einar to stand, handing him the cane to walk with. "We'll do this again when I get home." Seeing that Einar was calm and Rune had everything under control, Signe went out to the porch. She rinsed and wrung out the diapers, then hung them on the line to flap in the breeze. She looked up to see a hawk circling against the blue. "Don't you even think of stealing our chickens." Just that morning, one of the brooding hens came off her nest with a flock of 8 chicks, so Signe and Leif had moved them to another small fenced pen with a nesting box. 3 other hens were setting. They were having babies all over the place, much to Leif's delight. Since Knute had gone to help in the woods, all the responsibility for the farm animals had shifted to Leif and the women. Signe watched the hawk fly away before heading back into the house. That evening, Nilda helped Leif milk the cows so that when the others trooped in from the woods, all of the farm chores were done. They had just finished supper when they heard a horse and wagon coming down the lane. Nilda was doing the dishes, and Signe was changing Kirsten as Rune and Knute stepped out on the back porch. Nilda heard Rune's strong voice say, "Welcome! Come on in! Good to see you! Hey, Ivar, Nilda, come on out here! There are some folks who will be right glad to see you." "What?" Nilda went outside, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Who?" She stopped in her tracks at the sight of Petter hopping down from the wagon. "Why, Mr. Thorvaldsen, I'm delighted to see you. Ivar, come here." The two men shook hands, and Nilda motioned them to the benches and chairs against the house. Sit down. I'll bring the coffee right out." Back inside, she whispered to Signe, "Remember that young man from the ship that we told you about? He's here. Came out with his uncle from the lumber yard." Signe smiled. "It's a shame we ate all the gingerbread. You could take out a plate of cookies, though. Does my hair look all right?" Nilda tucked a stray strand back where it belonged before pulling the coffee pot forward and dishing up the cookies. "He said he would come find us, but I didn't really think he would." She stopped. "I'm dithering, aren't I?" Signe's smile had turned knowing. "A bit, but that's all right." Signe lit the lamp and set it where Gerd was sewing on the machine. As Nilda picked up the tray to serve the coffee, Signe was scooping up her daughter, who already wore the sleepy look that said she was not long for the day. Often Signe took Kirsten out to the rocking chair on the porch, and they enjoyed the evening breeze. Would she come out here with the others? Signe turned toward the stairs. Apparently not. As Nilda carried out the tray, the man who had been introduced as Mr. Hekstrom was saying, "How about we drive out to look at your place before it gets dark?" "Fine by me. These young people can visit while we're gone." Rune climbed up on the wagon seat with the lumberman and motioned to the lane past the barn that led toward the clearing near the woods. Their trap rattled away down the rough lane. "So how is your job going with your uncle?" Ivar asked Petter. "He is teaching me the ways of running a lumber yard, filling orders, waiting on customers, that kind of thing. I would rather be out in the woods, but he needs the help, and Tante Søren treats me like one of her sons. They had 3 boys, but one died a few years ago. One works for the railroad, and the other is married and lives in Minneapolis. They didn't want to work in the lumber yard, but Uncle said business slows down in the winter, and if I want to go be a lumberjack, fine, just so I come back in the spring." Ivar asked, "Did you do much lumbering in Norway?" "Nay, the lumberyard runs its own mill and I work on that, but out in the woods, that's where I'd rather be. I want to learn how to do it all well." Nilda asked, "Have you heard from home?" "Do you have any news from Norway?" she thought. "Yeah, my brother and sister both want to come, so I'm saving for their tickets. They are too." Nilda smiled. "Sounds like us last year." Signe came outside without the baby. Kirsten must have fallen asleep. And since Uncle Einar wasn't yelling, he was probably asleep as well. Signe asked their guest, "Are you taking English classes?" "No, but I'm picking up a lot from work. I hear there is going to be a house raising as soon as you're ready. Do you mind if I come help? We're closed on Sundays." Nilda grinned. "You think we would turn down a pair of willing hands?" "You never know. I mean, I've heard rumors." Petter looked away. "About Uncle Einar, yeah, we know." Nilda shrugged. "But right now he's laid up from an accident." Ivar snorted, but she ignored him. "It'll be better when we can move to the new house." Petter and Ivar chatted on, but Nilda found herself thinking surprising thoughts. A strong young lad who wanted to learn lumbering, and Uncle Einar's woodlot, and... They heard the jingle of harness and hooves clopping before Mr. Hekstrom stopped his horse by the house. "You want to come in for coffee?" Rune asked as he climbed off the trap. "I better get on home. You've got the copy of the contract, so we'll start hauling the lumber out so as to be ready when you are." Mr. Hekstrom called, "Come along, Petter. We need to get on home." Petter climbed nimbly up over a wheel and into the seat. "I'll see you again soon." Nilda had the feeling he was speaking more to her than to Ivar, but Ivar answered, "Perhaps you can stay for dinner or supper when you deliver the lumber. Meet the rest of the family." "Perhaps." Petter settled into the trap beside his uncle, and the two of them waved as they trotted down the lane. "What a nice surprise," Nilda watched the trap disappear into the evening.
Maybe he would want to work here in the winter? Ivar asked.
You think Uncle Einar would pay a real crew what they are worth? Nilda asked. Real crews expect to be properly paid, not to give away their labor because of family ties. Ivar looked at her in the dim light from the doorway. You never know what will happen between now and then. You just never know. Chapter 27. Dear Moore, thank you for your letter. I have to apologize for not writing more often since we arrived. Life here is full of challenges as we try to keep up with the regular summer work, and now they are working on Rune's house whenever possible. I'm not sure if I told you that Uncle Einar had an accident with a new team of horses hitched to the disc. He injured his head in the fall, and he's very angry that he cannot be out cutting down the big trees. Nilda felt like saying a lot more, but she wanted to get the letter in the mail the next day when she and Signe went to Benson's Corner for their language class. The thought of the class made her tap the end of the pencil on her chin. Signe had been teasing her that Mr. Larson spent a good part of the class looking at her. Surely that wasn't so, but it did make Nilda watch him more closely, so that their glances often intersected. Strange. She returned to her letter. Ivar is helping in so many different ways. I did not realize how very adaptable he can be. He and Björn have become a good team, both in the woods and on the farm, while Knute spends his time with both, along with taking charge of splitting wood for the kitchen stove. Leif is busy taking care of the farrowing sows, their babies, the hens and chicks, and his baby sister. I wish you could see her laugh and wiggle when he comes near. She has a lot to say, if only we could understand her. Tante Gerd is able to do more around the house all the time. One day she even went out to the garden to pick lettuce for supper. I think she misses being outside. She set Kirsten in the wagon and brought her along. Rune and Signe will have a wonderful big house when it's finished. People from the church have promised to come help with the house raising, in spite of Uncle Einar telling everyone to stay off his land. I still have no idea where all his anger has come from. It might be easier if I understood what is behind it all. Rune and Signe do not know either, but they're making friends at church and in the community. I still long for the mountains at home, the setter, and all our family. How I wish you and Far would come here. Norway might as well be in another world. How is your garden doing this year? What's happening with the newlyweds? Oofta, now I am getting more homesick than ever. Oh, we will set up the loom at the new house when it's built. And Tante Gerd said we would get a small flock of sheep before fall. Leif is so excited that we will have lambs next spring. More babies for him to take care of. Remember the young man that we met on the ship that I wrote about? He works in Black Duck at the lumber yard. He and Ivar were talking about working in a logging camp this winter. Ivar would get paid extra if he took one of our teams to work there too. They have not talked with Uncle Einar yet, though. There's plenty of time to talk about that before they would leave. I'm sure Björn would want to go along too, but he is needed here. They are felling more trees with Ivar here, even though Uncle Einar is laid up. This letter is growing into a book, so I will stop now. Greet everyone for me, for us. I am not the only one who dreams of home, although this place is becoming home too. Please write soon, and I shall try to do better. Your loving daughter and the rest of the family here. Nilda Carlson. She folded the pages and tucked them into an envelope. Writing the address on the front led to wiping away a tear. In spite of sniffing and swallowing, more tears followed. She laid her head on her arms and let both tears and thoughts flow. She'd never see her family again, never hold the babies born, inhale the fragrance of home, trek in the mountains, hear the spring freshets leaping down the creek beds, card the wool, spin and weave with her Moor. She cried for a while without making noise, so as not to wake the others who needed their sleep so badly. Carefully, she stood and stepped outside onto the porch. Sinking down on the steps, she stared up at the stars arching across the azure sky, the same stars she had seen at home, but which somehow seemed closer there. She wiped her eyes on her apron. Fireflies danced, a cricket sang, and the breeze kissed her cheeks, drying the tears. She inhaled the fragrance of turned earth in the garden, the faint touch of pine, the barnyard and chicken coop, and sighed. Pushing herself up to her bare feet, she ambled to the outhouse, then returned to tiptoe up the stairs and slip into bed without waking anyone else. "Are you all right?" Signa's whisper tickled her ear. "Yeah, I will be by morning," she thought. A verse floated through her mind. "Weeping endures for the night, but joy comes in the morning." Surely this was true and always would be. Late the next afternoon, she and Signa hitched Rosie to the cart and trotted down the lane to attend their language class. Since they had missed the last one, they practiced their lesson from the week before all the way to the church. Not that they hadn't practiced during the days, but some things needed more time. Signa stumbled over a phrase, then repeated it 3 times. "I am not very good at this," she moaned. Nilda clucked Rosie into a slow trot. "You're doing fine, better than some of the others." A picture of Mr. Larson at the front of the class leaped into her mind. "Don't be silly," she told herself. "Why would he ever be interested in me?" "Do you have the letters?" Signa asked. "Yeah." Nilda patted the bag on the seat between them. "And the grocery list to give to Mrs. Benson. Good thing she doesn't close early in the evening." Only the clip-clop of trotting hooves rose with the dust of the road. When they entered the sanctuary of the church, 6 other students were talking with Mr. Larson. When he heard them enter, he looked up with a smile that widened when he saw who they were. "Welcome back! We were about to start." "Tak." Nilda and Signa slid into the pew behind the others. The teacher handed each of them a sheet of vocabulary words and phrases. "I'm sorry, I should have given you these on Sunday." Nilda took the paper. His smile sparkled in his eyes, and she smiled back. He certainly had nice eyes, something she had noticed before. "Tak." The students were laughing more this evening, even when they stumbled on their responses. Nilda and Signa joined in, Signa nudging her when she caught Mr. Larson smiling at Nilda. "I told you so," Signa whispered. Nilda felt like fanning her face as the heat rose up her neck. Good thing they were sitting behind the others instead of in a circle like they had before. "Thank you all for coming," Mr. Larson said at the end of the class, "and for working hard at learning English. I have a couple of short stories I would like you to read. You won't know all the words, but I think you will understand anyway. I would like them back at the end of our sessions so I can use them with the next beginning class." "Will we continue into the fall?" one of the 2 men asked. "Yes, until it gets dark too early for those who come farther." Mr. Larson looked at Nilda again. "I am thinking of having a Saturday class until the snow makes things difficult. The longer we can go, the more quickly you'll become comfortable speaking English. Please, use your new vocabulary when you are talking at home. That is not easy, I know. But that is why we will be working more on phrases and conversation. In another 2 weeks, we will speak only English during our class time." Nilda rolled her eyes along with the groans of the others. Signa sent her a look of near panic. "Now, please, you will do fine. We will keep our conversations simple, using words and phrases you have learned. You will have a good time, really. Tonight, we will say our farewells in English." Mr. Larson switched to English and repeated what he had just said. "Good night, and I will see you next week. Now repeat that with me." They did, and then said the same to each other as they walked down the aisle and out the door. Signa and Nilda paused on the steps. "Look at the sunset," Nilda pointed to the bands of brilliant oranges and reds fading to lavender and pinks on the flat clouds above. "Those are cirrus clouds," Mr. Larson said behind them. Then he said the same in English. "Cirrus?" "Yes, that word stays the same." He nodded to them, and they repeated the words with him. Nilda gazed up at the sky. "It's so vacker." "Yes, beautiful." Mr. Larson looked right at her. Ah. Nilda fumbled for words. "Thank you." Signa's grin made Nilda want to poke her, but instead she headed for the horse and cart. Since when was she shy and tongue-tied like that? "Nilda, my girl, behave yourself. You've had men smile at you before. What's so different now?" Signa hummed on the way home as if she had not a care in the world. They were just turning into their lane when Nilda finally huffed. "I do not want to hear another word about this." "About what?" If innocence had a face, it was Signa's. Chapter 28. Leaf burst into the clearing in the woods where the men were working. "Far, come quick! Uncle Einar fell!" Rune called Björn to take his place on the crosscut saw. "You and Ivar finish this. Come for dinner at noon, if I'm not back. Knute, keep on limbing the tree you're on." Rune caught up with Leif, who had started back to the house. The two of them jogged all the way, and Rune had a hard time catching his breath by the time they reached the steps to the porch. Nilda met him at the door. "I don't think he's hurt badly, because he's awake and furious that we won't help him get up." "How did it happen?" "I was walking with him to the chair by the window, and he stumbled. He tried to grab me, but I couldn't stop his fall." "Any idea why he stumbled?" When she didn't answer, Rune turned to look at her. She heaved a sigh. "He wanted Gerd to help him, but I couldn't let her do that, or they might both go down. He wasn't angry until he stumbled. Well, he was still Einar, but he was not yelling at me." "I told you, Rune, he actually asked for help." "Miracles do happen," Rune muttered as he crossed the bedroom to the man swearing into the floorboards. "All right, Einar, let's get you up." "Tried walking to the window, and look what happened." He pounded his fist on the floor. Another string of expletives followed. "Okay, let's get you up on your hands and knees." "What? You want me to crawl over there?" "Not a bad idea, really, but I was going to bring the chair here so you can use it to help you." "Just get the chair." Nilda plunked the chair down beside him. Rune held it steady as Einar gripped the seat, dragged his uncooperative legs under him, and made it up. He twisted to sit, but he kept his eyes closed, barely shaking his head. "Will this dizziness ever go away?" The pauses between each word showed that though his speech had improved, it wasn't by many degrees. Rune wisely kept his mouth shut. "The window or the bed?" he asked softly after an extended period of silence. "Bed." When Einar was settled back against the pillows, he glared at Rune. "Go back to the woods. I won't yell at that Nilda. No need to send for you." The effort to talk cost him, Rune could tell. "It's almost dinner time. The boys will be up to eat soon, and I'll go back with them." How many trees?" "2 down, 2 more this afternoon." Einar groaned. "I should be out there." "As soon as you're strong enough." "Walk out to porch after dinner." "We'll see how you feel." Einar declined dinner, but for a cup of coffee and a piece of bread. Nilda slipped some laudanum into the coffee at Rune's suggestion. "I'll help him out to the porch when we come back to the house," he said. "What if he wakes up and insists?" "Don't try to stop him, but don't help him either. I know that's hard-hearted, but the 3 of you should not have to pay for his stubborn mistakes." The boys came in from the woods for their meal, and Leaf hopped up from the table as soon as he finished eating. "Gotta get back to the barn. Daisy is going to start having her babies any time now." He jumped down the steps and ran for the barn. Knute headed for the woodpile to bring in an armload. "We need to split wood tonight, too." Nilda waved him off. "You get out to the woods. I'll take care of the woodpile here." "Well, I'll be," Rune purred, "and here I was going to ask you to come and start limbing or dragging branches." Nilda smirked at him. "I'm thinking about that." "Not really." Rune gave her a big brother is right look. Nilda smiled with a wide-eyed look of innocence. "We'll see," she called out over her shoulder. Ivar clapped his older brother on the back. "You might not want to order her around. She has a stubborn streak 2 feet wide, or so Moore says. Come on, let's go knock down a couple more big trees." When they returned, Leif and Nilda had the chores done. Einar was seated in the rocking chair on the porch, and supper was ready. Split wood not only filled the wood box, but lay in a neat stack by the chopping block. "Kirsten likes the sound of wood chopping," Signe said with a smile. "Put her right to sleep." "She could hear it clear in here?" Rune asked. "No, she was on the porch in her rocking chair." "I see. Is it about time for Einar to come in?" "Ask if he wants his supper out there. I'll bring him a tray." Rune got a yes from Einar, which was unusual, so he took out a tray with chicken and dumplings, bread and butter, and coffee, and got him set up. When the rest of them had finished eating, he found Einar asleep with his chin on his chest, but the plate was clean. After getting him back to bed, Rune and his crew headed for their new home's cellar. "We're going to need 8 flat rocks to go under the vertical posts, so Knute, you and Leif take the horse and wagon to the rock piles and search some out. There are a couple in that pile behind the machine shed, I know, and 2 more piles out on the southwestern corner of the hayfield. I'd go there first. The flatter, the better, but we can flatten them with a chisel if we need to." The boys climbed up on the wagon seat and urged the horse out to the hayfield. They knew where the rock pile was, since they had thrown many of the rocks on it. Dusk was dimming the land when they returned with 6. Rune and the others had hauled the posts and joists down into the hole and were measuring and sawing 2x10s into 12-foot lengths on the sawhorses. Rune looked over the rock collection the boys threw down into the hole. "Pretty good. We need 2 more, and then find a few more just in case." Other than Einar's snoring, all was quiet at the house when they trudged up the steps later that evening. "Daisy had 13 babies," Leif told Gerd, who was sitting out on the porch in the soft evening air. "Does she have that many teats?" "No, only 12, but I made sure the little one nursed too." "Uncle Einar would tell you to knock the runt on the head and throw it on the manure pile." "Well, why would I do that?" Horror squeaked his voice. "The runt never does well, and takes away nourishment from the others." Leif turned to Rune. "Far!" "My far used to say the same thing," Rune said. "But we hand-raised more than a few runts through the years. If you can get them to nurse from a bottle, they might make it." Leif relaxed. "Can I try that?" "Help the small one get to a teat for these first days of colostrum, and then you can switch it to cow's milk on a bottle. It'll be a gamble, but sometimes you win." "But more often you lose. Aren't 26 babies with another sow to farrow enough?" Gerd's voice came gently from the darkness. "I still want to try," Leif said stubbornly, and Gerd patted his arm. Rune swatted at a persistent mosquito. "Let's get to bed, woodsman. The morning will be here before we know it." 3 days later, Signe stared at the tired faces around the breakfast table. "You can't keep working so many hours. You all look like you should just go back to bed." As if on cue, Rune yawned. "The day after tomorrow is Sunday. We'll go to church, and then I want the boys to go fishing. I've been dreaming of having fried fish for supper." Knute nearly leaped out of his chair. "You mean it?" "I hear there's a lake not far from here. Can we fish off the banks?" Ivar asked. "The Garborgs have a rowboat. They said we can use it. We can ask them at church." Knute's excitement lit up the table. What will you use for fishing gear? Signa asked. I've got 3 willow poles, but only 2 hooks. She smiled. I'm going to take butter and eggs to Benson's. Surely they would have hooks and line, maybe even corks. What are you going to do, Far? Bjorn asked. I'm going to work in the cellar. Bjorn straightened. Me too. I thought you'd want to go fishing. I prefer hunting, Bjorn shrugged. Rune turned to Ivar. He brought down 2 deer this last year. Between his hunting and Knuta's rabbit snares, we've had meat most of the year. I could help you in the cellar, Ivar offered. I know, but Knuta and Leif love to fish, and so do you, Far, Leif piped up. Besides, who'll chuck on my babies? I will, Gerd said firmly. I should have been down to the barn more by now anyway. Seeing piglets and chicks, she wagged her head, best part of farming. That was always my responsibility, and here you are doing such a good job with it. Leif smiled. But you have Kirsten to take care of now. Gerd nodded. Yeah, she's even better than baby pigs and chicks. Next summer she can come to the barn with me. Signa rolled her eyes. She could just picture her little daughter playing in the dirt or the straw. We shall see. Help me down the steps. The order came Saturday evening as the men were returning from working in the cellar. Caught unaware, Rune blurted, Why now? Because I need help, and you just got here. Even Einar's bark was weaker. Ivar leaped the porch stairs and offered his arm. Do you have your cane? Yeah. Then here we go. Wait, I can help too. Bjorn stopped on the first step. Use my shoulder. Rune felt himself grinning from ear to ear. These were indeed young men to be proud of. Ivar clasped Einar's hand and arm, and together they took 1 step down. Bjorn braced himself as the older man's hand clamped down on his shoulder. The 3 of them paused to let Einar blow out a breath. 1 more step, and then the final one to the ground. You want to sit or walk? Ivar asked. Sit on the steps. Both young men hovered, ready to help as Einar used his cane and an extended arm to lower himself to the middle step and sit with a grunt. Rune felt like applauding, but knew better. You're a great deal stronger, Uncle. I know it's hard work. Next week, out in the woods. Sitting on the porch, Rune could hear the June bugs slamming against the screens. A mosquito buzzed his ears. Crickets sang in the darkening dusk. The fireflies are out. Leif pointed to a dancing dot above the path to the outhouse, and then another. How come they only come out at night? Some things like day and some like the dark. Besides, how could they see one another's lights when the sun is out? Moore brought back hooks, lines, and corks, Knuta reported. She said there's a card about puppies on the board at the store. Don't need a dog here. Einar almost barked, but not quite. Why not? Knuta asked, making Rune nearly choke. Dogs kill chickens and chase sheep. We don't have sheep. The women want sheep. Got that spinning wheel and loom now. Rune reminded himself to breathe. Shock did that at times. Rugs might bring in some money. Einar mused. Swallowing a snort could make one cough. Rune covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Help me up. To walk or back inside? Ivar asked. Back up. Einar shook his head. Might not make it if I walk a ways first. Can you believe that? Rune whispered as he and Signa mounted the stairs to bed. We could hear him through the screen door. I thought Gerd was going to choke on her coffee. You were drinking coffee and didn't bring us any? Didn't want to interrupt. Rune's chuckle danced softly through the darkness. That night a rainstorm struck with only a smatter of warning before the deluge tried to pound the roof in on top of them. When the thunder crashed right above them, Kirsten woke with a shriek that matched the wind. "Is she all right?" Nilda asked, raising her voice to be heard over the tumult. Signe was already picking up her wailing daughter. "Shh, shh." She stroked her baby's back and spread kisses mixed with murmurs over her cheeks and forehead, swaying all the while. Rune mumbled, "You okay?" before joining the boys as they slept on in spite of the uproar. A few minutes later, when the storm had blown over, Signe whispered, "Nilda, you still awake?" "Sort of." "Come on, let's go sit on the porch." "Are you crazy?" "Possibly." Signe could only hear rather than see Nilda in the black of the room. Together they felt for the stairs with their feet and padded down. Dark as the house was, the darkness outside seemed to glow. Rainwater still gurgled through the downspouts and sang into the rain barrels. A breeze blew a few sprinkles into their faces as they sank down into the porch chairs. Signe inhaled. Nothing smells as wonderful as a rain-washed garden. "If it were daylight, I would have been out in it washing my hair," Nilda said. "I know. I thought of that, too." Signe tipped her head back. "One day, when there are trees by the house, the rain perfume will be even more healing." Kirsten wriggled in her arms and then sighed herself back to sleep. "I could sleep out here in the coolness." "If we had porch screens, you really could. I saw them in a magazine." "When did you see a magazine like that?" "On the ship." They sat outside for a few more minutes, then silently crept back up to their beds. In the morning, on the way to church, they detoured around mud puddles. Some trees were down, and a creek rushed by at the top of its banks. "It really rained hard last night, huh?" Ivar looked to Rune. "Seems so. Guess we slept through most of it." The two women in the bed of the wagon swapped smiles. "The fish should be biting well," Signe called up to them. Ivar smacked his lips. Fish for supper." "We could probably catch more fish if we went now," Knute added. Rune shook his head. "Sorry, son. Church comes first." "Did you go look in the new cellar?" Ivar asked Rune. "Nay. If there's water in it, which is most likely, I'll either work in spite of it or drag my feet through the mud it has left behind. I wish we could put up concrete walls and floor, but not this year. Some river gravel would be good down there in the meantime." After church, Mr. Benson greeted Rune and Signe and asked, "We going to be raising a house on Saturday?" Rune nodded. "We'll be ready." "Good to hear." Benson clapped him on the shoulder. "When are they delivering the lumber and supplies? I'd have thought they'd have done so by now." "Starting tomorrow. After that storm last night, we'd have had some wet wood." "True. Good thing the roads will dry up quickly. I'll let the others know. We'll be there bright and early on Saturday." "Have you mentioned the house raising to Mr. Strawn yet?" Reverend Skarstead asked when they were shaking hands at the open door. "The rest of us have talked about getting the house done, but not to him directly, no," Signe said. "You might want to keep him from coming out after us with a shotgun. Folks don't take too kindly to that." "Yes, sir, we will take care of it," Rune said. "I don't think he'll be up to much, even by then." Although he walked down and up the porch steps last night with the help of Ivar and Björn, he was nearly pleasant about it, too. "Now that is good news. I've been praying for him. I'll keep on it." The Reverend turned to Signe. "Now, don't you worry about feeding that crew on Saturday. The women will take care of that. Part of the package." "How will we ever repay you all?" Signe asked. "You don't. You just pass it on when someone else is in need." On the way home, the boys could talk of nothing but going fishing. The puddles in the road were already half gone, and Signe couldn't get Einar out of her mind. What if he did threaten all their new friends with a gun? Would he possibly do more than just threaten? Chapter 29. Signe stepped out on the porch. "What are you doing?" Rune looked up from the 2x4 he had laid across two sawhorses. Building railings for Einar so he can get up and down the porch stairs more easily. Björn brought him the measuring stick and the saw. Together they measured the length needed. "Do we need 3 posts, or is 2 enough?" Björn asked. "2 should be fine. The top one nailed into the porch, and the other onto the last step, high enough so he needn't bend over." Signe watched her 2 men work as a well-trained team. They seemed to read each other's minds as they measured and cut boards. Railings on these porch stairs would be good for all of them, especially Gerd. Strange how she thought of Gerd as an old woman, when in reality she was only 10 years older than Signe. She could hear Gerd murmuring to Kirsten and the baby answering with her own little noises that were progressing from gurgles to real sounds. When they laid her on a quilt on the floor, she delighted in finding and catching her toes and feet and playing with her hands, moving her fingers and grabbing for anything in sight. Gerd's joy in the baby made Signe's heart sing with thankfulness. "Where's Uncle Einar?" she asked as she returned to the kitchen, inhaling the rich odor of baking chicken. "Sleeping in the chair in front of the window." "With all that hammering?" Gerd shook her head. "He can sleep through anything, more so since the accident." "I think I'll go weed and hill the potatoes." "Better take a can of kerosene. I think the bugs are there already. Just think, soon we'll have new peas and perhaps tiny potatoes to cream. Nothing tastes better than peas right from the garden." "Or in the garden. Peas are best when shelled and eaten in the garden. Leaf said they were almost blossoms." Signe put on a sunbonnet and headed for the machine shed, where the barrel of kerosene rested on a rack. She opened the spigot and drained a couple of inches into the can that waited on the shelf beside the barrel. It was a shame Leaf wasn't here. He had eagle eyes when it came to spotting bugs on the plants. She sure hoped the boys were catching fish. They'd save the baked chicken for tomorrow. Once she'd finished the potatoes, she picked lettuce leaves off the quickly growing plants. Gerd's recipe for a dressing of vinegar, sugar, and cream over baby lettuce leaves was as good as dessert. Rune and Björn waved to her on their way out to the new cellar. Her sunbonnet hanging down her back, Signe lifted her face to the cooling breeze. Swallows dipped for mud in the pig pen, where Leaf kept a corner wet for the hogs in the heat. Building their nests up under the eaves of the barn took a lot of mud and hard work. Signe wiped the dripping perspiration from her face with the edge of her apron. Good thing they had planted a long row of lettuce, or they'd not have enough for supper yet. She met Nilda at the doorway. "Where are you going?" "Out to help Rune. I sure wish I had a pair of pants like the men. It would be much easier to work out there in pants." Signe smiled. "I remember Cousin Ingeborg decided to work in pants when she and Karin were widowed in North Dakota, and Ingeborg worked the fields to prove up her homestead. Karin wrote more letters home than she did. I never forgot that story. Remember how your Moor told us and was so horrified?" "Yeah, Ingeborg did what was necessary. That's where Ivar really wanted to go to work, in Blessing. He said that the last time a letter came from them asking for workers, he was too young to go." Signe wanted to go with Nilda to see the new cellar, but knew she needed to stay here in case Uncle Einar needed help, even though Rune had made her promise she wouldn't help him walk or get within reach of his cane. How sad to have to think about something like that. "Gerd!" The order thundered from the bedroom. "Yeah, coming." "Help me!" Signe shook her head at the older woman as she entered the house. "I will." "I can duck faster than you can," she thought. She stopped in the bedroom doorway. "How can I help you?" Einar had moved himself back to bed at some point. "I want Gerd." "Gerd is busy. How can I help you?" "I'm going out to the porch. Did Rune bring up this saw to sharpen?" "I believe so. I'll be right back." She checked the porch and returned. "Yeah, he did. The files are there, too." "Help me." He pushed himself to his feet, teetered a moment, but steadied himself. "I will walk with you, but you must do it yourself." He glared at her, thumped his cane on the floor, and slowly shuffled around the end of the bed. Signe stepped back as he neared the door, earning herself another glare.
Can you at least hold the door open?" he growled.
"Do you ever say please?"
She nodded without answering. He stumped through the doorway while she held the screen door open. He stopped and stared at the new railings. "Well, I'll be."
"Please, Lord, don't let him start down those steps. Please."
Einar shuffled to his chair and lowered himself into it with a sigh. After a moment, he reached for the file and the long, cross-cut saw they used to fell the big trees. The sound of the file was almost reassuring as Signe returned to the kitchen. The pan of baked chicken sat on the table, and she shook her head at Gerd. The older woman huffed. "I know you don't want me lifting heavy things, but really, that pan is not that heavy. I washed the lettuce, and I'll cook the canned potatoes, our last 2 jars, later." Signe turned when she heard the boys shout for her and headed back to the porch. "You better sharpen the knives. We got fish for supper," Knute crowed. All 3 of them held up strings of fish. "We got perch and bass and even sunfish. Ivar says we'll fillet them by the house and bury all the fish heads and skins between the corn rows." Signe got out 2 slender knives and set to sharpening them on the whetstone. "They can use the tall bench in the shade. That's where I butchered chickens and such." Gerd shook her head, an almost smile peeking out. "I wish they could show their far. He'll enjoy eating them fried more than seeing the stringers." Signe checked the sharpness of the blades and, taking the whetstone along, went out to get them set up. Leif carried the dishpan. "I caught the biggest one," he told her. That night, fishing stories bounced around the table. It was a good thing Uncle Einar had eaten outside and gone to bed, because the jollity in the kitchen would have earned them all orders to shut up. "Mr. Garborg was really happy for us," Knute said. "He said the fish have really been biting lately. The missus even smoked some of the bigger ones." The boys' words tumbled and bumped over each other, leaving Signe with smiles and laughter. How wonderful to see her family having such a grand time, in spite of the grumpy man in the other room. He roared at them to be quiet once, but the hilarity dimmed only momentarily. Perhaps just enough time for him to fall asleep. The first wagons delivering lumber for the new house arrived late on Monday morning, pulled by teams of 4 horses. Leif ran to tell Rune and the others, who trotted over to help the drivers unload the wagons. The drivers turned down an offer of dinner and drove directly back to Blackduck. "How many loads will there be, Far?" Leif asked as they sat at the dinner table. "I'm not sure, but they said they would load the wagons again today and be here earlier tomorrow." "We'll have sandwiches for them tomorrow." Signe had started bread that morning. With the new yeast from Benson's, they no longer had to start the sourdough the night before. "What are you doing?" Nilda's near shout an hour later brought Signe running to the back door. "I am going down the steps," Einar barked. "But what if—" Nilda stopped, giving a glare that matched his, and grabbed the axe to split wood. Keeping one eye on Einar slowed down the slam of the axe splitting rounds on the chopping block. Signe breathed a sigh of relief when Einar reached the bottom of the steps and stood firm on the ground. She held her breath again when he turned and started back up the stairs. If only Rune were here in case he fell again. "No fool like an old fool," Gerd muttered behind her. "You can't tell him anything, so don't waste your breath." When Einar set to sharpening the saw, Signe sighed again. "Uncle Einar, you want a cup of coffee?" "I'll take it to him. He might poke you with his cane." Gerd did as she said and came back, shaking her head. "At least he feels he's doing something. That might settle him down some." By Wednesday, all the framing lumber was stacked near the cellar. Every evening, Rune and the boys slaved to get the cellar posts and ceiling joists in place. They finished Friday night. "Tomorrow, we lay the flooring at dawn." Rune looked haggard, aging before her eyes with the hours they put in every day. "I will help Leif with the chores in the morning so you can all get started." Nilda looked to Signe.
They said not to worry about food. But we can bake those 3 rabbits Knute brought in and serve them with noodles, Signe said. Gerd swayed with Kirsten in her arms. You and me, we'll take care of the house, right, baby? She kissed the baby's fists and cheek, getting her hair pulled in reply. Untangling her hair from the grasping fists, she and Kirsten both made happy noises. Rune roused everyone before the sun yellowed the sky. He ignored Einar's early mutterings that soon escalated into threats. After a hurried breakfast, he took his crew out to the house. Einar moved to the porch to start on the other saw. And keep track of what everyone is doing, Gerd muttered. When the wagons started arriving for the house raising, Einar stood on the edge of the porch, muttering and glaring. Please, Lord, keep him from scaring away these wonderful people who are coming to help us. Signe saw 4 wagons drive past the house and down the lane to the piles of lumber where Rune and the boys were laying down flooring as fast as they could. Leif harnessed Rosie to the cart and drove up to the house. Far said to fill the cream cans with water for the workers. They pumped and hauled buckets of water to fill the cream cans, and Leif waved as he drove off again. What will we use as tables for the food? Signe asked. The sawhorses with boards laid over them and set up down there. I'm sure the women will arrive about 11:30, Gerd answered. At least that's the way it was the day we raised this house. You had helpers? Yeah, that was before Einar, got so angry. Gerd didn't look at her. I hope someday you will tell us the entire story. Perhaps then we can understand better. We'll see. They were just loading their dinner contributions into the cart when they saw 2 wagons coming down the lane. Mrs. Benson waved from the first one. We'll follow you, she shouted. When they arrived at the new house, some of the men were turning the sawhorses into tables, while others kept on hammering. 3 walls had been lifted and nailed in place on the subflooring for the first floor, long boards bracing the framing, and the 4th was being assembled on the ground, almost ready to be raised in turn. Signe paused after stepping down from the cart and stared at the house rising from the hole. It's real, she whispered. We really are going to have a home of our own. She nudged Nilda. Look who's here. She nodded to the young men up on the ladders, both Petter Thorvaldsen from the lumberyard and Fritz Larsen, the schoolteacher and organist. They both waved at Nilda. Nilda waved back and turned to help carry over the food. Within minutes, the women flocked around the table, uncovering dishes, sticking big spoons in bowls and wooden spoons in pots, and laying out a stack of plates. Mrs. Benson banged a big metal spoon on a pot to get everyone's attention and nodded to Nilda, who hollered, Dinner is served. The hammering ceased immediately. Men scurried down ladders, and Reverend Skarstead raised his arms. Let us pray. He paused for silence and then began. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we are gathered here in your name to create a home for Rune and his family. We thank you for the privilege of building a new house, for getting to know each other better as we work together. Bless this home and this food to our bodies. Lord Jesus, we give you all the praise and glory in your precious name. He paused, and the Amen rolled across the building site. Laughing, the men jostled for the line and started heaping their plates full. As Signe dipped water from the milk cans into the men's cups, she kept an eye on the long table of food and the people both serving and eating it. She couldn't help but notice how Mr. Larsen and Petter Thorvaldsen lingered by Nilda as she cut big slabs of bread. They were both grinning broadly, though she couldn't hear what they were saying to Nilda. You know, Signe, Mrs. Benson whispered, I think 2 of the young men here are more than a little aware of our Nilda. Signe shook her head. She and Mr. Thorvaldsen became friends on the ship coming over. She was glad to see him again, but nothing else. At least I don't think so. And Mr. Larsen, he teaches our boys, and the English class for adults. She didn't mention that she had noticed his interest in Nilda at class. Mrs. Benson shrugged. All I can say is that this is the first barn or house raising that Mr. Larson has ever attended. He's usually practicing the organ on Saturdays for church the next day. Just something I noticed. And besides, both of them are hovering around her like bees around the only buttercup. Signe watched Nilda carry the coffee pot around and refill cups. She was laughing at a comment from one of the men, the sun glinting off her deep golden hair, which was getting more sun-streaked as the summer continued. Nilda was indeed having a good time. Her laugh rang out again, making those around her smile. And to think they had been best friends for so many years and were now here in America, living in the same house and working together. Signe had never dreamed something this wonderful could happen. "Where is that sweet little daughter of yours?" one of the women asked. "Tante Gerd is taking care of her at the house. She is growing up so fast. It's been so long since I had a baby around that I forget what one can be like." Mrs. Benson glanced up. "I better go cut the pies and cakes so the men can get back to work. Don't you worry about tomorrow. Most of the workers will have dinner at home before coming here, and we'll bring food for an afternoon break." Mr. Benson said they should be able to set the ridge board in place and most of the rafters, maybe even the roofing boards. Doing 2 full floors like this is a big difference from something like the Strawn house. "It looks huge already." After dinner, the men went back to work, and the women cleaned up the dinner things, each retrieving the items she'd brought to wash at home. Nilda and Signe helped load the wagons and waved them off. "So this is the way they do things here in Minnesota." Nilda dusted her hands together. "Some neighborly, that's for sure." Together they loaded the cream cans along with their things in the cart, drove it up to the house, unloaded, refilled the cream cans with water, and Leaf took them back to the building site. On their way to the house, Signe nudged Nilda. "You seem to be having a fine time with your 2 gentlemen helpers, although I'm not sure they were real friendly to each other." Nilda stopped and stared at her. "What?" Her brow wrinkled. "Who?" But her cheeks were reddening as she spoke. "You know, Mr. Larson and Mr. Torvaldsen." "They were just being polite." Signe nodded. "Of course. However, even Mrs. Benson commented on them hovering around you like honeybees." "Signe Carlson, I never—" Nilda clamped her fists on her hips. Signe snorted. "Just thought I'd mention it. I think it's kind of fun." Nilda shook her head. "Perhaps Gerd will have the coffee on." As the shadows lengthened, some of the men left to do chores at home. Ivar stood on the back porch and yelled at every wagon that went by, waving his fist in the air. "And don't come back! Stay off my land!" Some stayed on until dusk made it too dark to pound nails any longer. Mr. Benson was one of the last to leave. "Many of us will be back tomorrow after church, and I know a few who might drop by when they can find the time later. You'll be able to move into your new house sooner than you think." Rune shook his head. "We can never thank you enough." "That's all right. Good things happen when neighbors help each other. As far as I can see, that's the way God wants us to live, helping each other." Mr. Benson looked toward the other house. "It's a shame Einar can't let go of the past. He always was rather stern, but still a good man. Seems there are a few other people with the same problem, holding on to the past." "Yep, there are. Downright shame." Mr. Benson waved as he drove out. A shotgun blast split the air. Rune spun around and raced toward the house. "Einar Strawn, what on earth were you thinking?" he yelled once he was in earshot. Einar tried to turn, staggered, and grabbed for the porch post, his shotgun clattering to the ground. "I can shoot any time I want. Be glad I shot in the air as a warning." Rune felt his jaw drop before he strode up to the porch. What in the world? He forced himself to slow down and swallow at least some of the words he wanted to bellow. "These people are helping build our house. You know that. He was on my land, and he knows I do not want
anyone on my land. Einar Strand, have all these falls gone to your head? Rune leaned over and picked up the shotgun. Give me that! Rune bit back the come and get it comment that almost made it out of his mouth. All he needed right now was for Einar to go down again. Weary did not begin to describe his leaden feet and fuzzy mind. Surely he misunderstood what Einar had just done. But the weight of the gun in his hand told him otherwise. Give me the gun, Einar repeated. Rune ignored him, instead going inside and hanging the gun on the hooks above the bedroom door. He shot Signe a sad look and kept on going up the stairs to bed. He could hear the boys breathing in the gentle air. How they could sleep through all that noise was beyond him. But gratitude helped blur anger's edges. Lord, give me patience, he prayed as he drifted off. Chapter 30. Morning came before anyone was ready to meet the new day. Rune fought his heavy eyes, blinking in the dimness. The cooling breeze that announced dawn came through the window. He breathed in deep, praying for the energy to get through this day. Lord, what do we do about Einar? What if he had aimed that gun at someone? Thankfully, it was the shotgun, which would never reach that far. But if he was crazy enough to shoot at all, would he be tempted to use the rifle? Rune pulled on his pants and slid the suspenders over his shoulders. He had to move the rifle. In the barn or machine shed would have to work. Since Signe and Nilda had already gone downstairs, he roused the boys and pulled on his boots. He paused, looking around the slope-roofed attic and nodding. Einar would not search up here. He had to do this without Gerd knowing, so she wouldn't give it away. Walking carefully down the stairs, he looked above the back door. Good. The rifle hung just where Björn had put it, with the shotgun over the bedroom door. He lifted the rifle down and, after the boys went out the door, took it upstairs and laid it against a wall back under the slant of the roof. They were a quiet group on the way to church that morning, but they were all there, and that counted for something. While the house called them to come work, church called softly with the promise of worship. God was answering their prayers so far beyond what Rune had asked for. Mr. Benson met him at the door. Good morning, Rune. Mr. Benson? My name is Joseph. Joe. Yeah, tak, but I have to apologize for Einar. I wanted to talk about that. If I were you would hide the guns? Yes. I hid the rifle, but not the shotgun. The wagons are too far away, and he did shoot up in the air. I would not take chances. Benson looked directly into Rune's eyes. I'm concerned for all of you. Rune felt his mouth open and close and then stay open. Slowly, his head wagged as if with a mind of its own. He tried to form words, but they wouldn't come. Surely Einar couldn't. Rune closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, sir. Lord God, protect us, please. Surely Uncle Einar wouldn't do such a thing. Even his thoughts couldn't form all the words. He sat through worship in a daze. When they stood for the benediction, Signe studied him, concern written all over her face. What? She whispered. Tell you later. Organ music followed them out the doors, and several men shook hands with Rune, saying they'd see him a bit later. I'm so sorry I can't come help today, Reverend Skarstead said at the doorway. I have my other parish to take care of, too. Rune shook his head. I know that, and I cannot say enough thank yous for your help yesterday, and for encouraging so many others to come. I have never in my life seen so much work accomplished in so little time. Unbelievable. By the grace of God, Rune. Grace of God. Rune loaded his family into the wagon and set the horses to a trot until the women called, Enough! We're bouncing like balls back here. Sorry, just a bit excited to get home. But how could he hide the shotgun without Einar noticing?
Einar was sitting on the porch, sharpening a saw. He shook his head.
Waste of good time.
Rune gritted his teeth and went into the kitchen without saying a word. Gerd looked up at him and said for his ears only, "Don't let him make you mad. His bark is always worse than his bite." "I hope to God so. What if—" Rune shook his head. "Can we eat right away?"
Sit down. We'll have food on the table by the time everyone's seated.
Gerd reached up and patted his cheek.
Like you said, all will be well.
Her words reverberated in his head as he wolfed down his dinner. The boys leaped up to follow him out the door, Leif grabbing another biscuit on his way past the basket. By the time the other men arrived, they had the tools all laid out again, and leftover pieces of lumber tossed into a pile away from the sawhorses. The cream cans of water sat in the shade of the nearest tree to keep them cool. The crew was smaller than the day before, but started to work with a will. Most of them finished framing in the second floor, including the plate around the top of the framed walls. Several others started measuring and cutting the rafters. Knute and Leif were the gophers, doing anything that was called for. Rune marveled at how well these men worked. They hammered in temporary scaffolding to stand upon as they anchored the posts that would support the ridge beam. A shout went up when the beam settled into place. By afternoon, they were raising rafters and nailing them into position. Nail by nail, the structure looked more like a house. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, God." But even with as much progress as they made, and working till dusk, they were not able to get all the rafters in place.
"Sorry, Rune. We hope to get further."
Joe Benson shook his head.
"I'll be back tomorrow. Gotta get that roof on before it rains again."
"You can't do that." Rune shook his head. "Next Saturday would be great."
"Yes, I can, and so can a couple of others."
"But I need to be out in the woods or—"
No. Einar would just have to be angry. This was more important than another tree or two.
"We will all be out here. I cannot thank you enough."
"Far!"
Leif came running up, panting. Rune shook his head.
"In a minute." "No, Far! Uncle Einar is missing!"
Rune turned to face his son fully.
"Einar is missing? He can't walk that far."
"Tante Gerd sent me." Leif could hardly talk around his puffing. Joe Benson turned and yelled to the last few men getting in their wagons,
"Einar Strand is missing!"
The four of them gathered around, looking to Rune.
"He can't have gotten far," Rune said. "We'll search the farm buildings first. I'll go talk with Gerd, see what happened."
They loaded up the wagons and drove to the barn, Rune heading to the house while the others fanned out. Gerd stood in the kitchen, her apron clutched tightly in her hands.
He was out on the porch, and I was busy in the house, and Signe took coffee out to him, and he was gone."
She blinked often, but a tear escaped in spite of her efforts.
"Nilda and Signe are out looking for him. Rune, where could he have gone?"
"The shotgun?" Gerd looked up, as did Rune. The gun was not on the hooks.
"Out on the porch, I guess," she said.
"No, it isn't," Nilda said from the doorway. "He's not anywhere around the buildings." Signe came in behind her.
"Gerd, you stay here with Kirsten and Leif just in case he comes back," Rune instructed. "Then Leif can come let us know."
"I'll help search," Nilda said with a look that brooked no argument. Rune turned to the door.
"I'll go talk with the others. We'll need lanterns soon."
"I'll refill the lanterns from the barrel." Signe followed them outside.
"He's not in any of these buildings nor outside of them," Benson said when they gathered by the porch.
Rune turned to his sons.
"Knute, go see if any of the horses are missing."
He darted off. The men talked among themselves.
"He had that head injury. Maybe he's gone crazy?" "Yeah, remember the gunshot yesterday?"
"Not looking good."
"You think he'd go down the lane to the road?" one asked.
Rune shook his head. "I have no idea. But as obsessed as he is with the big trees, I would think the woods are more likely."
"But how could he get there? He must be fallen someplace.
Let's fan out and go through the pasture toward where we cut down the trees. It's all I could think of. He can't have gotten far. He's just too weak. Signe handed 3 lanterns to the search party as they passed the machine shed. Should we follow with the wagon? Knut ran up to them. Far, Rosie is missing, and so is the cart. The harness? Rune asked. How else could he use the cart? How could he harness Rosie to the cart? If he is really as weak as you say, how could he do anything? One of the men asked. He shook his head and spat on the ground. You got to admit, he always has been devious. Einar couldn't have faked his weakness. Rune knew that for certain. Maybe, but he has a will of iron when he really wants something. Let's go. A couple of the men headed out to search the hay, oat, and cornfields, while the rest of them strode down the lane to the big woods standing dark sentinel ahead. Einar! Einar! Einar Strand! Rune could hear the others calling as they searched. They spread out when they reached the stacks of cut wood and piles of branches. Dusk had slipped in among the trees, cutting down on visibility. Rune cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed, Einar! Einar, where are you? Up ahead. Isn't that the horse and cart? Björn tore off to make sure. He's not here. One man brought over a lantern. Far, the shotgun is here. Okay, talk. At least Einar hadn't shot someone else or himself. Rune realized he'd been thinking that. But the Einar he knew would never shoot himself, at least not on purpose. The men kept walking and calling, holding the lanterns high as darkness overtook the forest. Ivar, Björn, and Knut forged ahead. Rune, over here! Bring a lantern! Ivar's voice echoed through the dark. The men thrashed through the downed limbs and branches and stood in a half-circle at the base of one of the big trees. With the lanterns lifted high, they could see Einar crumpled on the ground, his cane to the side, his axe handle still in one hand. Is he alive? Someone asked. Rune knelt beside the still form and felt for a pulse at the side of his neck. Shaking his head, he whispered, I think he's been gone for some time. Even with the heat, he's getting cold. Let's turn him over and straighten him out while we can, Joe Benson suggested. Rune's head kept wagging. Einar Strand, you died doing what you lived for, at the foot of a big tree. He glanced up to see a slash on the tree trunk. He pointed. See that? Björn held the lantern closer. He hit it once, chopped at it. Far, he was so weak. How could he do this? Pure ornery willpower, another man answered. Several of them laid the body straight, and Rune closed the staring eyes. Uncle Einar, it didn't need to end this way. You could have... Eyes shut and one hand on Einar's shoulder. All Rune could even think was, dear God. He swallowed against the shock. Joe Benson said softly, Must have been his heart that took him. No blood anywhere. Rune agreed. Or apoplexy. With all those falls, he had a couple of strokes, we think. He patted Leif's shoulder as the boy clung to his side. Darn fool, someone else muttered. Let's get him back to the cart. Together, 4 of the men lifted Einar while Björn and Knut held the lanterns. And they stumbled and staggered their way through the branches and detritus of fallen trees back to the cart, where they laid him in the bed. Rune blew out a sigh that carried all the ache in his soul with it. Now he had to tell Gerd. Whoever would have thought Einar's story would end like this? Chapter 31. We'll bury him at the foot of one of those big trees he was so obsessed with. Dry-eyed, Gerd stared blankly at her coffee mug, her face cut out of stone. Yeah, Gerd, if that's what you want, Rune said with a nod. I know just the one, where his grave will not be disturbed. In the morning. Signe couldn't help her shock. Don't you want to prepare him? She asked.
Gerd shook her head. Bury him the way he lived, boots and all. She stopped. I guess we should wrap him in a sheet. Looking to Rune, she continued, You want to read some words over him? I thought to bring out Reverend Skarstead. Makes no sense. Einar despised the man and all he stands for.
Signa laid a hand on Gerd's arm. Are you sure? I mean, sure of what he believed?
All he wanted was to fell trees.
To earn money for this farm, and for us to live here, Rune added softly.
I think he hated those trees.
It was as if she'd not heard him. Signa stared at the woman caught in the circle of lamplight. The young ones had gone to bed, leaving the adults around the table. Ivar had included himself with the younger set and gone upstairs to sleep. Hated the trees? That's what he lived for.
He wanted to farm, but the trees were in the way.
But, Rune shook his head. I guess that's not important anymore, is it? He did what he did.
And now Gerd looked at each of them. We get to clean up the mess.
Her head wagged as if too heavy for her shoulders.
Talk.
She pushed herself up from the table and made her slow way to the bedroom, stopping in the doorway.
The best thing he ever did was bring all of you here. The very best.
She stepped into the bedroom and shut the door behind her. I feel guilty leaving his body out there in the cart. Rune gazed down at the table. At least I put it in the machine shop. I mean, what if a wild animal? Signa sniffed. But this is her choice, and we need to help her all we can. She covered his restless hand with her own. Lord, help this man of mine to do the best thing. This is all so strange. On the other side of him, Nilda covered his other hand. And you, my brother, you don't need to carry this load all alone. We are here, and God said he never leaves us, so he must be here too. But she doesn't even want Reverend Skarstead to conduct a simple ceremony. Will she regret that someday? He shook his head. I'm not qualified to do that. Nilda and Signa looked at each other. Do we need to tell the sheriff or someone that he died? Signa asked. Joe Benson said he would tell the Reverend and the sheriff. So then what? Rune shoved back his chair, arms rigid on the table edge. Now we go to bed. Tomorrow will be a new day. We will bury him as Gerd requested. I will read a passage and say a few words, and may God rest his soul. Halfway through the night, Rune sat up and rubbed his head. Oh, my husband. Signa sat up beside him. What is it? You go back to sleep. I'm going to the machine shed. Why? I need to make a marker until we can carve a headstone. I see. She lay back down. Be careful. Unsure why she had said that, she drifted back to sleep. Breakfast was subdued. Even Kirsten was quiet, as if she recognized the gravity of the morning. Rune and the boys left to do the chores. Gerd, is there something special we can do for you today? Signa asked. Gerd looked up from her cup of coffee, shaking her head. Not that I can think of. We will do what we have to do, and then we will go on with our day. I thought to bake cookies for the boys. They really like my cookies. If you would like to help me clean my bedroom, that would be good. Then that is what we will do, Nilda nodded. We could start on that now while you bake cookies. If that is all right with you. Gerd looked from one to the other, then leaned slightly forward. Listen to me. Yes, I am sad today, not only because Einar died this way, but because he chose to live the way he did. That is sad. She paused for a deep breath that seemed to catch in her throat. He missed out on the important things of life, and he made me miss them too. I think I almost hated him at times for the way he treated people. But thanks to him, I now have my family around me, and I will not live that way of his ever again. She looked at each of them and grasped their hands. I I wish he—" Kirsten's baby babble was the only sound in the room until Grawl wrapped herself around their legs, her plaintive meow a counterpoint to the baby music. Gerd spoke each word distinctly. "I wish he could have known this." She squeezed their hands again and shook her head slowly from side to side. "That is the saddest part of all." "That tree over there." Rune pointed to a 30-foot white pine west of their new home. Einar had deemed it too small to cut for sale. Someday there would be pasture or planted fields around it. It seemed appropriate that Einar would rest in the shade of a pine tree. Björn stopped the team, and they all climbed out to drag the pick and shovels from the wagon bed. Rune paced off the plot, digging in a mark at the corners with his heel. "Let's see if two people can dig at once." Rune started in the middle and hit a rock just under the surface. "I'll move back here. Björn, see if you can dislodge that rock." While the boys worked on the rock, Rune moved to the head of the grave and dug in at the line. The rock proved to be larger than he had expected, so when they rolled the stone away, they had a sizable hole already. As soon as sweat started down one face, they switched diggers, and someone else would use the pick to loosen the dirt. The rock pile grew. "We'll pile these stones on top to keep any wild animals from digging them up," Rune said. "What animal would dig this deep?" Ivar wiped the sweat from his face with his shirt tails. "Just not taking chances." When the hole reached the 6-foot mark, Rune helped pull Björn out of it. "You all did a fine job." They paused to stare down into the hole. Leif leaned his head on Rune's arm. Rune didn't say, "Let's get this over with," aloud, but the words crowded his mind. Cruel as Einar had been, Rune had realized long ago that he couldn't carry bitterness at the treatment they had received. He looked at Leif, who was staring down into the grave. "What is it, son?" "I never saw him smile." A tear trickled down Leif's cheek. He looked up at Rune. "Maybe Tante Gerd will smile more now." "Knowing you, Leif, I am sure you will help her smile. Let's go back to the house." "I don't think he liked us much." Knut laid a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. "Uncle Einar didn't like anybody." At the machine shed, Knut whistled for Rosie, the only horse that came when called. The other horses dropped their heads and went back to grazing, and Knut had to go to them with the bridles and bring the old team to the barn. Leif led Rosie to the rail by the barn, and Björn settled the harness on her back. Together, they hitched her to the cart, which still held Einar's body. Ivar drove the team to the house so the women, Signe carrying Kirsten, and Gerd, the sheet, could climb into the wagon bed. Without a word, they followed the cart to the gravesite. Stiff as the tree above them, with her arms locked across her middle, Gerd stared into the hole. Signe, eyes closed, her prayers for peace bombarding the heavens, gently swayed her sleeping daughter. Nilda stood on the other side of Gerd, blinking back tears as she gently patted the older woman's shoulder. A crow flew by and settled at the top of the pine tree, an overseer in black. A slight breeze lifted a lock of Signe's hair as she listened to the men lower the body into its resting place. Leif came to stand beside her and leaned into her for comfort. His sniffs brought on more of her own. "Dear God, please." She could think of nothing else to say. Rune took his place at the head of the grave and opened the Bible that Nilda handed him. The rustle of dirt sliding into the hole was drowned out by the warning calls of more crows in the trees, the loudest at the top of the sheltering pine. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want—" Rune's voice stilled the crows, and the words calmed the hearts of those around him. "He maketh me lie down in green pastures, and leadeth me beside still waters." He paused and cleared his throat. He restoreth my soul." Knut shifted beside him. Rune stumbled on again. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." Signe chewed on her bottom lip. eyes swimming with tears as she watched and heard her husband struggle with the reading. "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me," floated in her mind as the quiet stretched. Poor Rune. Help him, please, Lord God. "For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." Rune's voice grew stronger and more sure. "Thou prepares a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over." First Signe and then, one by one, the others joined Rune in reciting the psalm. "Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." Rune paused. Nilda used her apron to wipe her eyes. "Amen. I pray you rest in peace, Uncle Einar. Thank you for bringing us to America and teaching us how to fell the big pines, for giving us a home. I hope we do you honor as we continue with what you started." Rune looked around at his family. "Do any of you want to say something?" When they all shook their heads, he bent down and picked up a handful of dirt to sprinkle in the grave. "Einar Strand, you have fallen like one of your big pines. Dust to dust. May our Lord have mercy upon us all. Amen." Leif looked up at his moor. "Is Uncle Einar up in heaven now?" Signe caught Rune's sad look. "I hope so, son. I hope so." After Rune tossed in the first shovelful, Ivar and Björn took up shovels too, and the grave began to fill. Rune picked up the hammer and a board to which he'd nailed sharpened legs. The hammer's thud drove the sign solidly into the ground. He had chipped the name Einar Strand and the date on it. When finished, he stepped back and nodded. Leif slipped his hand into Gerd's and smiled up at her. "I smelled the cookies." "Yeah, I baked them for you boys especially." "But we will all have cookies, and then we can have dinner?" Gerd frowned. "Shouldn't dinner come first?" He hung his head. "I guess." "But not today." "Tak." He squeezed her hand, his grin beatific. They walked to the wagon, where Nilda helped Gerd up to the seat. "No sitting in back for you today, Tante Gerd." Leif climbed up on the seat. "Far said I could drive." He turned the team in a circle and headed back to the farmstead. They'd gone only a short distance when Gerd asked him to stop. She turned in her seat and looked back at where the others were piling rocks on the mounded grave. Then, shaking her head, she turned back. "We probably need to put a fence around that sometime." Back at the house, they found a frosted cake, a basket of rolls, a jar of honey, and a jar of pickles on the table. On the stove, which had been fed, sat a pot of stew, set back to heat but not burn. "Would you look at that?" Gerd looked around the room. "Who do you suppose?" "Oh, I have a feeling about who's behind this. Bless that woman's heart." Signe laid an arm around Gerd's shoulders. "I think she plans to make sure you feel like part of this community." "Mrs. Benson?" "Yeah, she probably recruited help, but I'm sure she's behind it." Einar never had a good word about her. Well, not about anyone, really. After the late dinner courtesy of Mrs. Benson, the men and boys all headed for the new house, and the women returned to the bedroom. The thin mattress now hung on the clothesline, the dust beaten out of it, along with the summer blanket. The curtains and sheets awaited the washing machine. Nilda finished washing the bed frame and Signe the windows. "Let's do the dresser next," Nilda suggested. "Gerd, where do you want me to put the clothes?" "We'll keep Einar's things for the others, and I'll stack mine on the chairs and put them back when the drawers are dry again. I think I'll take the drawers out onto the porch to wash them." Gerd brought the chair from the window closer and pulled open the top drawer. Tossing the holy socks, handkerchiefs, and a stocking hat she had knit for Einar years ago in a pile by the door, She set a small box and some papers on top of the dresser, often shaking her head. A deerskin pouch that jingled joined the box. Long John's drawers and another pair of pants, along with 3 folded shirts, were added to the pile. She placed her clean underthings on the chair and heaved a sigh, then moved to the next drawer. "Let me carry those out." Nilda lifted a drawer in each hand. As she headed out of the room, Gerd yelped. "Wait!" "What?" Eyes wide, Gerd pointed to the bottom of one of the drawers. "I never saw that before." "What is it?" Nilda bent over and dug at the paper glued to the wood. When it came away, she handed it to Gerd. Gerd held the sheet of paper in her hand for a moment. "I think it's time for coffee. While it heats, we will look through all that." She nodded to the collection on top of the dresser, then scooped it all into her apron and dumped it on the kitchen table. Nilda hauled the drawers to the porch, while Signe wrapped a cloth around the broom and dusted the ceiling and walls, driving out a couple of spiders in the process. "We need to do the wash tomorrow." Nilda pumped herself a glass of water and leaned against the sink counter to drink it. "And take what's left of the stew and milk to the well house." "After we go through this." Gerd shoved wood into the stove and opened the damper on the chimney so the fire would heat the coffee more quickly. Baby babbling announced that Kirsten had awakened. Instead of getting demanding, she waved her feet in the air, trying to catch them with pudgy hands. When they were seated, coffee and cookies in front of them, Gerd sucked in a deep breath and reached for the box first. Einar kept his cash in here and in the pouch. Opening the lid, she lifted out a pile of paper money and handed it to Signe. "You count that, please, and Nilda, the pouch of coins." At their nods, she lifted out folded papers, envelopes, and a small leather-bound ledger. She sorted through the papers, making a pile of letters, one of bills, and another of receipts. $102, Signe reported. $12 in change plus 4 silver dollars for $16.45, Nilda added. Gerd nodded. "This is what we buy groceries and other supplies with until we sell the trees next spring." "Can trees be sold in the fall?" Signe asked. "Yeah, but it's far better to haul them in the winter while the ground is frozen and skids can be used in the snow." "Are there any other bills to pay?" Gerd flipped through another stack. "These are all paid for now, but we will get cash for selling wiener pigs now, and in the fall, butchered hogs. And logs if we need to." "Yeah, but what we do need, we can put on the account at Benson's. Your butter and eggs help with that bill, you know." Gerd eyed the packet that had been glued to the bottom of the drawer. The old fox. "Any idea what is in it?" Signe pushed the plate of cookies nearer to Gerd. The baby noises were changing from happy to hungry. "I better see to little miss over there before she turns louder." Bending over the baby bed, Signe received a grin that crinkled baby eyes and moistened her own. "You sure are having fun with those toesies." She took hold of one little foot and moved it in a circle. Kirsten kicked with the other and waved her hands. A stream of definite sounds made it seem like she was carrying on a conversation. Signe picked up her daughter, and the two of them chattered back and forth as she changed the diaper and settled into the rocker to nurse her. "Well, look at that. 2 teeth. Where did you find those?" "I tell you, you better be careful with those teeth, or your Moor will take away the fountain here." With Kirsten settled, Signe laid her back on the chair. How could so much happen in so little time? She thought of something her Moor said often. Life can change in the blink of an eye, and most times we have no control over it. It certainly had. "Well, I'll be." Gerd's whisper snapped Signe's eyes open again. "What?" Gerd and Nilda were staring at each other. "There's $500 here. I never knew he had that. It must be from the sale of logs. But why hide it like this?" "How long do you think it has been there?" Nilda pointed at the faded paper. Gerd fanned the money out in her hand. "I have no idea, but I know one thing.
This could pay off what you owe on your house."
Signe smiled while shaking her head. "Rune will never go for that."
"There are always ways to get around stubborn."
Gerd pushed her chair back from the table and closed the box lid with all the money and papers inside.
"Let's get that bedroom done so we can start supper. Not that we have to cook much, thanks to Mrs. Benson."
With that, Gerd took a pan of hot, soapy water out onto the porch to wash the drawers. Nilda and Signe swept the floor and wiped down the inside and outside of the chest of drawers. "Let's move it over so we can sweep and scrub this part of the floor, too." Together, they hefted the dresser and moved it several feet along the wall. Signe swept, while Nilda went for a bucket of hot, soapy water to scrub the floor. "Gerd, I think you better come here," Signe called.
"Just a minute. Nearly done."
"Okay, but—" Nilda set the bucket, brush, and rags on the floor. "What is that?" "Maybe nothing, but I have a sneaky notion. What if—" Gerd came into the room, wiping her hands on her apron.
"Now what?"
Signe pointed to a short floorboard that had warped enough to raise on one end. "You ever noticed that before?"
"No." "We'd better get it nailed down."
Signe knelt and tried to lift the board with her fingertips. "Get me a knife, please." Nilda slapped one into her hand. After prying up the board, Signe stared down into the dark hole. "There's a box down here, a metal box." She looked up at Gerd. "It seems Einar left another surprise for you." Chapter 32. "Do you have any idea where the key might be?" Nilda asked after they set the metal box on the kitchen table. Gerd fingered the padlock, shaking her head.
"I have no idea, but a saw will take care of that."
"Or some really strong cutters. But where would we find those?" Nilda asked. "Only in the machine shed. Seems to me this might be worth calling Rune for help," Signe said.
Gerd shook her head. "It has waited this long. Another few hours won't make any difference. I've been thinking. It seems like the contract would have been with those other papers."
"The contract?"
"From when we bought this place, Einar always kept his papers in that drawer. Not that we have very many."
She shook her head again.
"Strange. I wonder where that could have gone."
They finished scrubbing the bedroom floor, and when it had dried, they put the bedroom back to rights. Signe could tell that Gerd was worrying over the whereabouts of the contract. "Perhaps the contract is in that metal box. That might make sense."
"Perhaps."
Gerd rested her hands on her hips as she looked around the room.
"Talk for all your help. Such a difference."
"A rug by your bed would look nice and feel good on your feet in the morning," Signe suggested.
Gerd shrugged. "I braided a rag rug one time. I think Einar burned it after he tripped over it."
She spoke without rancor.
"Perhaps I shall buy some pretty material to make new curtains, brighten it up some. If you like, we could move Kirsten's bed in here."
"Rune said one of these days he's going to make another rocker. Just think, you might have one too after we move into the new house."
Gerd nodded and sighed. "I will miss my little one."
She straightened.
"But Nilda and Ivar will still be here. That's a good thing."
"We will be here as usual." Signe smiled at Gerd, "and we aren't far away." Leif and Knute leaped up onto the porch steps and burst into the kitchen. "Time to start chores. You need anything from the well house?" "That's all right, I'll get it," Signe told them. "I need to skim pans anyway." The sun was floating toward the horizon when she stepped out of the well house with the crock of buttermilk in her arm. She paused to look across the western fields and let the hint of evening breeze kiss her cheeks. Lord God, such beauty, even if there are no mountains. Smiling to herself, she strode back to the house, pausing when she heard a horse and buggy coming down the lane.
"Who can that be?"
Gerd asked from the chair on the porch where she sat with the baby sleeping in her arms. "Reverend Skarstead, I think." Signe waved and carried the crock into the house to set on the counter, On her way out, she added, "I think we'll make dumplings to go with the stew for supper. Perhaps he would like to join us." "Hello, Mrs. Carlson," Reverend Skarstedt called. "I hope you have time for a visitor." Signe smiled. "For you, always. Rune and the boys are down at the new house." "I figured. How about I head on down there to see how the house is going? Then we can talk." "Of course. We'll set you a place at the table." "You needn't." "Yeah, we do." When the men and boys trooped through the door a while later, supper was ready to dish up. "That will be, or rather is, becoming some house," Reverend Skarstedt said with a nod to the ladies. "We will have to have a real celebration when you move over there." He dried his hands and stopped next to Gerd. "Thank you for having me in your home." "I am the one to be thanking you." She wiped her hand on her apron and held it out. "The order to stay off this land was buried with Einar, along with all the anger and hate. Please, make yourself at home here with us." "I hope this means you will join your family in church." "Yeah, I will." Signe and Nilda smiled at each other with matching sighs. When everyone was seated, Rune asked the Reverend to say the blessing. Skarstedt smiled around the table. "That is my privilege. Tak. Thank you, Lord, for this family, this home, this food. We thank you for the new house, and pray your grace and mercy upon us all. In Christ's name, Amen." As Signe poured the coffee, she couldn't stop smiling. To think that Reverend Skarstedt was having supper with them. Was it he who brought this sense of peace to the house, or— Just be thankful, she told herself. "I know it's getting late, but before you go, could I please ask you a couple of questions?" Rune asked. "Of course." We are curious as to what happened all those years ago to cause the hate and animosity." Skarstedt nodded. "Actually, the Bensons know more details than I do, but—" He looked to Gerd. "May I continue, Mrs. Strawn?" Gerd nodded. "Please add anything you want." He cleared his throat. "When Einar lived in Black Duck, he was looking for a place in this area to purchase. When Joe Benson heard that, he brought Einar here, where a cousin of his had died, and his widow wanted to return to Norway with her children. Einar offered to purchase this land, with tickets to return to Norway as the down payment. I'm not sure what the exact amount and stipulations were, but he agreed to pay the remainder in installments, most likely when he sold logs." He glanced at Gerd, who nodded. But the controversy began when the Bensons received one letter and then several others saying Einar had never sent any further payments. Gerd's mouth dropped open. Are you sure?" He nodded. "It seems that way. The Bensons were furious and came out here to try to settle this, but Einar drove them away before they could even talk." He looked at Gerd, who sat like stone. His voice softened. "You did not know that?" But he told me 2 or 3 times that he had sent another payment. He went to Black Duck to do so. We built this house after the shack she had lived in burned down. They had started the barn before the husband died, so Einar finished that first. Several men came to help with both buildings. But after that— "Do you have the contract?" the Reverend asked. "I thought so, but it's not with his papers." "Today we found a locked metal box beneath the floor." Signe leaned forward. "But we have no idea where the key might be." Gerd shook her head. "The contract was not in the drawer with his papers or the cash box. I'll get it to show you." She returned from the bedroom with both boxes in hand. Rune inspected the metal box. "A padlock like this can be sawed open." He looked at Ivar. "Could you please get that small saw down in the machine shed, on the wall of the bench? You'll need a lantern." Ivar nodded. "Be right back." "More coffee, anyone?" When everyone shook their head, Signe sat back down. "Are you all right, Tante Gerd?" Gerd stared at her. "He was such an honest man when I married him.
What happened?
Looks to me like you got greedy. I'm sorry, Mrs. Strawn. So very sorry. Skarstead leaned forward. Are you all right? A sigh that ached of anguish made her close her eyes.
I will be.
Ivar returned with the saw, a hammer, and a screwdriver. There is more than one way to break a lock. The voice of experience? Rune asked. Not telling. Ivar applied the saw to the metal, but when it didn't appear to be a quick process, he picked up the hammer and screwdriver and pried the box apart at the hinges. They all stared at the contents. A fat leather pouch that clanked, a small stack of receipts tied together with string, and several letters addressed to Einar, along with another plain envelope, a thick one. Rune laid everything out on the table. You want me to open them? He asked softly. Gerd touched the blank envelope. This one. Rune pulled the papers out of the envelope and unfolded them, then leaned closer to the lamp to read it aloud. It spelled out the details of the contract.
Yeah, that is what he told me.
Gerd sniffed.
I thought he offered a good way to help them. She seemed so lost and homesick, and this made it possible for her to go home. Einar bought the tickets and gave them to her. Once they left, we moved in right away and got to work. Einar, well, we both were hard workers, and so pleased to have a place of our own. She glanced slowly around the kitchen, pausing at the door to the bedroom, where Kirsten was now asleep in her bed. She pointed to the 2 envelopes addressed to Einar. Please read those. Rune did so. Both were pleas for the remainder owed. Gerd's head started shaking again as if of its own accord. Only the sound of the June bugs banging on the screen door and an errant mosquito broke the silence, as if none of them were breathing. Gerd straightened her back and raised her chin. I will pay her what is due, with interest. Whatever it takes, I will make it right. If I can't pay it all right now, I'll finish when we sell the logs next winter. God bless you, Mrs. Strawn. Would you like help with this? The Reverend asked. If you mean with money, no thank you. If you mean getting this sent to her, yes. How about if tomorrow I bring Mr. and Mrs. Benson out, and between us all, we make sure this happens? Skarstead looked at the contract again. Are you sure you have enough cash to cover a bank draft for this amount? How much is it? Gerd nodded to Signe, who opened the cigar box and the leather pouches and removed the money. Never have I seen such prosperity in cleaning a bedroom, Signe quipped. Rune rolled his eyes, Nilda rolled her lips, and Reverend Skarstead cleared his throat as if to stop a cough. Well, Gerd said, start counting. Though Signe and Nilda had counted the money earlier, they laid the bills out in stacks of $100 and recounted the coins into stacks as well, just to be sure. Reverend Skarstead tallied up the columns. You have enough here, I think. If you send her the money owed and interest at 2%, the total will be, His pencil scratched as he wrote it all out. They all stared in shock at the final amount. You won't have much left, Signe said. I will have enough to pay off the other house and get through the months till we sell logs again. Rune bristled. No, Tante Gerd, no. We will pay for our own house. Her eyes narrowed. We shall see on that. She nodded again. And we will buy a small flock of sheep. She looked directly at Rune again. There will be no more contracts around here. Nilda snorted. Signe coughed. Ivar threw back his head and laughed. If I were you, Reverend Skarstead, Rune, and the rest of you, I would just do like she says. They don't say Norwegians are stubborn for nothing. A few minutes later, after a parting prayer and goodbyes on the porch, Ivar untied Skarsted's horse and backed him up enough to turn the buggy around. Sorry we never thought to take care of your horse. Tack, sir. You have been a wonderful help. Good thing we have a near full moon tonight. No chance of us stumbling along. Skarstead looked at those on the porch.
I will see you tomorrow afternoon, most likely, Mrs. Strawn, and we will get this all taken care of."
"You won't tell anyone else, will you?"
Gerd asked.
"No, only those necessary."
That night in bed, Rune searched for Signa's hand. Did all of this really happen in one day? I think so.
I can't let her pay off our house.
I would not try to stop her. Signa could hear his sigh, but that was the last thing she heard that night. In the morning at breakfast, Gerd announced, "I expect you to work on your house and all the farming duties until fall. Then you can start felling trees again." But, Rune tried to stare her down and utterly failed.
"We'll see."
That afternoon, Reverend Skarstead rolled in, accompanied by the Bensons and a young man. The women hastily removed their aprons and hung them behind the stove. Come in, called Signa. "Leif, go fetch your far." He left the woodpile and darted away. The fragrance of fresh gingerbread greeted their guests as they entered the kitchen, where a tablecloth decorated the big oak table. "This is Mr. Ellis Carnes from Black Duck. He's an attorney with a firm that specializes in contracts and international affairs." Reverend Skarstead then introduced them all around, and the men moved to the chairs around the table. "Where is that sweet little Kirsten? Surely she's not napping?" Mrs. Benson's smile dimmed. "She is, isn't she?" Gerd nodded. "Yeah, but we moved her bed into my bedroom. She'll be up soon." "Guess I'll have to wait." Mrs. Benson held out a basket. "Just a few things I thought you could use." "Talk, and also for all the food yesterday. We found a full meal on the table when we came back from—" Signa paused and continued with a slight nod. "You were and are most thoughtful." Mrs. Benson nodded. "You are welcome. I treasure your friendship. And, Mrs. Strawn," she took Gerd's hand in hers, "the Lord be with you." Gerd raised her chin and blinked quickly. "Talk. You have been so very good to us in spite of everything." While the women had discussed using the parlor for this meeting, Gerd had insisted on the kitchen, where there was more room. "Please be seated. If you like, we could have our coffee before the business." The three men nodded. "Nothing beats gingerbread." Mr. Benson smiled at Gerd. "I'm sorry for all you've gone through." Gerd nodded. "Talk for helping search for Einar." They all looked toward the door when they heard Rune's boots on the step. He paused for only an instant when he entered the kitchen and saw the table. "Thank you for coming so quickly. It will be good to be done with all this." He shook the hands of each of the men and nodded at Mr. Carnes. Nilda poured the coffee, and Signa set out the gingerbread drizzled with hard sauce. "Help yourselves, please." They talked about the house raising and the weather as the dessert and coffee disappeared. When the visitors had declined more coffee and cake, Reverend Skarstead rested his arms on the table. "Let us begin. I explained your plans to Mr. Carnes, so I think we all know what you want, Mrs. Strawn. Have you changed your mind on anything? You can, you know." Gerd shook her head. "No, not at all. I want this done and finished." "But you realize that by paying out everything at once, you will leave yourself without much cash for the next several months?" "I have been without before, and now I have all this to be thankful for, and family to help me. What more do I really need?" "Well said," Mr. Carnes commented. "Thanks to Reverend Skarstead, I took the liberty of drawing up some papers. Since he said the cash is all right here, after you sign these," he motioned to the papers in front of him, "I will purchase a bank draft and mail this to the family in Norway. You will have copies of everything." He slid several sheets over to her. "Please read these. Mr. Carlson, too, if you desire, and then sign on the lines. Do you have any questions?" Gerd looked to Rune and Reverend Skarstead. When they nodded, she read the pages, dipped the pen they had brought into the ink, and signed her name. "Strange. These are the first legal papers I have ever signed. Einar did all that." She laid her hand atop the pages.
Do you want Rune to sign them too? Only if you want him to. Yes, I do. She gave the papers and pen to Rune, who read and signed them before handing them to Mr. Carnes. Anything else? Gerd asked. When the attorney shook his head, she nodded. Then I feel we are finished here. Thank you for your time. What do I owe you, Mr. Carnes? Not a dime. Surely. When he shook his head, she nodded. So be it. Pushing her chair back, she stood erect. If you would like more coffee? When they all stood, Mrs. Benson turned to Signe. Are your boys, especially Leif, nearby? I heard wood being chopped, so I know he's here. I have something for him, for all of them. She looked to Mr. Benson, who headed out the door. What? Signe asked. Please, I want to give them this. I hope it will be all right. Let's go outside. Mr. Benson lifted a basket from the rear of the buggy. A small whine gave away the occupant. He called Leif over and handed the basket to him. We heard you've been wanting one of these. Knut skidded around the corner of the house and joined them. He stared at the basket. What is it? Wearing a face-splitting grin, Leif set the basket down, opened the bouncing lid, and lifted out a white puppy with brown and black spots. His eyes stretched even wider. Holding the puppy up, he stared at his far. Really? Can we keep him? Yeah, you now have a puppy. And one of these days he... Or is it a she? Rune looked to Mr. Benson. A he. Leif cuddled the puppy, which squirmed to lick his entire face at once, as well as under his chin. We have a puppy! We really have a puppy! Thank you! He nodded to Mr. Benson. Thank you! I promise to take good care of him. He needs a name. Knut took the offered puppy and got his face clean, too. Both boys giggled. Thank you for all you have done. Rune shook hands with all three men. Beyond measure, thank you. After they waved the guests off down the lane, Rune turned to Gerd. See what you have now? Not only a farm, but good friends, and more to come. And right now, a heart of peace. She shook her head slowly. Whoever could have dreamed up anything like this? She took the puppy Leif offered her and tried to keep it from licking her chin. Can you watch him while we do chores? Leif asked. Gerd's lips twitched. Yeah, I think I can watch a puppy. Good. Come on, Knut, let's get at it. Leif paused, giving the older boys a pleading look. Björn and Ivar rolled their eyes. Yes, we will help so we can get back to the new house quicker. The four of them headed off to the well house to grab the milking pails, load the cream can in the wagon, and take them to the barn. I think we might just take the evening off. Rune blew out his cheeks and tipped his head back to stretch out his neck. He then rolled his head from side to side. Reverend Skarstead had no idea when he talked about hope on Sunday that all this would happen so immediately. And yet God did. You know, hope does not disappoint us. Our God is a God of hope. We hope for what we do not see. He huffed a breath. I've been thinking on that. Signe looked at her husband. I was just hoping to see our house begun, and look how far it got. Way beyond what you hoped for. Rune nodded, eyebrows arching a question. For years I hoped and dreamed of coming to America, and here I am. Nilda looked out over the fields to the west, where the sun was sliding to the horizon. She raised her chin and closed her eyes to feel the first breath of an evening breeze. Can you feel it? Signe and Rune copied her, nodding. Rune whispered, a breath with the dawn and another in the settling of the day. Surely today, this that we feel, is the breath of hope. Hope for tomorrow and all the days after. Hope that comes in spite of sorrow. Signe looked at Gerd, who was now sitting with the puppy in her apron. Hope for new beginnings? Yeah, and I have one right here. Never thought I'd have a dog again, but here he is. Ouch, sharp teeth.
Nilda locked her arms around one knee and rocked back against the step above. I always dreamed of having a baby girl to name Hope and another Grace. I love those names, those words. You said, breath of hope, Signa. We need to make a sign out of that and put it above the door at your new house to remind us all every day. And one here, too. I thought I had no hope at all. And now look. Gerd nodded slowly, as if imprinting the words on her heart. Makes a lovely name for a little girl, and when she grows up, too. She smiled and nodded at Nilda. Perhaps you better hope for a good husband first. Tante Gerd. Their chuckles lifted on the evening breeze and swirled heavenward.